Get myself my jacket here. There we go. Bazooka, 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 bazooka. With a goofy little puppy boy. Mike. Work sucks. Just gonna put that out there right now. You think there's gonna be a weekend? Well, no, there isn't. Not yet. Why did I say yes to it? Alright, now getting this bowl loaded up, you know? Hey. And now that, like, spring, summertime is starting to come around, oh my god. I'm not enjoying it, honestly. Us getting out later is now starting to be more of a occurrence, and oh my god. It's starting to suck. Ugh. Oh, that's better. Oh my god, so much better. Well, not quite yet. I really do not understand or get why the goddamn store director is like so like hound doggish over our fucking department right now. Really, like earlier she was literally at our sandwich bar for like 30 minutes, like rummaging through it, basically. Not really like rummaging through it, but like cleaning it out or, you know, shit like that. Emergency beer maneuver. Oh, Rip City, yo. Guess what I found? Dude, I found it, bro. Dude, we stocked it up at our work, so I grabbed one. Dude, this thing is like 9.5, dude. Look at that. So, these sandwiches, they're on me. Ignore your store manager. Well, no, she wasn't making any. Actually, she's upset about it because she's wondering why it has not been kept up. Which isn't entirely on us. Drinking one right now. Oh, you're drinking one of those right now? Hell yeah, dude. But, yeah, so, you know, like, you know, so she was kind of upset, like, why is this not being kept up? And she found, like, cheeses and meats that were from like the 19th of last month and shit, like in March and shit, or April, and I'm just like, what the fuck? It's like, oh my god. That was an Eric Andre reference. Oh my god. Okay, now now that you said it, it clicked. It clicked as soon as you said it. Oh my god. But yeah, it was just like, and she wanted me to like do a full 8 today too. Well, that's me freeloading around Safeway. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it was just like, even I was just like, you know what, silver lining for us having our, you know, sandwich truck closed and shit then. You know, because, like, then if someone came up for a sandwich, I probably would realize, oh shit, like, half, like, of the shit here is expired. Uh-oh. So, if anything, I was, like, saying, well, I guess there's silver lining with that, but holy shit, like, what's with the morning people not, you know, keeping up with that? Because, yeah, like, I mean, when we close it, like, you know, like, we'll make sure, like, there's, you know, like, stuff is, you know, relatively okay and, you know, checked up and shit. But, like, pretty much for, like, months now, every time I show up, it's already closed. So, I don't know what happens with it, you know, while I'm not there. Dude, I don't get the fucking mornings, man. I really don't. Like, one of them's just, frankly, kind of a bitch. I'm just gonna be blunt with that. I mean, and I don't know why she's like that, you know, honestly. When I used to work for her, it wasn't the case, but I don't know, I guess she kind of gotten, you know, in with a lot of, like, different management, so now she can kind of get away with doing what she wants, and no one can fucking, like, you know, really say too much about it at this point, basically. It's just fucking ridiculous. But then there's, like, I mean, just the fact that, like, there really isn't really that many morning people, honestly. Like, I mean, from what it seems like, because they don't really get a lot of various different things done. And honestly, they all have their own weird little, like, things where they kind of just show up and do what they want, which is, like, certain specific things, and that's, like, about it. So it's like, what the fuck? I mean, it's not just like, oh, I make salads and that's it, or I make sandwiches and that's literally it. It's like, no, there's other shit. Like, I mean, oh my god. It's annoying. Like today, we had our cook actually be sick today, so they called in, and because of that, you know, like, our hot case was practically just, like, fucking empty. So I was just like, which, at least for today, that's understandable. It's not like they weren't doing anything. Actually, the cook, like, you know, does a pretty decent job of keeping things stocked. But, I mean, because, you know, just on the verge of having, especially when you got the morning crew that we have, which, I don't know what entirely they're all doing and shit. They fucking, you know, and then you get, like, you know, some of the few people that do actually know what they're doing. Basically, you know, when one of them is gone, then it just fucks everything. It's just like, ugh. So, not only did... Okay, hold on. This dog. Actually, you know what? Hey, Zeus. What's going on? Actually, the reason why that is being sounded right now is because of something else I'll mention here in a second. But anyway, let me keep with my story. So, anyway, like, so not only did, like, you know, my son was just like, hey, you know, you came at 3, right? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, do you think you could work a full 8 today? You know, implying that, like, oh, can you work until, like, you know, 10 to 11? I'm just like, oh, fuck me. So I'm just like, okay, well, alright, sure, I don't care. You know, and then, like, not even 5 minutes later, she's just like, oh, can you work tomorrow, too? And I'm just like, I have a weekend. And she's like, you know, and I was also thinking about it, because I have, like, you know, these, like, different little events, coming up. Did you get OT? Well, I'm gonna get OT for sure. Oh, fuck yeah. Especially 6-day overtime. Oh, fuck yeah. Hey, Zooks, chill. So, basically, you know, like, at least for right now, like, I'm basically just going to be able to, like, you know, get a pretty decent amount of cheddar, because I got a concert I'm going to go to on the 18th, I think. It's Ailstorm of Gloryhammer. And then I got a furry convention I'm going to during the Memorial weekend, like Memorial Day weekend shit. And then after that, like, literally not even 2 days after that, like, so the convention ends on Sunday, I get 1 day, and then I have the next day on Tuesday where I go to fucking Seattle. So, like, I mean, I got, like, a whole fat, like, you know, bunch of different things going on, and having, like, you know, a whole little weekend vacation, you know, going on here. So I want to at least have a little extra saved up on top of just, like, you know, $100-200 for the week. Like, I want to make sure I have, like, at least, frankly, about, like, 500, you know, some of it for the convention, and then, frankly, at least, like, 200, you know, for like, Seattle, you know, just to be there for the night. For, like, food, you know, merch at the concert, stuff like that. But slap those Seattle titties, hell yeah. Well, yeah, I gotta make sure that, like, you know, I save up for all that type of shit, so that's what I'm doing right now. Because I just realized, like, you know, it's like, fuck, it's already May, so I'm just like, alright, let's start, you know, really saving for that shit now. But, also, like, when I got off work, I was, hanging out with, the other closer, and then there was, like, a dude who apparently has been, like, you know, following like, someone who was, like, you know, a customer that eventually came in. It was mentioning it to, one of the employees, and, so we were all just kind of hanging out outside, and we noticed that dude. And, the dude was basically definitely a tweaker of some sorts, you know, and kind of, like, you know, just definitely wandering around just kind of like, Ironically, I'll probably be in Seattle during FurryCon. Oh my god. Wow. But yeah, so it's weird, dude. He was kind of roaming around, not running, but like kind of roaming around our, like our store, or not store, but like, you know, the parking lot, store's parking lot. And eventually I lost sight of him. I was like, uh-oh. And then my coworker's like, you know, hey, you want to ride? And I got nothing better to do at this point. I'm just like, fuck it. Yeah, you know what? I have a hunch, and I definitely want to maybe get a ride tonight. So I did, and of course that tweaker dude I was talking about, you know, happened to be down the sidewalk I would have to been walking down. And now thinking about it, the reason my dog is going off is because that guy's probably walking down the street and shit. And I don't really want him getting attention down this way, because I don't want that motherfucker walking around over here and being attracted to something. Because honestly, the dude was like trying to go to like the gym that's by our work a little bit. He actually was like, you know, kind of like leaning on the fences of these different houses up the side of the street. Like, he's kind of like, you know, looking for trouble, so to speak. So I definitely am not, like, you know, looking to have trouble, but, you know, I'm gonna make sure trouble fucks off. So I'd rather have some pretty quick on standby, so I'm gonna have that there for a while. Out of sight, out of mind, but it's kind of in the back of my mind, like, I could definitely at least make sure it gets scared or runs away, so that's good enough for me. Because this dog, you know, like, I swear, like, eventually that dog's gonna be a death of me or something. Pretty sure he has a life insurance policy on me. Like, serious, a tweaker, he's wearing a hoodie too. I ain't taking a chance that he's got a knife. I'm just not. Nope. Especially when I'm seeing Mama tomorrow. It's like, nah. It's like, I got a Mama to see. Like, I am not going to be foiled by some freakazoid tweaker. gonna sell you for a batch of shrimps and a bottle of Bailey's. I would actually be very upset because it's like that dog better fucking get me involved. Not in the sense of selling me, but like, you know, and at least giving me some of the Baileys and the shrooms.
Get a body bag down, picture from a 44 Mac. I knew that, going in.
There we go. Why can't, like, you know, I have just a day of chill at work, for fuck's sake, you know, for like, seriously. It feels like every day there's always, like, something right now. Like, today there was, you know, that shit. Then yesterday I kind of bitched about that bullshit. Day before, and then Friday. Like, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think honestly for the last, like, 2 weeks, like, work has always literally had some bullshit going on at least once a day. Ugh. Why? Why? I mean, at least it ain't Karen's, but still, why? And oh my god, like, this is not even like a Karen thing really, but this is just like an observation thing that I have a problem with people. Because, like, there are so, I can't tell you how many times in the last few days, today especially, where they looked at the sandwich jar, saw that the light is off, it's closed. In fact, a lot of the different stuff that normally is holding things isn't even there. Like, you could tell it's, like, pulled and closed and shit. Now, I'm gonna look at the menu and call, like, a friend and be like, hey, what sandwich do you want? And be like, hey, I'm still gonna, like, think about getting a sandwich. It's like, I'm, like, honestly, like, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem doing it, but, I mean, it's closed up. I mean, like, I'm sorry. Like, we do have some pre-made ones over there. They usually are made at least, you know, within the span of a day or two, so just, you know, and they're actually, you know, pretty much not really that different from, you know, getting your own one made up. There really ain't much difference. It's just that they're pre-made and, you know, might not have exactly what you want on them. Which, honestly, thinking about that, you know, I've actually thought about, like, if honestly, you know, if people ask, like, hey, do you got, like, you know, maybe a little bit of pepperoncinis I can have or something from a sandwich here? Like, no one's asked me, but honestly, I've thought about it. If someone asked me that, I'd fucking, you know, just be like, alright, go to sandwich bar, grab a couple pepperoncinis for them and put it in, like, a little cup, you know, and seal it up and just give it to them. Like, you know, something that we, you know, like, for our salad case, we use these little, like, you know, little tall and small cups. I just get a small one and put some pepperoncinis in there. Honestly, I do that for my roommate. Like, he gets a bunch of one of our salads sometimes, and he wants pepperoncinis in it, so I just put a shitload of pepperoncinis on the side and mixes all up and makes, like, frankly, honestly, salad, because that's the salad that he gets, and putting a little pepperoni in there, it frankly does look better. Because it already has, like, bell peppers, like, little bits of salami, artichoke, like, there's, like, all sorts of shit in there, frankly. I don't know what all is in there. And being called antipasta salad, it has pasta in it. So, you know, let that, you know, fuck with your brain. But, you know, at least, you know, one thing that he does do, in addition, is add pepperoncinis to it. So, you know, something that, you know, I'd go for, seek out, or eat, but, you know, it does look good. This dog is fucking, like, on alert. And I know why. I know why he's on alert. Like, because I'm kind of been on alert, because I know there's, like, a sussy baka in the neighborhood right now. Just frankly, I mean, I've seen enough homeless people come and go to where I've actually recognized a few of them around here and shit. And, like, definitely don't recognize the guy. He's not, like, a local at the watershed, you know, has a tent over there. He, like, strayed away from, like, Portland, like, deep Portland or something, and, like, took the max a little too far away and just been wandering around since. I'm assuming that is what's going on, and, there's those people in your neighborhood. Yeah, like, that's, I mean, yeah, I was just mentioning that earlier. I'm pretty sure there's like a tweaker probably walking around up and down the street right now. And maybe even up here and shit. It's why my dog's been going off. I mean, now that the door's closed, I mean, I don't think he's really hearing so much and shit, so he's not really barking off as much. But, yeah, there is. I actually got a ride home from my coworker tonight just because I lost sight of the guy because he was in our parking lot early when I got off work. And I was like, should get a ride from my roommate, or not my roommate, but from my coworker. And yeah, as we were driving by, he happened to be on the road that I'd have to walk down, and it's like, yep, glad I took the ride. Because it's like, I would have to have either that guy follow me or fucking annoy me and some shit, or pull a knife on me or something where I'm not, you know, like having any way to defend myself. So man, you know, like, I'm honestly starting to really consider having at least something on me, you know, these days, because it used to not really legit kind of be like this, but there really is always, like, some weird shit going on around here these days. Like yesterday, there was literally just some dude casually doing fucking meth on the side of our store, like, just, you know, like, I mean, this shit isn't exactly, like, uncommon anymore. It sucks. But, you know, it's like, yeah, every now and then you get someone who's legit seriously sussy, you know, that might, you know, be, you know, tripping so much they might, you know, like, do something to you or some shit, and it's like, I probably want something to protect myself with. It's just like, because it's, you know, like, you know, it's not something that, like, you know, never really felt like up until legitimately kind of recently, where it's like, maybe having at least something, you know, even if it's like, you know, like a single piece of brass knuckles where I could just go, you know, on somebody real good. But I got a fat fuck you knife, so I could just have that on my hip. That'll work just as well. And plus, it's fucking sharp as shit. Like, that'll cut for anything. I actually got it right here. I mean, look at this fat fucker. I mean, look at this. I mean, you're gonna tell me that, like, this ain't a fuck you knife, because this is a fuck you knife. Like, I mean, and this thing is sharp. Like, that will cut a motherfucker. So, it's like, yeah, I mean, just having that just on my hip, just on its virtue, is gonna be enough to be like, don't fuck with that guy. So, yeah, I'm honestly now tempted to maybe be like, should I have that on me? And just have it on my work. Just like have it casually, just put it in the back, be like, alright, it's gonna be there until I go and break. But, ugh. Hey, things are, you know, every now and then occasionally get a little sussy where it's just like, Republicans are intentionally based. Their opposition to reform is costing Washington to be forced to decriminalize drugs due to a court order. Damn. Wow. Man, it's just like another example of, like, Republicans just fucking themselves over by their own hubris. Which, Republicans are not exactly strangers to that. I mean, they really aren't. I mean, I feel like it's just another example of it. So, alright, let's get a quarter going through and just, like, you know, reform this type of shit. Oh, wait, just, oh fuck, this accidentally decriminalized drugs. Oops. Oops. You know, I do like the occasional unintentionally based moment from Republicans. You know, like, cause it kind of shows in a sense, more so from, like, the base, so to speak, than actual politician. Well, I mean, I guess so for them too, but more so for kind of like the base, you know, so to speak, you know, because, like, it kind of shows that, like, hey, they're not, like, totally lost. The politicians, you know, them being unintentionally based is just a broken clock right twice a day situation, basically. Like, they're just a broken clock. But, you know, for kind of like the broader voting base, it kind of shows that they're not, like, totally gone, you know, so to speak. And at least, you know, in those situations, like, yay, okay, maybe that person could be saved. I mean, it might be a long, you know, road to hoe, but possibly. You know what I mean? Just have to, like, you know, like, prod those unintentional base moments to, like, you know, kind of just prop up more and make them start, you know, thinking about that type of shit more often. You know, because then it'll be like, Maybe I should have no introspection. They want drug possession to be a felony and refuse to compromise on having it be a misdemeanor, Lamau. And refuse to compromise on having it be a misdemeanor. Oh my god. What, like, really? Honestly, I don't even necessarily see that as a unfair compromise. It's like, we want drug possession by a failed night. It's just like, alright, well, we don't, but we'll compromise by making it like, you know, a small, you know, like a small misdemeanor or some shit, like a tiny fine or something. And, you know, at least, like, the corporate dem voices could probably have been saying that. And then they're like, nah. Progressives are like, fuck that. Well, yeah, obviously progressives like me would be like, fuck that, too. Like, I get the idea of the compromise, you know, like, proposal, you know, but, yeah, no. I mean, like, fuck that. I mean, drug possession shouldn't be illegal. Just simply having it on your person should not be a crime. Like, I mean, because there's way too many instances of people getting fucking boned over the fact they have, like, the tiniest crack rock or, like, you know, an eighth of weed in their pocket. It's just like, it's fucking bullshit. The issue has three different sides, and the default to criminalization due to quarter, and the default one due to lack of compromise. And of course, Washington does have kind of like more progressives in their kind of overall political body in the state, so there's a lot more of an influence to kind of push a lot of these more progressive ideas, and of course it's showing itself pretty significantly. And this kind of shows that, you know, for especially Eastern Washington and a lot of problems in Washington and shit, I mean, you know, it ain't a total shithole. At least, you know, like, Washington's got some stuff going a little bit more so than Oregon does. They don't have that many progressives, just enough that corporate Dems can't pass legislation without them. And thus, the corporate Dems have to at least force, or are forced essentially to at least hear their side and at least work with them to some extent. They have to, at least at that point, you know, concede to some issues. Which is good, and honestly, because then it forces at least, you know, some of the more moderate corporate Democrats, and by moderate being like more liberal-esque instead of being more conservative-esque. A lot more progressive state legislator. Well, yeah, as for right now. Though, at least for some elements, it's still kind of mixed, I would argue. I mean, having Jamie McCloskey or not in, you know, representing people around here instead of being a MAGA chud fuck bitch, I mean, that's a problem. I mean, there's still issues, but I guess, you know, not as, like, you know, circumstantial in comparison. I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, both states are doing fairly well. I mean, they still got issues, you know, all things considered. I mean, Oregon, yes, you know, overall, definitely doing way better, especially for, like, the Portland charter reform shit, and, yeah, I know we got Tina right now. But that ain't state government. Oh, yeah. I'm just kind of saying Washington overall, like, you know, just kind of saying their political body, also including, like, their cities and, you know, like, different districts and shit like that. Just kind of, like, you know, overall, not just, like, their state government. Which includes Seattle, too. Which, yeah, they have a far better council than us. Seattle's actually, like, city council-wise, you know, not, like, absolutely based, but they're at least somewhat based. I'll give them that much. On a good day, fairly based. Like, don't they have, like, out and out, like, open socialists in their city council and shit? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, there's at least, like, one or two, like, legit, like, overt open socialists. Like, because from my understanding, at least in Seattle especially, and, like, the surrounding area, like, the, kind of, like, the different chapters of, like, socialist parties, like, I mean, they kind of have, like, a somewhat, you know, influence to be able to kind of over there, just because they actually have, like, a seated government there. Oh, so they have only one? Okay. I know they had at least, like, one or two. So I kind of remember reading up about her, honestly, who won a bullshit recall campaign. Well, probably because she actually gets results and is actually liked by people. So obviously she was going to win it, most likely, all in all. Just by that, assumption. But they have a Republican city attorney. Oh, like a, oh my lord. I bet that was like, how the NIMBY liberals were able to, and like maybe Republican too, that's probably their way of being like, you know what, fuck you progressives. If you want, like, socialists and these, different radical leftists, then we'll have a Republican in here. They just put a bunch of fuck you money on a Republican candidate and had a person win. I have a lot more confidence in the Council of Portland, but I think Oregon's system government is better than Washington's. Yeah, I don't know exactly too much of Washington. I don't even know if they're an open primary state or not. Though, I guess considering that they, at least in some cities, like in Seattle, they have, like, some more influence, from, like, third-party, or at least, kind of, like, non-affiliated influence and shit. So, I mean, I'd assume they at least have an open primary system. So, there's at least they are not an open primary. So, how in the fuck did a social... okay. Well, I mean, see, like, I don't know everything about Washington's system and shit, but if they're not open primary, then, damn, they're cucked to like we are. A lot of states are kind of cucked like we are, though, like when it comes to being closed primary states. That shouldn't be a thing. Can we just stop having that as a thing? Along with a bunch of other bullshit, like the Electoral College and shit. Like, oh my god. At least until Portland system changes after 2024 election. Oh my god, that cannot come soon enough. I cannot wait for that shit. The system change can't come soon enough, even though I'm not directly impacted by that. In fact, the opposite, I'm not, but I wish. Still good though. If it's literally on the other side of a creek, then basically I would. But I'm not, so it's just like, damn it. But then I want to be here either, and there's some fairly base stuff, going on here too, so it's like... Hey. I found out, like there's this kid, like, I think his last name was, like, Callisto or some shit, who was running for local city council seat. I actually remember kind of reading up about him a little bit. And, shit you not, I did not realize that he actually came into our store a lot. Mainly reason why is because he knew my ex-coworker that worked at our store, Robert, because I heard a story about how, like, during the last election, or at least during the primaries, when he was trying to run for the nominee and shit, I remember his name for that, and didn't realize that he literally was, like, around here and shit. Honestly, thinking about it, probably literally if, like, served that dude, like, a chicken or, deli meat or some shit. Like, can't tell you how many probably fucking times. And it's just like, what? I remember this much. I didn't vote for the guy, mainly because, like, there wasn't really that much, like, policy specifics. It was just kind of vagaries. And he was a young guy, so I kind of figured, he's just kind of, like, just literally starting to put himself out there. So I'm like, give him some time, and he'll probably, kind of figure things out a little bit, so. But I was just like, whoa, shit. That's pretty cool. And then just kind of knowing that, like, there's at least, it was, I mean, obviously, a mayor that was pretty fucking base, and now is in the 41st state house seat, which, fuck yeah. I'm happy about that shit. I'm really glad I, had an opportunity to make sure that, he got in that shit, so. Mark Gamma is my boy. I honestly hope that he just keeps kind of climbing up. Like, cause I'd like to see him on, somewhat of a national prominence, like, if anything, at least like the House or something like that. At least with who's the Oregon Senators right now, I don't think he'd go for Senate. I know he likes both Wyden and Merkley. So. And I like Merkley more than Wyden, but there's definitely things about both of them that I definitely have rubbed the wrong way, and I'm not total fans of them. I mean, they're okay. I mean, at least, you know, for being Dems, they're like, eh. Yeah, you really could do worse. I mean, really, honestly. I know Merkley was, like, co-sponsoring this whole, like, anti-porn bill and shit and everything, and helped, you know, get that pushed through the legislation and shit, so honestly, low-key fuck him for that. Like, with this weird, like, hyper-Christian moral puritanism message that he also was pushing, you know, to try to advocate for it. Like, he just, like, basically sounded like a conservative when he was pushing that shit. It was just like, fuck you, Merkley, like, what is this? Like, the fuck, bro? Ew. Gross. It was just like, ugh. It's like, why, bro? What the hell? I know there's, like, at least a few things as well about why that, you know, I kind of have, like, a bone or two to pick about that guy, but not really that much. I can't really, there's nothing really, like, overtly. I think he was, I know this much. I think he was, one of the dudes that was, like, in favor of the whole net neutrality bill thing. And then there was another thing, too. What was it? I'm trying to think. I don't know. It's been a minute since I've actually looked into their fucking records and shit. They haven't really been on the prominent stage or anything, really. They just kind of been in the background right now. I'm sure they're gonna, at least one of them's gonna get reelected again. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure Merkley and Wyden have, like, Oregon on lockdown when it comes to, you know, being in the Senate. I don't really think they're going anywhere anytime soon. Unless one of them decides to retire or some shit. And I don't think either of them are doing that anytime soon. Or I guess if one of them decides to run for president, which... yeah, I doubt that's gonna work. Well, not this cycle, but the next one? Maybe. I've heard rumors that, like, both of them have, like, tossed the idea around. I think Merkley more so than Wyden. But, you know, all in all, you know, they aren't really, like, invested into it yet. Though the fact that they're kind of spitballing the idea every now and then just kind of shows that, yeah, they're vying for the idea, maybe. They're seeing if they can maybe, you know, see an opportunity and jump on it. Wouldn't surprise me. I actually legit would not be surprised if either Merkley or Wyden decide to run for president in, like, 2028 or, like, 2032 or some shit. Will they make it, though? No. I'm just gonna say that now. It's like, but, hey. They'll definitely make a push for it. I don't know. I think maybe I might be a little bit more keen on a Wyden presidency, maybe. Because honestly, like, really thinking about that, like, anti-porn bill thing that Merkley did, that really does grind my fucking gears, like, really bad. And when it comes to, like, you know, sex work and, like, sex liberation, those broader ideas, like, being, you know, someone who's pushing that type of legislation is pretty fucking antithetical to that, so that's not exactly good. At least for me, like, honestly, that is really, like, the one major thorn in Merkley's side for me, is that shit. God damn it. Why is it, like, a goddamn, like, ember? Okay, Zukof's over there. Ow! Fuck. I don't hear anything outside, so I think we're fine. Zooks, chill out. I mean, good lord. Stop burning, damn it. Ah! Fucking god. Jeez. And you quit boofing. Rather make it look like, you know, that things are all, like, quiet and shit. You know, instead. But that would be much more preferable there, Zukov. Is this empty yet? Oh my god. Man, I don't want to crack this Fruit Force thing open yet until this is empty. Because I want to try it. I haven't tried it yet. A Fruit Punch IPA sounds kind of fucking banging. So I most certainly would be into it if, is that Dremel to follow off the disconnector Yakim's. What? I'm not like I'm not doing illegal shit with my gun, bro. Like, I don't even know how to do that. I know you can. I don't know how. I mean, I suppose like I could look it up if I wanted to, but I don't because I'd rather, you know, I don't know, keep it legal. And be a oh my god, be a proper, responsible, safe, you know, safe boy. So, besides, I could just, you know, replace the trigger and have like a more lighter trigger, so I could just like just pull faster. Because I'm starting to get pretty good with like, you know, with the current one, which the current one is just like it's like a clunk. So it's just like, I mean, if I put like an AEG trigger or something like that on there and had like a light trigger where it's just like dunk dunk, you know, just slightly pulling on that thing, oh my god, dude. Like that motherfucker would be basically. Because there's like a way to train yourself on how to trigger by kind of learning where the pull is, and you know, there's a way to kind of like do it without necessarily like just pulling it and then pulling back. You like, there's kind of a I want to show it, but YouTube is a bitch, so I don't want to. That's the problem. But basically, imagine just like I have it in my hand right now, basically. But like, so I don't know. Let's use this as like, you know, so concurrent. Like you would basically, this would be the trigger essentially, and like you will find out where it kind of like clicks where the hammer, you know, hits, and then you will like essentially, you know, be like, okay, that's kind of like, you know, using that for the muscle memory to start, and then you kind of slowly gently pull back until you kind of hear it kind of click for a reset, and at least in the trigger part. And then when you hear that, then it kind of lets you know your kind of little angle to kind of start pulling at a little bit for that angle, you know, shit. And once you kind of start doing that enough, you kind of get the, you know, a little bit of a kind of like the mental memory to just kind of you know, do that instead of like how some people are like donk donk donk, you know, doing that, like, you know, just really having like these fat white things, but then you're like just kind of very gently, you know, able to kind of have more of a controlled, you know, trigger firing basically in a sense. But just kind of learning where the pull is and then the reset is, you know, and kind of being a lot more like nimble to, what are you doing? Being a lot more like nimble to like operate that. It's how like a lot of operators when they fire semi-automatics basically are firing it to the equivalent of like what sounds like, you know, fully automatic, but it just very slow rate of fire, you know, automatic essentially, because they get so good and plus have a, you know, trigger that is kind of like that light pull, so it's easier to do that. You know, with heavy clunky triggers, it's a little harder to do that because you have like a bigger pull they have to do. But honestly, it's technically a little better to do with a heavier trigger because once you get good with that, then a lighter trigger, it's like fucking really easy. So, actually the next upgrade is going to be upgrading the trigger, but I looked up on how to replace it if I wanted to, and oh my god, it would be the most technical, like complicated thing I would be upgrading on my firearm if I did, and I'm actually a little nervous about it. So I'm kind of waiting. I'm holding out on that. I want to kind of get a lot of the furniture on it replaced before I start fucking with the actual internals like that. Like that, because I'm just like, okay, it looks easy, but I'm a newbie still, so I'm gonna kind of wait a little bit. I'm gonna kind of wait until I feel more comfortable about that. Which is honestly good. Like, if you're not totally comfortable about, like, tinkering with a certain element of a firearm, don't do it. Just don't fuck with it. Like, just wait until you feel comfortable and feel more knowledge and, confident being able to, deal with something like that. Especially when it comes to the knowledge part of it. Like, which I kind of do, but I want to, like, once I get around to upgrading that part, I want to actually get invested on figuring out, like, what's the best way to do that, especially if I would accidentally fuck something up. Which, honestly, again, it's not, like, hard, so to speak, but it's, it's a complicated little piece of, machinery and a thing, so, it's gonna be a little bit of, a little extra, like, precision, so to speak, to, put it in there. It's not just like putting a hand guard on or some shit, or like, twisting on a muzzle brake. It's you got like, some extra shit going on. Which I'm fine with. But, again, not confident about that quite yet. So, I'm gonna wait on it. I don't want to, like, unintentionally fuck something up. Go shoot it and then just like click. Okay, the fire pin didn't even have, what? Okay, hammer went, okay, there we go. Well, what the fuck? Just like nothing happens, or just the, budget, what the fuck, Don't want those problems. Or just exploding on me, and then I just get a bunch of, like, steel and all sorts of other shit, just, like, right in the face, and just get yeeted into fucking the nethers. The fucking, into the realm of the Gimme the Nuggetz or some shit, I don't fucking know. The realm of the nothing. Ugh. But, let's see what's on the onion nuggets and all that, because I have not tuned into that much onion nuggets today. I said I like their last little chunk of things. I don't even know what news has been going on today, and I don't trust the YouTube on place should be giving me any, news that I think, might be interesting to check out. Or at least, like, barely worth something. I've actually have been, hearing about, like, this whole Writer Guilds of America strike, so I'm wondering if they get into talking about that. Mine stamped, receiver stamps, way to go. I tend to agree, yep. No disrespect to the mills, but, stamped is, just OG's the best way. And honestly, like, for what, all things considered, they seem just easier to work with in comparison to a milled. Because I've seen videos on, like, here's how you deal with a milled receiver versus, like, a stamped and blah, blah, blah. And it's, like, stamped really does look a lot more simplistic. And, in a sense of, like, working with it, like, they both work the same. Like, they're not really too much different with how they operate. But, like, there's some elements about it where I'm like, the stamped is a lot more, like, chonkier. Got a little bit more chonk. Which, I don't mind. A little, some chonk to an AK I actually kind of like a little bit, I don't mind it, but, so, I don't know. I mean, I guess they kind of, like, have the pros and cons, but if I had to, like, go with my heart, it's the stamped. Like, that's kind of where my heart would go to. Because, honestly, I mean, like, if you think about it, too, like, so many different, like, AK parts broadly, like, are mostly, especially interchangeable if you have a stamped receiver. So, if, like, so you can literally, like, mix and match, like, different furniture and, essentially be good to go, basically. There's only like, you know, very certain like exceptions, like the AMD, you know, like, you know, 63, 65s with like the Hungarian models, or like, you know, the Yugos and shit like that. But beyond that, they're all essentially interchangeable. Like, you know, Polish, East German, Russian, Chinese AK, North Korean AK, like all of them, you know, you can switch around the parts and they would all still work just the same. Well, I don't know, maybe not with North Korea ones, don't use those parts. But, you know, like, you know, with other ones though, yeah. They all work, you know, it's relatively essentially the same. So. Cool DMR is vast answer 678 cam skilled 8 memo. Oh, I kinda know about it. Fake Sega knows AMD 65 first sort of ever bought. Nice. I honestly do want to get like an actual AMD 65 though, because they do look like some pretty cool like AK models. Like for the type of AK that it does look pretty cool. Like, you know, just kind of having like that kind of open gas block and then like that steel lower, you know, then you got, you know, for at least most of them, you know, that forward grip there in the front. I mean, and then that like kind of unique folding stock too. Like, it had, like, that, you know, at least, you know, some of them, you know, not all of them, but, like, some of them had that unique folding stock where it was just kind of like this, just straight thing. It just looked kind of weird. I mean, the folding stock honestly looked like it was kind of shit, but aesthetically it looked kind of unique and interesting, you know, so, at least aesthetically it looks cool. But I'm sure for practicality, that butt stock probably was fucking trash. I'm just gonna be blunt with that. I'd prefer the Romanian, like, coat hanger stock, honestly, because at least... I mean, at least for, like, the Polish and East German versions of those type of buttstocks, they actually put, like, a lot of, you know, padding on the back of them and shit, and were a lot more, like, kind of thicker and shit. So they at least were better, to some extent. That's why I wanted East German folding stock so bad. Because at least it would have been, you know, like, it would have had, like, that padding. Because I've tried to find, like, a, you know, like, I found, like, a regular Romanian one, but it does not have the padding, and it's just, like... Well, that's gay. Like, I want the padding on it. The Poles and Germans like, you have no padding. We want some padding. We want the shoulders to not be bruised. I mean, come on now. Top tier performance. Goofy Zoogs. He's having fun grooming with himself. Just a chillin'. Just a sweet little boy. A sweet little boy indeed. Here, let's see how. So I like the way a vertical foregrip in a Romanian PMMD looks cool and is practical. Oh, like, is it like basically what's kind of nicknamed like the Romanian dong or something like that? Hold on, I actually kind of want to look at what you're talking about here. What is it? God fucking.
Oh, come on, dog. You have to come over here right in the way, don't you?
Right, here we go.
You bum.
Oh yeah, it does have the Romanian dong. Yeah. I like it. I like it. I dig it, Holmes. I've actually kind of thought about maybe getting a dong for mine, but I was like, eh. I kind of like the shark fin a little bit because, like, I could kind of, like, wrap my hand around the foregrip, kind of like if it wasn't necessarily there, because it's kind of, like, acts more as, like, a hand stop in a way. So, I kind of like that a little bit, because then I don't necessarily have to make it a full grip, but I can still grip it to like a grip as well if I wanted to. Because it acts like kind of like a little stubby grip. Six, what are you doing, little fruit? Psst. Goof. What a goof. You ridiculous little goof boy. Yeah, you. What? Oh my god. I should have thought of it as a submachine gun like the Russians did. Yeah, I saw it on this wiki page. Yeah, the pistol Bataleria. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother trying to pronounce that correctly. It's like Trilateria, or wait, whatever. Okay, yeah. Model 6365. Well, the wiki says sole rival. Developed in the late 50s to PMMD 63 was derivative of the AKM produced under license. Well, yeah. Yep. Still a pretty cool looking rifle, though. Well, I mean, it's basically just a goddamn AK. Which were mounted in a magazine well for RPK to use reciprocating of the charging handle to feed standard RPD belts. I'm sure there's probably maybe like a prototype design or something like that. Because isn't it like that for the M249? Like, because I know there at least is some sort of variation. Because I know like for the M249 there's kind of like a little magwell below where the belts will go to, where you can put like magazines in there if you wanted to. Which, you know, for certain, you know, situations actually kind of worked better than the belt. But, I mean, most people never used it. From my understood, it was just kind of like in the way for most people. A similar device was developed for the DPM, which then turned into the RPD-46. Oh, well, then I'm assuming there had to at least been a prototype variation for that. I'd take a guess. There's a mechanism attached to the magazine. Well, magazine belts. Well, yeah. I'd honestly, I'd probably would assume that, you know, all in all, that, you know, there probably had to at least been a prototype, and maybe there was something about it that didn't exactly work 100%, where they just, you know, just kind of dumped it. But I mean, knowing these days, I'm sure there's like some random Elmer Fudd motherfucker out there that probably has done that. Like, honestly, you know, there's got to be somebody out there in someone's barn that's got like some weird, like, wonky ass like RPK that is able to like take belt fed like 5.56 or some shit. Like, you know, there's like some motherfucker out there. Or maybe like a Khyber, you know, fucking, you know, like, or like the Khyber Pass fucking weird construction or something, like, something like that. Like, either some random Elmer Fudd looking motherfucker out here in US, or like a Khyber Pass made weapon. Like, it's one of the two. Like, you know, there's at least one out there that probably has that mechanism in place. I would have to take a guess. I mean, it had to have at least been attempted. And if it has, then I'm assuming there, especially these days, I'm assuming there at least has been an attempt to where it's at least worked. It just is, you know, was done by someone that does not exactly have like the capital to kind of commercialize it and shit. So that would be my guess. I don't fucking know. Because honestly, I've heard about some strange stories about like Fudds like sporterizing guns or doing weird little experiments with them, and, you know, and they work, you know, and all, but, or, you know, are they like trustworthy in its original prototype form? Probably not. But if commercialized, it probably would actually, you know, be pretty nice. So I don't know. I would imagine it's intended to accept Sandmax, but it doesn't work that well. Rate of fire is a little high. Defeat reliability is really Negev does that better. Okay. Yeah, so it was the M249. Yeah. No, that's what I mean. It never, like, because of the fire rate of it, like, you know, like, it was more in the way because, like, if, you know, soldiers realized when they used it for magazines, it just didn't fucking work. Like, it would jam too much and shit. Which, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it has a ridiculous higher fire rate in comparison to an M16 or an M4. Okay, holy shit, this smells good. Still definitely got an IPA taste to it, for sure. And, yeah, it's not bitter at all. For an IPA, it's not bitter. But it doesn't really taste like fruit punch, though. But it smells like it. It has a really nice fruit punch smell. It actually almost has, like, kind of a guava fruit smell to it. And taste. Does it say what fruits are on here? Honestly, who the fuck am I kidding? Of course there isn't. It just says Fruit Punch IPA and that's it. It's like, I mean, it would be kind of cool to know what specific fruits, because I do detect a very strong guava. And a little bit of mango. It's almost like tropical fruits. But I like it, though. I'm going to be sipping that more. Because that's also... What noise was that? God, this... made like a little... That wasn't even the exact noise he made, but it was like some whack-ass noise like that. What a goof. Fucking little fruit. But, yeah. Let's see what this whole writer strike is about. Let's see. The WGA strike, the Writers Guild of America. Stars, writers, showrunners, and their supporters. So there's also all sorts of... Hell yeah. I like that already. Oh, you know what? I wonder what, like, nighttime shows and shit like that are being affected. Oh, dude, I love it. Oh, isn't it so adorable when, like, you know, a bunch of these late night shows now get to feel the wrath of, like, you know, the picket line shit. Oh, it's beautiful.
Crypto token. How about Ego Coin or Paul Coin?
Wow, pretty creative stuff.
Yeah. Ego Coin sounds good.
I like Ego Coin.
So these are just some various little dispatches from this writer strike that's going on. Here's some articles covering the latest. We have WGA strike, stars, writers, showrunners, and their supporters on the picket line. Gavin Newsom says he's very worried about the Writers Guild of America strike. Says his offices will intervene when called in by both sides.
What? Gavin Newsom says he's really worried. Oh my god, why? Because, like your state's gonna be somehow negatively impacted by that or something. I'm like, give me a break. Oh my god. His office will be intervened when called in by both sides. Like, how about you just, like, stay out of it? Like, go away. How about that? Like, because, what is this supposed to apply? It's like, I mean, because if anything, it's like, what? If the companies, like, decide to call up, I mean, they're going to just show up then. But if, the unions decide to call up, or I guess the writers' guilds, I mean, well, they're unions, so, I mean, they're all the same. Like, I mean, if they call up, I mean, you probably, yeah, sure, maybe just for publicity would go, too. But, I mean, honestly, who are you going to show up to first, Newsom?
What?
You ain't gonna be showing up for the guilds, that's for sure.
No, stay out of it. Fuck you. Get out of here.
Yeah, stay out of it.
SNL officially goes dark amid writer's strike.
Nice. Oh, SNL went dark. Wait, so it's not even happening anymore right now? Like, they essentially have, like, postponed it until further notice because of the strike? Based. Oh, nice.
Oh no!
Oh,
Maybe this. Maybe
what a travesty to, you know, like, to America. Like, when we can't even have our fucking SNL. Oh, because, you know, they've been just making banger skits like that one skit. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, they just been like, oh, man. Like, the culture influence of America, man. Damn.
writers just shouldn't come back.
Going dark.
Stay
I
gone,
feel like
writers.
the writers have been on strike at SNL for about 15 years.
Soft
Yeah, they
striking.
kept turning in stuff, but it was strike level. How the WGA strike could impact movies gearing up for production. I'm gonna guess that it'll probably slow them down. That's
Duh.
probably what that article says, right?
That's kind of the point of them. And also, like, a lot of these movie productions might not even necessarily happen unless at a very slow, egregious level, basically, because they hire outside of, these union/striking workers and shit. So, all in all, chances are, like, a lot of these, productions are not going to be going forward, for quite, for a time at least. Like, I mean, the strike isn't probably going to last forever, obviously. It'll probably at least, go on for, I don't know, at least maybe another week or so, I'd assume. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I will admit I didn't know too much about this, but I'm assuming this happened probably over the weekend.
Probably gonna slow it down a bit. Here we have another sad story. Late night shows to shut down immediately after Writers Guild strike called. All right, so
I'm seeing Jimmy Fallon, Kimmel, Colbert, and some other dork I don't even know. Oh my god, yes. Dude, they're gonna all not be on. That's so
So
adorable.
far, this writer strike is, I mean, it's doing wonders.
yeah,
This is probably the best strike. Fuck Colbert, traitor. Dude, this is like, well, hey, his show isn't gonna be on air literally because of this Writer Guilds of America strike going on right now. Oh my god, based. So, yeah, he ain't fucking, going out there, saying stupid bullshit. And I don't know, I don't know why I don't know about the traitor part of the context, but yeah, fuck Colbert though. Like, it used to be kind of cool when he was, like, pretending to be a right-wing conservative, like, satirical, type of guy. But, since he's been a late-night show host guy, he's just been, like, a dork and a fucking just schmuck and I really do not like him anymore. Shot his pants and discovering what Jon Stewart dared to suggest COVID-19 might have lab leak origins. Oh, yeah, you're right a little bit, yeah. Because Jon Stewart was, he didn't act like his mouthpiece for the Hillary Reign DNC. Yeah, because he's a fucking lib, yeah. And I think especially that was around the time he, became like a fucking late night show host. So yeah, it all, culminates into him being a fucking like, all right, you're a dork, I don't like you, you're a shitbag, neo-lib, fuck, bleh. But yeah, like now that you mention it, yeah, because Jon Stewart, I don't even think he was literally overtly making a claim that it did. He was just saying like there's potential evidence and possible theories that come around and being like, oh hey, like it probably was a leak. I mean, obviously we don't know for sure, but that's why we should investigate it and blah blah blah. Like I don't even, if I remember correctly, I don't even think he was like making a full claim. I think he was just suggesting like there's potential evidence and I think plausibility to this. So, I implore there to be an investigation about that. Because obviously he can't just like, set up an investigation. He's not, on that level of power. So, I don't even think he was like trying to push like some conspiratorial narrative at all. And honestly, there's, you can still believe COVID is obvious. You can understand that COVID's a thing and vaccines work and all this other shit, but also still think that, like, yeah, there's a possible, evidence or at least plausibility that maybe it did leak from a lab. I mean, the thing is, you can have that claim and not even necessarily think it's nefarious either. Like, I mean, it could have literally been as simple as, like, some dipshit didn't, like, you know, desanitize or clean themselves down properly after, you know, leaving the lab and shit, and thus, you know, was contaminated still with some of the virus on them and shit, and, you know, and thus got themselves sick, and everyone else around them at the, you know, local wet shop, you know, buying some meat or something, you know, to go home and cook it up or whatever the fuck. Like, it literally could have just been some shit like that that caused the whole thing. I mean, it probably wasn't necessarily a nefarious thing that happened, all in all. I don't really necessarily think it was. You know, it's like, you know, like, I mean, there's, you know, like, room to be had, do I think, you know, think that it's a possibility. I mean, I won't entirely rule it out. I mean, I don't know, like, how much, like, truth there is to the idea, but I'm willing to at least just broadly open the idea to it. Not the conspiratorial level things, but, you know, just kind of a general, like, you know, like, how are, like, you know, leaks done and shit, or how can some happen, and sometimes they aren't necessarily due to some nefarious reasons. I mean, you know, like, sometimes it is due to just unintentionality. But I don't think it was on purpose. That would make no sense to do that to their own nation. Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, that's the thing about a lot of conspiratorial dudes who are like, oh, it's a leak and blah, 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 like, and purposely and intentional, like, artificial made thing or whatever the fuck, and try to say that, like, oh, it was, like, you know, they were doing this so they could, you know, impact the rest of the world because they already had a game plan to how to deal with it. It's like, because they're smart, for one, at least when it comes to addressing a fucking pandemic. I mean, honestly, if they actually, like, you know, crack down on it quicker, if anything, you know, like, they probably would have been able to kind of help prevent it further, but they actually, like, the reason why they kind of covered up a little bit was because they thought it would have been an embarrassment on a public scale to them, and they don't want to, like, you know, have their credibility tarnished and shit. Like, it was literally more so just, like, due to, like, weird nationalistic, you know, emotional fervor bullshit, really, than anything else. Like, it wasn't overdoing anything. It's, like, basically like, oh, America's great all the time. Well, their government thought, like, well, we're always great, so nothing bad about us can be, you know, leaked out there. So, yeah, this happened, but, no, it's not that bad. And, oh, well, it actually was. So, I mean, you know, it was more so, like, initially they just denied the problem for a second while internally trying to fix it, and then just fucked up more. We'll probably never know the truth. I mean, and that's kind of the sad thing, though. You're alright. You are kind of right. At least for right now, like, yeah, it's going to probably be a long time until we do. If we really do. Yeah. Because, I mean, while, like I said, I don't think it's like some weird extra conspiratorial level, you know, thing going on with that. But I definitely think there, you know, it's at least an open idea that it probably got leaked out. Intentionally, I don't think so. I really do think it was probably legit, like, someone who was working there did not, like, you know, dress down and sanitize themselves properly before, you know, like, getting into the non-hazard zone or whatever, you know, and all that shit. Or probably was just careless about storing these different vials or whatever the fuck, and it just, you know, domino effect from there. I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, that's what I would assume, Occam's razors at least, but at the same time, maybe something else happened. I mean, I don't fucking know, you know, but I can only assume, and unless there's, like, you know, evidence to say that there is other nefarious elements to it, I'm not really going to be open to it. I mean, a leak, sure, but nefariously, probably not. Do mutate, that's kind of their thing. Well, yeah. And because of how quickly they reproduce and replicate, it makes sense for them to mutate and evolve and change more rapidly in comparison to, you know, us, for example, like, or any other macro life and shit. Like, you know, this basically the idea is, like, the smaller the being, you know, like, the smaller the creature, the smaller or the more likely it will evolve or mutate, you know, given how much it will replicate itself or, like, reproduce and shit. Someone sickerfish showed up at the market. It wasn't even from an animal there. That's what I was saying from earlier. Yeah, like, honestly, likely somebody from the lab who was probably, like, sick of it because they didn't, like, you know, well, not sick quotations, but, you know, sick of it because, like, you know, not aware of it because they didn't, you know, decontaminate themselves properly at the lab, went to the local market and just fucking went from there. Or not even the lab. Well, yeah, because honestly, the thing is with viruses, they have an origin somewhere. and and they're going to be kind of caught from the wild, so to speak. And from my understand, like the particular coronavirus in this case, I think has at least origins originally from bats and stuff, which the lab was predominantly doing a lot of research on. So it makes sense for them to at least have access broadly to that type of virus, or at least have availability to it. And initially, maybe the coronavirus at that time probably wasn't like evolved to impact humans, but because of enough time at the lab, being around humans, being the only other life basically to, infect, it eventually found a way to infect it and then spread from there. I mean, it's still a natural origin because it is. I mean, all viruses to some extent are. I mean, so it has to at least be in that case. I mean, but at the same time, it literally could have just been somebody, like, who happened to go on a hike, like a few days ago and, like, accidentally, like, got, like, bat shit on them and then got infected that way, Like, it literally could have been that, too. Like, the lab probably had nothing to do with it as well. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I mean, considering everything, considered, I mean, it's kind of an unfortunate fact that really anything is kind of possible with it. I mean, when you narrowed it down enough, I mean, it really could be, all sorts of various different, potentials. I mean, maybe it could have been, like, potentially infected tainted meat at the market, because I'm pretty sure there was, like, bat, can be seen as, like, something that is, like, can be a food source, for different wet markets and shit, so it really could have been at least a multitude of different, theories. Just the lab being there, could have simply literally just be a coincidence. Which, in a way, I'm kind of really more likely to believe. But, like, I do think it's, like something that maybe somebody contracted, or, there was an animal that was infected that eventually mutated, the virus, that, while at the market, essentially due to its, like how much, a virus does replicate. I mean, so, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, who fucking truly knows? We kind of have a general idea, but, we're never going to know the true origin of it. Especially, considering, like, their government and, like, broader geopolitics and everything else. Like, I don't, like, that's what makes it even more annoying, is that we're never really going to truly know about it. Like, if it's, like, started off in, like, fucking, I don't know, like, Namibia or, like, fucking, I don't know, Nepal or something, like, I don't think there'd be, like, this deep secrecy about the origins of it, you know what I mean? But because it was, like, China or something, or, like, or even if it was, like, New Zealand or something, I thought New Zealand would be covering it up, because, like, oh, this is a tarnished our image. I mean, maybe they would, I don't know. But I doubt New Zealand would. So that's what kind of makes it even more annoying. Like, I mean, just because, like, I feel like, some certain countries, I feel like, probably would not have this impetus to kind of, like, cover it up because, oh, we might be embarrassed or something, like, literally over something like that. Which is, again, what China kind of did initially. They basically just were like, no, this didn't happen. We're not embarrassed. I doubt Miller's reaction would have been like China, but who knows? Oh, yeah. Doubt it. Wait, did I say Middle Earth? Oh, well, oh, New Zealand. Oh my God. I honestly thought maybe somewhere in there I mentioned like Middle Earth or some shit, but I guess I did because of New Zealand. Oh, okay. Oh my God. This is what I call New Zealand? Okay. Man, dude, Stefan hit me with that Eric Anche reference, and then he hit me with that one, and man, all these references are flying over my fucking head. Jesus Christ. My mind is not on point with the reference game tonight. Boo. Sometimes I am, and sometimes I'm not, and this is one of those nights where I truly am not.
The best thing that happened to the entertainment industry in a minute. These writers all just...
Dude, for every night these people are on strike, is that one night the world is spared the presence of Jimmy Fallon.
But good news, Gutfeld to remain on Fox despite strike. So, because Greg Gutfeld doesn't need writers, he's just naturally that fucking funny,
Oh yeah, because Greg Gutfeld is, you know, in his office before his shows, just sweating beads, just like figuring out different things, you know, to make for his fucking skits, dude. You know he's just working hard and making his own comedy bits, bro. Wow. Of course, Gutfeld, his fucking schmuck, fox, cock-licking ass is gonna be on still. Guarantee you using scab labor as well, and probably himself, which, oh god. Knowing that, like, because of this Writers Guild strike, knowing basically that, like, Gutfeld, because he's still on, is likely writing his own bits, and knowing that every now and then, like, he's gonna be out there doing his shtick, and then using his own jokes instead of, like, some random schmuck writer that he picked up that also is like, yeah, you know, the chance are bad, or something. It's just like, oh no. Oh my god, wow. Greg Gutfeld, you take a hint from everyone else and just, you know, just step aside for a while. And then when strike's over, then you can come back. I mean, like, good lord.
I mean, all these fucks ought to be ashamed of this shit. Aren't they all supposed to be, like, good comedians and hosts and shit? Can't you just wing it?
Yeah, I mean, like, couldn't you just, like, I don't know, write your own...
I mean, yeah, you don't know, I just thought about, yeah. Like, if anything, at least Gutfeld's gonna try. He's gonna, like, alright, I'll write my own shit. Fuck it, I guess, try to wing it or something. I guess. Like, I mean, you would think that, you know, it's like, alright, yeah, I'm supposedly, like, you know, this comedian late night show host dude, right? Well, be that then. Like, aren't they the ones who always also kind of, like, bemoan how, like, oh, yes, I worked so hard, you know, to, like, get these shows and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, your writers and your producers do. You just parrot what they produce and what they make, like, at this point especially.
Jokes or something, or just go out there and...
It's like, come on.
Maybe just skip the monologue and just go right, just, like, book a few more guests.
It's like Fire Feeds, I can't. Oh, yeah, no, I've seen those before. Honestly, I've seen a lot of different, like, modified, modern, licensed, like, you know, SKSs that are built, like, you know, by, like, American-made companies. Yeah, like, I see a lot of that. Honestly, I mean, I see a lot of different, you know, various different, I honestly think, like, there's probably, like, maybe at this point, you know, modern SKSs that, you know, are, like, modifiable to have those and shit. These ones are fully auto. Whoa. A fully auto SKS. Actually, that would be fucking nice. SKSs, like, have even less recoil than an AKM, and they both have the same cartridge, and, like, goddamn. In a way, I kind of like the SKS just a little teeny bit more just because the recoil is just a little better. A field assault rifle. I mean, they probably needed to do extra modification besides slap a fucking, you know, AK mag on it and make it automatic and boom, there you go. They probably needed to do a few other things beyond that. Because an SKS is not meant to be an automatic. It's not meant for that. You have to probably, like, you know, I don't know, do other things to it besides just that.
That shit, like, I mean, I feel like there have been writer's strikes in the past, and shows like this have continued on, and just been like, hey guys, there's a writer's strike, you know? If the jokes suck, there's a fucking writer's strike. I don't know what to tell you.
Why did the screenwriter refuse to participate in the writer's strike?
Why?
Why, yeah.
Because he was too busy writing picket signs for the other writers.
Oh my god. Is that a dad joke? Oh my fucking god. Was that a fucking dad joke? That's actually kind of good. I kind of like it. Oh my god. What the fuck? Wow, was that was like the most like pro-labor dad joke I think I've heard ever. Oh my, that like, oh man. Oh my god. He sounded like that I could just imagine, like, in the 1970s, you got, like, you know, some sort of, like, you know, like, what I guess would be what, like, equivalent of, like, my grandpappy, but, like, you know, like, your dad's dad, basically, just, like, making jokes like this, and then your dad, as to make you suffer, will, you know, parrot these same jokes later in life, and it's like, oh god. And the cycle continues.
Oh!
Those knee slappers, though.
ChatGPT!
Oh, ChatGPT! Oh.
Wait. Paul just, like, picked that up from chat. Wait, so an AI... oh, my God. An AI is now starting to get dad jokes. Oh, fuck me. Well, that was a really cringy dad joke. The AI really needs to work on it, but I mean, I would not be surprised if like some like union labor like boomer guy was making dad jokes like that. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was made if if the AI inferred that joke. That means at least some human out there did make that joke at one point.
God,
Killing it tonight, man.
Why have we even bothered having Paul on this show? We could have had Chat GPT.
Hired. Paul, you're fired for sure. Real Time with Bill Maher, and last week tonight also. Damn. Bill Maher.
Wait, even Bill Maher is getting fucked over it? Good. Fuck you, Bill Maher. Like, especially fuck you, Bill Maher. Like, you are just like, oh, dude, oh my god, you know what? It just reminded me. There's like, oh, do we want to implode and cringe? Like, because I now got reminded of, like, some just absurdity beyond absurdity. Alright, maybe. I'll keep the thought holding on, because, like, oh my god. Like, Bill Maher deserves it. Like, this guy, like, the guy used to go from, like, kind of a little bit of a, not really like a lefty, but at least like a kind of a progressive firebrand lib, type, to a literal, like, conservative boomer fuck that just whines and bitches about the young kids just are bitching about everything. It's just like, you just basically became that in a nutshell. It's like, oh, fuck. It's like you just literally became the old man yelling at kids about getting off your lawn every time they happen to walk by your fucking sidewalk. That is, the city's, not yours. It's like, oh my lord, man.
I mean, come on, Bill. You can't write some fucking jokes? You can't write
Bill Maher, like, he can't fucking write his own monologue or whatever? He can't write his own new rule?
It's weird. I guess he's fucking a talentless hack or something, right? Fuck. I wonder if all the comments are saying exactly what we're all thinking on this. Will this impact the White House press? No loss of...
Yeah, will this impact the White House press secretary?
It
was really good about going after, especially... Well, yeah, not anymore. Yeah, I mean, that was another thing that I actually liked him about, because he didn't really give a fuck about going after just religion really across the board. He would always kind of make jokes and always think it was silly. And treat, like, anyone who's, like, a hardcore religious extremist of really any stripe as kind of, like, essentially either a clown or a maniac. Or just a fucking abusive, exploitative sociopath of some sort. Or just dogging on the religion to some extent. Like, I mean... honestly, like, there was a period, like, even... Honestly, it was literally basically, like, around up until 2015, and shit, basically. And even then a little bit, like, it was more like 2016 more directly, because even then, like, around 2015, it was kind of like outright, kind of overt about, like, being pro-Bernie and shit at the time, at least initially. But then he rode the Hillary train, and then when she lost, he fucking broke, like a lot of other, like, more, like, democratic, like, progressive liberal types and shit, and their brains just malfunctioned ever since. And now at this point, at least a lot of them basically just, had their brains malfunction permanently. Not all of them. Some of them have kind of, like, come back from that, but, there's still a lot of them that are basically like Bill Maher at this point, that our brains are so broken they are now just basically drifting further, kind of more conservative. Maybe not outright far-right conservatism shit, from, like, the outright Republicans and stuff, because, I mean, Bill Maher still is like, well, the Republicans are just crazy loons and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, well, you parrot their same shit, you fucktard. So, like, what does that make you then, dip? It's like, ugh. And that's the thing. It's like, they basically they'll still, like, criticize a lot of, like, the far-right extremism shit, but still parry their stuff. And, like, still, like, given an outlet, basically, by just basically being, like, the more civil voice, for their fucking views and their fucking politics. It's just like, really? It's like, wow, like, good job, Mar, you fucking cretin. It's like, I used to actually at least have some respect, even if I did criticize him on various issues. But, like, at this point, oh my god, like, fuck him with a 10-foot cactus, with the most sharpest, longest little, like, spikes on that fucking cactus. Like, I'm talking, like, fucking, like, you know, some 6 inches, dude. Like, I mean, I want the spikes to hit him, you know, and go all the way in before the fucking cactus even begins to spread them, dude. It's good for him, but he's out of touch with face and shit. Well, I just need to get a haircut and take a shit. Well, yeah, like, because that is broadly fucking out of touch. Like, because the thing is, like, yeah, are those things good to do? Well, duh. I mean, you know, sure, but just simply saying that doesn't help fucking anything. It's like, that's just kind of, like, broadly par for the course. Like, that's just kind of a given, really. Like, you shouldn't have to, like, infer that when it comes to, like, here's how you fix yourself. It's like, that's not how you do it. Like, simply just getting a haircut and taking a shot. Like, and it's like, the thing is, like, what, you don't think that some of these dudes aren't? Or, if anything, most of them? Because, like, I mean, I know the joke is, like, a lot of these, like, lonely dudes just don't take showers, depressed, and just sit in the room all day, but a lot of them aren't, you know, necessarily. There is, like, a segment of them that do, for sure, but I mean, not all of them are doing that, you know, there are a lot of them out there that still, you know, have a job, still, you know, have at least a couple friends, you know, still go out and about and do shit, have a basic sense of hygiene and shit and stuff like that, you know, but there's just, like, a couple other parts, you know, that, you know, are kind of lacking shit, and those vary from, you know, for people and shit, you know, and, you know, it's like, you have to, like, you know, look at more of a nuanced approach about that type of shit. It's just like, I mean, it's more than just simply like, oh, yeah, it's literally just more than like, you know, take a shower, get a haircut, bro, just get a hobby, bro. Like, I mean, those are good things for sure. Like, I mean, especially when it comes to things like getting a hobby. I mean, I won't absolutely just rule that out. Like, because, I mean, you can, you know, be able to explain, you know, or expand into, like, friendships and shit like that and, you know, get into different social circles of hobbies, you know, for sure, but I mean, there's still other things that have to be, you know, implied before even getting to that point, in a way. Like, I mean, there has to be other, you know, like, things, you know, like, you know, discussed and put in place before, you know, just simply being like, go out there. Like, I mean, because, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, that's what you gotta do, but I mean, you can't just simply say, just do that and hope for the best. I mean, you have to at least, you know, like, look at other factors and shit, because there are. I mean, and it's, you know, and, like, yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that are, you know, on the individual for sure, but, you know, there's definitely a lot of other things, you know, about, like, other factors that, you know, need to be considered that need to be addressed as well. Here's what will solve most of mail loans, so just on this epidemic jump money. I mean, broadly, yeah, honestly, I do kind of think so, because, like, money means that you can go out there and go places and shit, you know, go to concerts, go to venues, go to clubs, this and that, and thus far more likely to go meet somebody, and thus, you know, is more likely that you can maybe get some cool shit and, you know, some stuff that kind of is like, hey, what's this thing, and have conversation pieces, shit like that. I mean, you know, like, if anything, it's more or less that, like, there's all these other, you know, like, all these small little things, you know, that kind of build up to these bigger things, like, you know, putting yourself out there and, you know, and, like, trying to, you know, find somebody and socializing and shit. I mean, and focusing on a lot of these other smaller variables is, like, you know, what helps, you know, broadly, you know, instills a confidence boost. Just simply saying, well, just be confident, bro, it does not help. They, you know, you have to, like, actually, you know, address and, like, you know, help out with these other variables to help, you know, have that individual get the confidence there. Because it's not just simply just telling them that. They're not going to just suddenly be like, oh, just be confident, thanks, let me just do that really quick. Like, this, because it's not how it works. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, it's always going to be kind of a broadly case-by-case scenario, but, I mean, you know, for the most part, I'd say, but, like, at the end of the day, there's a lot of very broad majority, you know, things that definitely glare up and shit. Money can't fix personality. Well, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily... Well, I mean, like, therapy. Well, the thing is, I mean, therapy shouldn't. Well, okay, one, it shouldn't have to cost money. Frankly, I mean, it should just be tied into healthcare. You know, like, honestly, I mean, it should be something that's insured and just, like, you know, not paid out of pocket or whatever the fuck. But that's just, you know, a side thing. think it'd be a matter of like us not picking up when I was not interested. Not sure. Though there are, I'd argue there's also definitely, plenty of dudes that maybe sometimes might not necessarily pick up when, women may also be interested, or at times where it's just like, at least for some variables, depending on the environment they may live in and, different circumstances, might not really have much availability of anybody to really kind of go after, so to speak, when it comes to a partner. Or even having just, like, a relationship, just because there isn't anyone, like, to kind of seek out, so to speak. Because they're either already taken or just simply not looking for those relationships. And the thing is with that, that's just like, I think, broadly a problem of just, education of like, hey, here's how to socialize and, talk to people. Like a lot of, the broader elementals and like, things that, in elementary and middle school and shit that should be taught to kids just simply aren't. And a lot of that, doesn't play a negative impact and role when it comes to doing literally just anything from like doing simple socialization or to even trying to find, potential partnership. And on top of that, like a lack of, sex education also plays a role to it too. It's not necessarily coinkydink. You see a lot of like, high birth, teen pregnancies and shit like that, in a lot of different southern states where there's pretty much not really much sex education and shit like that in comparison to not. These guys can't find a girl who is interested. Yeah. And, there's, and that, it's like another thing that, plays a role. Like, some chicks, whether they, are in a relationship or not, just, aren't. And, like, maybe it's not necessarily just because of the individual. Maybe it's just because they themselves aren't. Like, obviously it's just for my own personal thing. But, I mean, like, I'm not necessarily, going out of my way to, have a relationship or anything right now. Even though, for the most part, pretty much, like, all my friends are, kind of, like, getting little, like, dates here and there, or at least one of them has a girlfriend right now and shit, and it's, like, cool. I mean, for me right now, I just got other shit that I want to work on before I get to that point, and just, but, nonetheless, I can kind of tell it's, like, alright, well, there's, like, a, market out there, but I'm just not putting myself on it yet. I ain't gonna put, it's like, because I don't want to necessarily, put out anything that, I necessarily can't offer, Needs to explain a bit by psychology, so, yeah, I definitely don't disagree. Like, I definitely think there should be an expansion to sex ed, because, like, I mean, I, luckily was kind of legitimately privileged enough to have, some legit nuanced sex education growing up. But, I mean, there definitely, there definitely was, like, a lot of things that I, was lacking in that, just because there wasn't, broadly a total understanding about, like, sex and, gender, stuff like that, like we do now. So, it's like, as we learn more about these things, I mean, it's just from that virtue alone, but, just, really as a standard, I mean, there definitely needs to be more of an expansion just on a psychological aspect, too. It's not simple, saying, like, here's the parts and how they work, and here's the chemicals and the hormones that come from that, and blah, blah, blah. Here's what STDs are, and this and that, and it's like, this is what condoms are. It's like, I mean, that's good, especially, that's very valuable, but, there should be more than that, there should be, like, here's, like, how, it's like, here's kind of, like, broadly about, like, kind of how dating happens and stuff. Like, here's how, like, generally, for the most part, like, how some people, might go for dating. And here's, like, other ways that some people do it. Here's, like, what a monogamous relationship is. Here's, like, what a polyamorous relationship is. Stuff like that. And kind of delve into, like, more... at least, especially at least for high school level, at least, like, kind of a foundation about, like, kind of a general idea about, like, the psychology of how these things are and work and shit. Because, I mean, especially as if there is at least, like, a foundation of understanding of those things, I mean, over time, kids will actually, as they grow older to be full-on adults and shit, will kind of be able to, in some way be able to kind of infer the rest to some extent with, with things like experience and just, broader, development overall, as they kind of understand their own bodies and shit, over time, just with that education. I like how it went from like a Writers Guild of America strike to this. How do we even... Oh yeah, that's right, because Bill Maher. That's how we got here, because of Bill Maher. God damn you, Bill Maher. At least, you know what? I guess there's silver lining. Yeah, at least, is, adding to, some productive here indirectly because, at least, if there's some values that we can fuck on him to add to a productive discussion. At least I think so. Each man, especially. Well, yeah, I mean, I think, for that, it's just more or less like, well, I mean, I definitely think, there's at least, part of that for sure. But also a lot of it's just like, in a sense, like it, a part of it being coming to terms with like their own, like, sense of like identity shit. Because obviously there's like a lot of, like nerdy, dorky, quirky people and shit. I mean, honestly, I'm a nerdy, quirky dude. Like, I mean, in a lot of ways. And, like with that, obviously there's a level of social awkwardness and shit. And there, to some part, there, has to at least kind of be like a sense of embracement of it. I mean, because I definitely embrace my, like, kind of weird quirkiness and shit. I mean, I kind of show it off with my coworkers a lot and, and shit, just because I've known them long enough and everything. And they just know that I'm a quirky dude. Like, honestly, like, I mean, I legit thought this girl who was asexual was, like, legit threatening me for a second. I'm just like, because I was like, whoa, what the hell? And it's just like, oh, don't worry. I mean, if I'm doing that, I think you're a friend. I'm ace, I'm asexual, so, I don't really think, like, like, all sorts of, very certain, like, body touches are, like, totally, sexual. Obviously, I'm not going to try to, like, go down there and grab a junk or whatever, but, it's like, because, like, honestly, she would do this a lot. She would literally take a chunk of ice and would sneak up on me and, like, take my shirt and bloop, shove it in the shirt. And I would just be like, ah, god damn it. And she'll do shit like that. I'm just like, motherfuck. And at least for, like, a day or two, I honestly thought, she's like, she can't flirt me for a second. And, when she told me that, I was like, oh, okay. But I was just like, honestly, like, I mean, like, we're still bros, all in all, I guess. I mean, because we're still friends and shit. And, just because, like, I ended up kind of realizing, like, oh, she's kind of chill like that, actually. It's like, alright. Oh, so... Well, prayers to get laid. Well, honestly, like, I wouldn't want most, like, just regular old, like, just straight chicks, though. I kind of want, like, another quirky, like, well, not just chick, but just, like, any person. Like, if I want a partner, I want them to be kind of a little nerdy and quirky, too. I don't necessarily want, like, someone's just, like, I guess, vanilla, or just a regular, just average Joe Schmo, or I guess, like, average Jane, like... Jane Bane. I don't know. Like, it's like, I mean, for me, I don't necessarily want, like, just a, like, regular law of averages, so to speak. I always kind of find the ones who are a little bit more nerdy and quirky, just broadly as individuals and shit, to be a lot more interesting as people. At least got a lot more of an interesting story to tell about themselves. I mean, that's why, at least for myself, a little bit, at least just for me, personally, I kind of tend to just kind of embrace, just my broader selves and shit. Nerdy guys like to say. It's not really Portland girls, specifically. I mean, it's because, honestly, like, a lot of, like, average, like, PNW, like, Portland PDX chicks and shit, I mean, they're, I don't know, it's hard to, like, absolutely, like, gauge, but... I mean, there definitely is an archetype for sure. Actually, I feel like there's, like, a couple different archetypes. Like, I would say there's, like, as kind of, like, stereotypically I'm saying here, not necessarily, like, very specifically to, like, anything, but, all in all, like, I'd say there's at least, like, kind of, like, the rad lib type of, chick out, like, where they are a little quirky and shit, but you have to hear about, like, their astrology, and then, like, how they're, like, you know, like, basically kind of borderline woke scoldy rad femmes and shit, you know, like, might be NIMBY, honestly, kind of, like, just very, very liberal and shit in a lot of things, you know, but nonetheless, you know, kind of progressive, but, you know, may not be turfy, you know, that's always going to be a coin toss. And then you kind of get, like, a little bit more of the, kind of like the PNW, kind of like more lefty progressive types who, you know, there's more of a chance they might, there's still a chance there's going to be some astrology shit, by the way. I just putting that right the fuck out there. Which, by the way, cringe. I'm just going to put that out there. Astrology is fucking cringe. But either way, it's something that you unfortunately may or may not have to endure. But, like, at least with this, you know, kind of archetype, it's a little bit more broad, because it might just be kind of like this little, like, kind of PNW, like, kind of lumberjack indie punk vibe a little bit, or it might be kind of like this quirky, kind of like pagan-esque, kind of like, you know, hippie vibe. I mean, it's kind of broad a little bit. I mean, there even might be a little, like, you know, garnishes of kind of like, you know, gothic or emo-ish, you know, elements there. Maybe some, you know, kind of like broader metalhead elements a little bit. You know, and if that's the case, then it's actually less likely there's going to be some astrology shit going on. If you get, like, kind of a hippy-dippy type, more likely there's going to be some astrology shit. If you kind of get the gothic kind of metalhead types in this archetype, then far less likely. And then you get the third one, and these are, like, almost similar to the first archetype, but they're, like, hardcore vegans. And they're also more NIMBY, a lot more neolib, and just, like, center of the road, just hardcore, like, DNC loyal types and shit, and think, like, they're the savior of humanity and shit. Like, I mean, you kind of get these archetypes and shit, and then you kind of get the fourth, like, kind of quirky, kind of just full-on punk, metalhead type and shit like that. I mean, you just kind of, you know, you kind of get that archetype in any major city, though. You're always going to have, like, a, you know, niche group of metalheads, mainly because, like, a lot of metal shows are going to be in the big cities in the state. So, especially for, like, a lot of cities that have, like, you know, a high rate of metal bands going through them, like Portland, Seattle, like, or Dallas and shit like that, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're going to see a lot of metalheads probably in those cities. And, you know, and Portland is no exception. There's definitely, you know, a decent, you know, healthy amount of metalheads that, you know, are kind of a minority around here. You know, so, all in all, like, I mean, it's, you know, like, I'd say there's, like, you know, a large variety of just various different people, and honestly, like, you know, these archetypes do not have, like, you know, some racial or any other fucking background element. It's just literally a PNW Portland-specific, you know, thing for those archetypes. You can literally be of any fucking background, you know, and fit those type of archetypes, basically. If you are born and raised here or live here long enough. So there's that is because it really is kind of a PMW's like PDX kind of vibe, you know, when it, you know, for those type of archetypes. Because I see them a lot, like I mean, because those are like the big, like, you know, kind of stereotypical things I see. Not really necessarily just of chicks, but also a lot of dudes too. You know, so especially if like the PNW like lumberjack aesthetic, like, that kind of crosses over with, like, all the four archetypes, basically. Like, you're always going to see, like, some plaid on somebody up here. Like, I mean, it's almost guaranteed there's, like, someone's got, like, at least some form of plaid if you live in the PNW. I do. I got plaid. So, like, I mean, there's always, you know, pretty much a guarantee. If someone's got plaid up here, then, yep, they're a true, you know, Pacific Northwesterner. From what I gather, I think a lot of it comes from Indian guys tend to be geeky nerdy. The fact that they're not used to staying because they have range managers there. Yeah, and that's, you know, cringe. Range manager is gross. And yeah, I guess because of that, they're not used to having to, like, kind of put out. They're just used to having to hand it to them because their families arrange it. So it's like, they're used to basically their moms and dads arranging that shit with the other family. It's like, well, yeah, like, what work do you have to do, you know, to win that person over? Nothing. I mean, it is kind of, you know, at least a part of it at the end of the day. It's like, there is at least, you know, some, you know, element of, like, you know, using these different things and, you know, trying to, like, at least, you know, work within the means of, you know, those variables and shit to try to, like, you know, at the end of the day, you know, still better yourself. But I mean, it's still like, you know, obviously not just as simple as doing that. You have to like, you know, in a sense, work with what you can, but like, I mean, it's like I said, not that simple, and it just also, like I said, does really kind of does kind of depend on the environment too, because like for my, you know, like dating pool, if I were to put myself out there to try to find someone to date, like it's a lot more like there's a lot more variety in a sense, and a lot more like potential in that sense up here, more so than like, you know, like somewhere in the South, like, you know, fucking like Texas, or, you know, or one of those states. You know, so like, I mean, you know, to a certain extent, like there is a, like, you know, various like regional and environmental factors that I think also kind of play a role to this. I don't think it's not necessarily just social factors. I think a lot, you know, I think part of it is, you know, I think a major part is like socioeconomic additional factors, and then some of it is, you know, at least to a lesser extent regional, and then like other factors are like different social factors and shit, which, you know, those vary, you know, dime a dozen. If anything, you know, just because of how much that varies, you know, that is one of the more bigger ones. Well, in the dating pool. In the past, yeah. Like I said, I just haven't, you know, overtly been wanting to put myself out there, but at least at times where I've kind of, you know, inferred, you know, about being open and stuff, about, you know, and that type of shit. Yeah, I've is full of women ready to go if that's their thing. Yeah, whether it's one night stands or maybe having a friends with benefits or whatever the fuck. I'm not kidding. I mean, yeah, like Portland really is kind of a slutty town. Like, there are sluts and whores who are men and women, you know, like alike, who will just fuck, okay? Like, I mean, we're a horny town up here. Like, I mean, I'm not really kidding. I mean, there's like straight up, like, you know, sex clubs up here. Like, you know, there's fucking, like, you know, strip clubs galore. Fucking, like, you know, 18, like, or, well, like 21 and plus bars that are also, like, you know, adult bars, or like down below. There's like dungeons and stuff that, yeah, I'm not kidding, where shit goes down. Like, I'm not kidding. Portland's like a horny place. I'm shitting you not. Like I said, if I wanted to, I could go out of my way to go to these different places and find somebody. Like, I mean, if I really wanted to. I mean, I just don't, because it's just not my thing right now. You know, I'm just like, you know, not necessarily want to put that effort yet. You know, eventually, but not right now. I mean, if someone is just like, oh yeah, let's fuck right now, and we're in a situation where we can't, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to pass it up, I'm just saying, but, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm not, like, actively going to be seeking it right now. Can you give free night stand in Portland? Because I need a new one. Considering that there's different, like, they're not, like, underground, but you have to basically kind of, like, know people, you know, to go there, and there's, like, a fee to enter them, and shit like that. But, I mean, for a different sex club and stuff, like, if you're looking for a one-night stand or a free night stand or whatever, you know, when it comes to going there, yeah, you'll find them. If, like, you're really adamant about looking for that. Because you'll find someone who's enough of a slut to fuck you. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, PDX really is a little bit different. Like, I'm sure there's, like, you know, I mean, I'm sure, like, you know, different cities that have progressive spaces, you know, do vary and have at least some element of this. But Portland is a little bit, you know, unique where, yeah, we have a shitload of strip clubs, different sex clubs, you know, really very sex positive around up here and shit. And I mean, I don't know, like, statistically, like when it comes to, like, you know, loneliness and, you know, struggling to find partners and shit, like, I don't know, like, if there is, like, regional or state-by-state data about that, but if there is, I actually would legit be kind of curious to look at it, because, I mean, I probably would imagine at least, like, maybe Oregon as a state broadly probably, you know, doesn't really have as much, I mean, it probably does, you know, to some extent, but maybe not as much of an issue in comparison to, like, maybe the rest of the country and shit. You know, I'm not saying Oregon's, like, isolated in that instance, but at least, like, states that have, like, you know, a lot of the more broader, like, kind of progressive, you know, somewhat, like, sex positive, like, type policies and shit like that, I kind of feel like there's maybe somewhat less of an issue, even though it's still there. It's not like, a lot of these things about, like, male loneliness and things like that aren't, or not just necessarily male loneliness, but just, yes, but, while that's more of the predominant problem with loneliness, but just loneliness, period, like, I mean, a lot of it definitely, is, I feel like, maybe regionally does kind of vary a little bit, which is why I feel like maybe to a lesser extent, region, based on where you live might, also kind of partly play a role in it. Because I also feel like, for where I live, being so close to PDX, I'm sure I have, just based off that, just in the state, different potential and opportunity when it comes to, like, having a sexual partner, way more so in comparison to someone like Eastern Oregon, like in bumfuck Madras or something like that. It's not like I couldn't find someone out there, probably, but less likely, so, I do think there's at least somewhat of a role, at least when it comes to regional elements like that. Not that much. I mean, I will admit, I don't think it plays that big of a role, but I do think it probably plays more of a role than people probably want to say, which is why I bring it up. Because, yeah, if you live in, like, a more southern area, at least for U.S. sake, or maybe, like, a more, like, rural area where it's less populated, yeah, not likely. It's probably going to be, a lot more harder of a struggle when it comes to that. When you're dating pools smaller, your chances are higher. It's just, yeah. Do you have any of these kinds available? Wait, what's this? What the fuck? Okay, my potential. Hold on. I mean, wait, let me read that again. Let me make sure I didn't, like, skip any other things. Okay, yeah. So you guys, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that just, is a lot of due to, like, social norms and culture and shit. Because a lot of our culture heavily pushes the idea of, like, the older you get, the more, interest of having, like, the ability to settle down, is, more of what you're wanting to be interested in. But also the problem, social, like, social economic conditions about that, it's getting way fucking harder to do that. To have, like, more wealth and higher income earning potential. Like, I mean, it's way more harder for young people to get to that point, like, by really, like, any metric and shit in comparison to back in the older days. I mean, which definitely plays a major role in that. Like, if there's, like, a lack of opportunity to get, more wealth or a higher income earning potential, or at least, like, an actual stable career and opportunity, then the less likely you're going to be able to, have an ability to settle down, essentially. Which is where the socioeconomic conditions aspect plays a role in, too. Where, I guess, obviously Rose was kind of, mentioning earlier, it's like, I think, like, one issue would help a lot. Money. Well, that's why. I mean, because, I mean, to some extent, there is a role that does play to that. But, the current, economic system is goddamn near impossible to do so unless, you end up in a very certain type of trade and shit. Because unless you're, like, a lineman or, some sort of, like, a plumber or some other shit like that, like in some, long-term career trade, especially if it's in, like, a union job type of aspect and shit, like, there isn't exactly not many opportunities, when it comes to being able to, like, get a leg up and actually have, like, a legit, decent, means of wealth, especially in a means to increase that over time, especially the longer you work that type of career. It. You just simply respond with it. Damn, what do you say, Stoney? What do you say to that claim? It. Yeah, damn, fast. Let's see. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that can date or, be in, in a relationship, but not necessarily, have sex. I mean, but, that's just their decision, I guess. I mean, if they want to do that. I personally want to, you know, like, because I'm a sexual being, but yeah, I mean, you know. I guess she'll, so someone really wish she goes stay touch on. I am, but it's because religion, lol. Oh shit, are you kind of spinning around with that Muslim chick? Oh shit. Man, if only Venom was here, because I know he's the one who, like, really wanted you to, like, you know, get up and hook up with her, dude. I'll convert her someday. Hey! Oh, shit! Determination! It's the exception, not the rule. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, it's just something that I personally don't 100% get. Like, I understand it, but I don't totally get it. That's just because I'm a sexual being. Yeah, I'm ignorant. Yeah. We're all ignorant over here because we're all ignorists. I like... Oh, my God. That's how I'm going to start calling you all that. My ignorant audience. The ignorance. Oh my god, that's a perfect name too. Followers of ignorism, the ignorance. Oh my god! God damn it, Rose. Holy shit, that was... Man, how did I not even think of that? Man. Man, Rose just like fucking one-upped me on that one. I'm gonna have to sacrifice him first for the cult. I was thinking about like a goat, but now I don't know now. They say sexual is borderline thing. Well, yeah, because they're dating someone's like sexual. Like, I mean, the chick that I was talking about earlier from my work who's Ace, I mean, she's dating somebody that I think is, you know, a sexual person. But, you know, as far as I'm aware, I don't think they're fucking, but honestly, like, I have an inference that they probably are. Because the thing is, there also are asexual people that do have sex still. I mean, they just don't, like, which, this is why I don't get asexuality in sometimes. Because, like, there are people who are ace, but, like, also fuck. It's like, huh? Like, wait, like, I thought you were, what, like, huh? and I don't get it. If, in a lot of ways, from my understanding, at least for how some of them have explained it, at least from, like, from some, not, you know, I haven't, you know, like, I don't know any about, you know, when it comes to that situation, but I have seen some explanations on here, and pretty much it all, for them, comes down to, it's like, well, I love my partner so much that, you know, I support and love them, and, you know, consent to letting them have sex with me and shit, because, like, I love them that way. Like, I mean, I don't, you know, care about the sex itself, but I'm willing to go all out or whatever for them, because, like, you know, I love them, you know, so, like, I mean, which is like, so, like, okay. So I'm like, I'm assuming maybe there's just something about people who are ace that, like, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, what makes someone, like, sexual, basically, like, that's just not there for them. I'm just assuming that. It's not like they don't acknowledge sex and shit, but, like, they just, that type of wiring is just not there, which, that's just, I think, honestly, I think that's just kind of what it might be a little bit. But I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know if I totally get it or am, you know, would. It's like one of the elements about, like, the broader elements about sexuality that I don't think I'm totally going to get. Which, whatever, it's fine. I don't care. Like, people can be that way if they want. It's not my problem. Not a big deal to me. Acid, under very specific circumstances, when the planets align, there's a blue moon, and the comet that killed the dinosaurs passes by Earth. Okay, that is exaggeration, but the stuff might be true. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. Yeah. I mean, there's just some elements about, like, human psychology that are just tricky and quirky. And that's kind of the thing. Like, I mean, I think a lot of this kind of broadly, you know, stems from the fact that, like, when it comes to human psychology, I think that's just not something that's, you know, generally, like, you know, given, like, a layman's sense to education to people. Like, not necessarily, like, on some college level, but also, like, on more elemental levels or, like, on the high school, middle school level. Because, like, humans be quirky and are awkward sometimes, and, you know, are hard to work with occasionally, and sometimes it's kind of hard to navigate with humans socially. So, like, I mean, having at least, you know, an education for people to kind of get a basic idea of, like, you know, social, you know, just kind of social norms, like, you know, like, hey, here's how you talk to people, here's, like, how you interact with, you know, like, you know, certain, you know, situations when it comes to, like, maybe trying to find a date, or this or that, or whatever the fuck, like, I mean, you know, like, basically, like, legitimate, like, you know, social classes. Not, like, you know, like, a social studies, like, oh, we're here to, like, you know, catch up on your homework. But, like, an actual, like, social studies. Like, about, like, you know, human social behaviors and shit like that. You know, at least on a high school level, just kind of get the rundown about that type of shit. And then on a college level, like, yeah, you know, get to more specifics and, you know, details and shit, and, like, more nuances about, like, all the various specificities of, like, you know, human psychology and shit, because obviously a lot of people are into psychology and want to get into that field, so, hence why it's there, so. But either way, I think, you know, there just needs to be a basic foundation that's, like, a part of the core curriculum of, like, yeah, here's how humans work. Because I don't think that's taught, you know, at least nowhere near well enough. I don't think just, like, you know, simply just be like, here you go, little Timmy, you know, just figure it out. Like, I don't think that's exactly how, you know, like, learning, you know, how being, you know, like, a social butterfly is gonna work, you know. I don't think that's exactly how it helps. Just throwing you to the wolves exactly doesn't really help much. Never lied veto, never. Well, yeah. Obviously, you know, for someone like you and someone who's asexual, probably won't work. I guess unless they're willing to put it out. I mean, because I know some that apparently do. It's, again, asexual, I don't get it. Like, some do. So, whatever. And if they do, well, then go at that to your heart's content. Good over well. Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, before we kind of get to the step that I'm talking about, we need to kind of, you know, get into a more bigger reformation of this education system. And to start, paying teachers a lot more is, like, really something that, you know, needs to, you know, kind of start when it comes to, like, addressing that. Because the work that teachers have to do and shit, especially, like, considering their workloads already, and how classes are fucking ridiculously overworked and shit. Like, I mean, yeah. And that's also just another problem. And then you got these conservatives who are taking over, like, school council meetings and shit. And probably, not just with the whole woke narrative, but, like, you know, also use probably some of this other shit as a justification to be like, see, this is why private schools and homeschooling is more important, blah, 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 blah. Like, ugh. You know that's purposeful, too. Like, a lot of the right wing especially want public education to be more fucked, just so, you know, like, these type of people can, you know, be less educated, be more miserable, be more, like, you know, fucked up and not able to, like, you know, go out and enjoy themselves, because, like, so much of this fucking party is just, like, basically just built on cruelty at this point. Woodshop waste time and money. It definitely isn't. Like, there's still a lot of, like, woodworkers and, you know, people that work with wood to this day. Like, that is definitely not a useless fucking work. Like, there's still a lot of tradesmen and still a lot of, like, woodworkers and, like, woodshop operators and shit that are out there. Like, that's still, like, a meritable trade right now. Never woodshop my schools. I did. I never took them, but goddamn, I honestly wish I did. I took culinary classes, though. I'm really happy I took those classes. we also had, hold on. We also had, here, hold on, so let me just do this real quick. We actually had this whole, like, separate school that was literally just, like, a little, like, elective course trade school for the local high school element of the school district. And, like, and this is just, like, a handful of the classes that they had there. They had culinary classes. They had, like, radio classes, so if you wanted to get into radio and shit like that, or, like, you know, kind of, you know, basics like sound production, shit like that, classes for that. Automotive, like, shop work and shit like that. Firefighter classes and shit. Forestry classes, law enforcement classes and shit. So if you want to get into, like, you know, law enforcement investigations, shit, and stuff like that, you know, they had class for that. And, like, all sorts of other shit. I mean, it was just, like... I mean, the plethora of the various different things that were there that were actually, you know, set up is directly to give, you know, kids a potential to, like, actually, you know, have, like, some basic skills to get into a, you know, type of career. So if they wanted to get into firefighting, like, there were classes there that they can at least have, you know, some basic skills to legit get into that career. Or, you know, whatever the fuck, like, you know, for forestry or anything else. Or resources to school. Well, yeah, I guess, like, when it comes to, like, you know, school by school, sure. But, like, at least when it comes to having different, like, you know, trade elective, like, classes, you know, like, if there's actual genuine interest, you know, at the school for it, then, yeah, like, if anything, expand and invest further into it. I mean, and to a certain degree, like, a lot of these, you know, certain classes and certain courses and shit tend to not really get a lot of enrollment and stuff like that because of how fucked they get defunded and how fucked they get. Because, like when I was in high school for my high school part of my educational career and shit, like, there was always, like, this back and forth because our high school specifically wanted to focus a lot of their funding on sports and shit like that because that was, like, their whole big thing. And when it came to, like, arts just broadly, let alone just, like, the music element of that, like, I mean, they would, you know, try to find, you know, any excuse under the sun to either try to get rid of classes or just simply, you know, not fund them you know, really that much. Or at least just give them, like, the bare minimal of funding so they at least had enough to maybe, like, you know, have, you know, like, the printed, like, music sheets that they needed or whatever the fuck and shit like that. Or maybe, like, you know, some different, like, you know, trumpet oil or, you know, shit like that. Or, like, spare, like, you know, sax reeds, you know, or, like, you know, clarinet reeds, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, playing those instruments. You know, just some basic stuff like that. You know, nothing really super significant. And, like, so many different things were just, like, you know, when it came to, like, you know, the school's instruments were just, like, old, beat up, you know, like, had issues with them, all sorts of other shit. And, you know, it was just, like, a lot of problems. Like, I mean, and also, like, got fucked over being able to play in Starlight one year, and also had our jazz class, when it came to our jazz ensemble, taken out for a year because there wasn't enough enrollment, quote unquote, even though there was, and I was trying to get into that class too at that year. And they happened to take it out, but because there was such a hoopla about it, the very next year they brought it back, and they were like, okay, we're bringing it back now. And kind of realized that they made a major fucking mistake of that, because, like, it's, at least when it comes to our music arts program, our jazz ensemble is legit, like at least statewide, legit actually kind of decorated. Like, we've placed first in various, including when I was there, you know, placed first in different, like, you know, state competitions and shit, so, and, you know, and also, before, this jazz club in Portland closed, there was a place called the Gimme Max Jazz Club, but after the owner passed away, the place shut down, but before it did, I mean, I never got a chance to just, like, partake there as a patron, but I got to play there, and that was fucking awesome. You know, so, I mean, like, just different shit like that, you know, it's just like, you know, especially when it comes to school by school, like, I mean, sometimes it's not necessarily just because, like, there isn't really, like, enough enrollment, but sometimes those administrations, like, you know, just focus way too much on a certain thing, especially when it comes to, like, you know, sports funding and shit like that. So, because there's, like, so many different scholarships and different programs, especially when it comes to, like, oh, can they get into, like, a big national team or whatever the fuck, or, like, really recognized college team or some shit, like, that's always such a big deal for some high school, so they hyper fund shit like that. And, and don't really necessarily focus too much on other aspects, and because of it, because, the funding to those classes lack, they don't really have the proper like resources to really make the class fun or fulfilling or actually like worthwhile. So yeah, of course, when it comes to that, yeah, kids aren't really necessarily going to be too keen on taking those classes, and sometimes just use that as an excuse, just cut the class entirely. I mean, granted, obviously there are some elements where, like, yeah, maybe these classes are, relatively funded and aren't, struggling in any way, but yeah, probably just don't have a good enrollment, and and seeing what, like, students are more interested in instead of that class, would probably, be the best result. So if, like, instead of wood shop, they're probably more into, like, having, like, an automotive class or something like that, just, replace, that and just, like, maybe, like, next year, like, get, some extra budget into funding to basically, like, add, like, an automotive shop somewhere to the campus or something. It's like, I mean, some shit like that. So if there's like certain elements about like like 12 classes that aren't necessarily doing too well, just on the virtue that you just don't really necessarily have enrollment, see what people are more into and replace those classes with those type of elective classes and shit. Because in a way, sometimes like like when it comes to like an area, maybe like woodshop isn't necessarily like the biggest industry, so to speak, but like automotives are and shit, so like having like, certain, trades or like certain elective classes, bent kind of like on, like what the local like trade economy is also kind of not necessarily a bad idea. If anything, actually kind of a good idea. Because then it kind of helps, give some basic skills, to people who are growing up, and once they're young adults and shit, at least have some basic level of skill to get into the trades that are at least in their local area already. So, in a way, it kind of helps at least bolster the economy in that sense, because then you have at least people that legit have some skilled trades, or at least have like some skill in a particular trade. Because one of my friends did as a machinist, but the only main reason why I stopped doing that was mainly because like the turnover rate was so fucking ridiculously high, he didn't really necessarily see it as worth it. But was able to at least, take a lot of those skills, and now works at Bob's Red Mill with that. So he works at a worker co-op bakery that's started up here in town, and the CEO, Bob, also will occasionally, take a walk around. He's actually talked to him occasionally, and it's actually legit a really cool dude. Like, when, like, them as a corporation get bonuses, like, everyone does, and it's like, goddamn, that's actually kind of based. So it's like, fuck, it's like, I mean, I might just, once I have an opportunity to get there really easily, I'm taking that, because goddamn. Right now it would be kind of hard for me to get there, and especially considering the hours that they do offer and shit. It would definitely be pretty, pretty brutal. I mean, to an extent, but you know what, it'd be up my alley, though. So, I like it. But that would probably be a little bit more maybe of a long-term thing. What are you doing, boo-boo? What's up, pup? I don't know why I made shadow 2 words. Wait, what happened? The tree shadow is making... Oh, wait, I have yet to have the need to use anything beyond the most multiplication division on my daily life. When the hell am I gonna need to calculate the hypotenuse of a triangle that the tree's shadow is making? I mean, no shit. I mean, I do find myself, using at least, more geography and stuff like that, more than anything. Or at least, more, like, math when it comes to, like, cooking and stuff. But that's about as far as it goes. Like, most math that I was taught doesn't pertain to that at all. So, I mean, like, and honestly, I mean, for at least geography's sake, I mean, well, also, I guess fractions and stuff because of music. Because there's, like, BPM, and then there's like, you know, the whole time signature, which is a fraction, and then, you know, and the thing is, I honestly, like, I mean, for me, the math actually has to be something that I can incorporate into things that actually mean something. Like, I mean, there's a lot of math in music, and I know a lot about that math, and I'm actually, you know, fairly, you know, have a decent, strong understanding about, like, you know, math and music. But when it comes to, like, calculus, like, I'm literally the equivalent of a fucking... I'm the equivalent of Zukov in intelligence when it comes to that, okay? Like, I mean, it's literally beyond my grasp. Like, I'm not even gonna attempt to explain what the fuck calculus is. I just know it's a thing. I just am not even gonna attempt it. I know in class fill measuring cup to a specific line. I mean, that too. I mean, you know, like... And also, if you get good enough at cooking, you can kind of eyeball it. And also, when it comes to, like, weighing things out, like, eventually you kind of can feel for it, too. Like, I can kind of gauge about where a pound is, you know, just by feeling for it. Like, I can legit gauge that type of shit now, because, yeah, I can't tell you how many times I'm like, I need a half pound of this, or a pound of that, and blah, 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 when it comes to, like, you know, food and shit, or deli meat and stuff. And given enough time, you know, I've kind of been able to kind of gauge what a pound is, and... you know, been able to just, like, kind of infer from there. And honestly, like, it feels very light, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, adding, you know, weight to it at about a half a pound. And once you get about 3/4 of a pound, that's when it starts feeling like there's weight to it. And that's when you start feeling like it's about a pound. Like, it sounds really weird, you know, just saying it like that. But, like, I mean... like, think about it. Take, like, if you get, like, you know, the prepackaged, like, pounds of pre-sliced, like, you know, meat or something, you know, at the grocery store, or if you have a grocery store that has a deli and you get, you know, some meat cut up and stuff, like, deadass, get a pound of it, and then, like, you know, kind of, you know, take, like, you know, each slice at a time and add, or, like, you know, take a little chunks of it at a time and add it up, like, guarantee you, like, you'll kind of start to realize what I'm talking about. Because when you add, like, you know, have, like, you know, about a quarter pound or, like, you know, about a sandwich worth of meat, like, in your hand, it doesn't feel like anything. But if you add, like, about 2 sandwiches worth, you start feeling a little something. But once you add, like, you know, the rest of it, that's when you actually kind of start feeling the weight. So there legitimately is kind of, like, a gauge, you know, a little bit when it comes to, like, weighting something that light. It's, again, it sounds a little weird, but, I mean, you kind of have to, like, you know, have something there to, you know, like, to weigh up to a pound, you know, to kind of get what I'm talking about. But, I mean, if you got, like, a pound of sliced meat somewhere, then, you know, yeah, you can infer from there. You can figure it out. Look off. Oh, Jesus, he just, like, bounced up intentionally, like, what? He called my name. What's up, bye-bye? What you doing, little street boy? Even though I rolled up in a little ball and I shouldn't see your plums, I still see your fucking plums, dude. Like, what the hell? I swear, like, he has a package of a Mastiff. It's like, good lord, man. It's like, if that's what you got going on there, I don't know. I don't want to fucking know what the rest of is going on down there. Like, I mean, because, Jesus, dude. Like, why do they protrude so much? Like, I don't want to see those, man. Like, fuck. He's just staring at me like, what? I swear, he's gonna, like, start wagging his tail, then they're just gonna be more exposed. I should probably distract him, actually, because then I don't have to see him. If he's over here and I can see his big old face. Come here. Oh, now you're not moving. Oh, he knows. He knows what he's doing. Oh, no, he got too focused on the treat. There we go. Yeah, see? This little pretty face is what I want to say. This is the pretty face. Oh, okay. You just punched my gut. Why are you punching my... Okay, don't be slapping me. Look at you. Oh my god, you fucking little freak. You're a freak. You're a freak of huge plums. Oh my god. Hey. Oh my god. He's like, fine, there's the ball. Now give me it. You're a goof. Oh my goodness. Oh, who's this way, boy, boy? Who's boy? I'm gonna squeeze you until you popped. You just a little sweet boy. Hey, whoa, chill. Hey. Here, this is a little dental treat so you can clean your teeth with. Oh! Why do you do that every fucking time, man? What? Oh my god. You just busted my, like, my nut, not in the, ow! Hey, I don't trust you. Don't be trying to bust my nuts, okay? Ow. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Oh my god, this dog's a fucking freak. Man, this shit's crack to you. This is like your goddamn crack cocaine, bro. Oh my god! Whoa! Holy shit. Fuck! God, what is that? Is crack? Jesus. Ah. I felt that and it didn't feel good. Ow. I mean, at least I have like my, like, you know, like my sport shorts and then, you know, my boxers. So I actually have like some padding going on. So it wasn't that bad, but, ugh. Ow. It still hurt. What a you're a dick. Maybe controversial, but in terms of street level major villains, Joaquin Phoenix Joker's most believable motivation. True. No, that's not controversial with me. I mean, well, he's not a street level villain. I was about to say Thanos, but he's not a street level villain. You did emphasize that. You know, because he also has a believable, you know, motivation, but, I mean, he's not a street, you know, villain. He's not at all. So, yeah, I mean, but, yeah, but for Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, oh, absolutely. I mean, I truly, frankly, at least in my opinion, love that movie. It's one of the more better, you know, like, it's not really a superhero movie, but I guess it technically is. I mean, I personally love it a lot. I remember 1, 2 sums up perfectly. My villain orange story is having a job. True! My mother got, every villain story is like, my mother got hit by a bus, the world will know my pain. Instead it should be like, why are you doing this? What? Have you seen what I have to pay rent for? Oh my god, yep, basically. I think that's why, like, Joaquin Phoenix, well, like, you know, like, you know, with the Joker, like, I mean, I think that's why so many people legit love that movie, because, like, the motivation is something that people legitimately, like, really relate to. I mean, I know there was, like, at the time, like, a soft, like, kind of element of conservatives trying to kind of, like, co-opt it as, like, their thing a little bit. It's like, yeah, he's, like, you know, like, going after the clown world and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, he's, like, the antithetical thing. Like, I mean, my God. Like, I mean, which shows that, if anything, either they took the exact opposite from the fucking movie, or they didn't watch it. Like, because if they're thinking, oh yeah, he's going after the clown world, like, no. Like, the reason why is because, like, the world saw him as a clown and, like, you know, nothing more than just, like, something that needs to, you know, be kind of tossed off into the trash, and he wanted to be recognized and be like, yo, like, hey, like, I mean, there's people not just like me, you know, that are out there that are struggling and shit, and, you know, it's like, like, and it's people like you and motherfuckers that want to gawk and gloat at us that, you know, are the problem, not us. You know, not the ones that you think are clowns. You know, like, I mean, the whole symbology of it being clown and shit is just because of the whole element of Joker, and with the character of Arthur. Like, what's that his name? Arthur? I'm pretty sure it was. Like, you know, when it comes to, like, that character, he, you know, that was, you know, like, a part of him having the job of being, like, a street clown and shit, or a street performer in that sense. Like, that was kind of a part of the symbology to it. Because, like, Arthur Fleck. Yeah, Arthur Fleck. Yeah, you're right, yeah. I know it was Arthur something, but yeah, Arthur Fleck. Yeah. Because part of it was, like, especially in the scene where he got beat up in the alley, like, the whole, this broader symbology of him having that job is basically, like, yeah, like, he's treated like a clown, and the whole symbology kind of reflects that. Because his boss sees him like that. I mean, you know, even his coworkers to an extent see him like that, and kind of take him for one. I mean, including trying to manipulate his, you know, broader mental health and shit to be like, here, take this gun and blah, 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 blah. Which led up, you know, to a lot of other fucking, you know, circumstances and shit. I mean, you know, like, I mean, there's a lot of different symbology to that, and a lot of it is based off of kind of a general leftist perspective. I mean, because of the whole problems of, like, working conditions, worker division, and the fact that, like, you know, lack of addressal towards mental health is, you know, not considered, and the fact that, like, you know, like, all these different things, you know, are very heavily played on. Like, there is legit kind of a somewhat, like, at least broadly anti-neoliberal, anti-capitalistic kind of messaging to it. Maybe not overtly, but at least, you know, for the neoliberal part, yeah. But if anything, especially, you know, the mental health awareness part, where literally everything is against someone. Yeah, I mean, because it really was. And that's kind of the reason why he lashed out and wanted to at least be recognized, and he was. And then the end of the movie, I also love it too, where it's just like, it's kind of inferred that he, you know, was attempting to escape, you know, the insane asylum there, but you don't really know if he actually did or not. Like, I mean, you know, so there's also that shit, too. So, it's like, I mean, there's definitely some, like, really cool shit about that movie, honestly. And also, another really, this is not really, like, a plot-based thing, but at least when it comes to, like, the imagery, like, if you notice about the blood, it kind of looks like a glitter, almost. It kind of looks like glitter. Like, a very dark burgundy glitter, almost. Like, it doesn't look like traditional blood at all. Like, and that was specifically done artistic, like, as an artistic, you know, piece and shit. Which, I mean, I don't know if it's really meant to symbolize anything other than just kind of like a creative, artistic, you know, element of kind of, you know, making maybe the blood as kind of like a more Cirque du Soleil type of, like, kind of glittery, you know, thing, you know, as a broader symbolism to the whole kind of clownish nature about everything. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's still really cool, though. And it's something that's, you know, really noticeable if you kind of pay attention to it. Because obviously blood kind of has, like, kind of reflection to it. Like, if it pulls up enough and, you know, has, like, you know, if light's on it, like any liquid will have, you know, like, light reflection to it. But it's not traditional light reflection. It's, like, straight up, like, a glitter, you know, straight up type of reflection. There's a roach above my bed, and I'm waiting for it to move before I vacuum it away. I would... Dude, if you just vacuum it, it's gonna probably eventually find its way out. Like, you gotta, like, you know, fucking kill that fucker. Now, I don't mean just behead it, but, like, you know, like, cut it, like, vertically, like, you know, so the head and everything on, like, the whole body's split in half. Like, you're gonna have to find a way to, like, really kill it. Like, I mean, like, hell no. You're gonna have to, like, outright smush the shit out of it. Smush smush, dude, like sledgehammer status. Well, maybe not full on sledgehammer, but you get the point. Like, something really nice and hard and firm to just, like, just crush that bastard. Man, I don't know, like, I know roaches are, you know, are in Oregon, but thank fuck that I've never, ever seen anything, you know, like a roach around here. I have not had to ever deal with roaches. Ants, yes. Fruit flies, yes. I mean, fuck, fleas even, yeah. But, like, roaches, no. In a way, I'd rather have a roach in comparison to fleas, though. Fleas are the worst. Fuck that shit. Because, like, you know, like, especially if you have a pet, like, oh my god, sometimes, especially if you have multiple pets, oh my god, it can be hard to get rid of them. Because, like, you know, you'll flea treat the pets, and then you'll flea bomb the whole house, but sometimes you'll get, like, one or two little fuckers there in, like, a little crevice or some shit, and probably have, like, a little nest or something, and then they get repopulated, and eventually they hop on either you or them, you know, for your pets and shit, and then, you know, you just get the fucking infestation back. And it's like, you know, shit gets, dude, sometimes, at least around here in Oregon, there are legit some years where there's, like, flea seasons. And it is goddamn nigh impossible to get rid of them. Not every year. Last year actually wasn't really that bad. And I'm thinking this year probably won't be that bad either so far, but that is subject to change. We're not even halfway through the year yet. Getting there, but not quite yet, so. Actually, I'm actually kind of, you know, glad that, like, you know, Sukov hasn't really had any flea issues lately. He still has, like, an allergy problem of some sort, but that also has not been as big of a deal either. Yeah, it's not really been as, like, dandruffy and, you know, like, nibbling at himself as much. Though, he's still got, like, some issue, though. Like, so I need to eventually, like, you know, maybe, like, you know, one of my days off, you know, like, you know, just, you know, get him into the vet just to be like, hey, you know, I just want to do, like, a little checkup. You might be allergic to something, you know. I want to mainly check that. Because I know, like, one of my other coworkers has another dog, and she had a similar problem, where when she would get, like, allergies, she would, like, you know, want to, like, kind of chew with her butt and shit. And that's kind of Sukov's issue. So, it seems like that's kind of, like, an allergy-based thing for sure. So, I just kind of want to know what that is, so I can at least, you know, deal with that. I'm pretty sure that was inside, not outside. You don't need to freak out, Sukov. I think you're okay. Honestly, considering that Tricky that was mentioned from earlier, if I have not got any inference of, like, any weird sussy shit from that dude probably, then I don't think there's anything gonna be happening. Which, good. Probably just kept walking down the street and went down to the creek or something. Probably slept over there. They don't come back. I think they get torn apart in the vacuum or something. Well, I guess if they're small enough, then yeah, they probably do get torn up in it. No exaggeration, during the warmer months, I see at least 4 a week. Oh my god. Fucking things come for the fence. Oh. Dude, that is some bullshit, dude. Man, I would not want to, like, if I had that problem going on, I mean, I would just be like, all right, how many, like, even if I have a total stranger for a roommate, like, where the fuck can I live? Like, cause I don't even know if I could personally fucking deal with that. Like, that would legit drive me insane. Shut up. Really? Dick. Ugh. Dog be a jerk. You are a jerk. Are you about to... Alright, drinking the last little bit of the water. Is that what you're bitching about? Alright, I guess there's not that much water left in here, and that's what you're fucking freaking out about. Is this what it was? Well, you look like you're all attentive, like you're like, what? Quit snooping. What are you doing? Ugh. You damn goof. Quit snooping and go drink your damn water, you fucking little fruit. There you go. Boop. Just booped his little booty. He was just like, what the fuck? Like, I don't really do anything to it either. You just kind of sit there and continue to drink your water. Here. You see what type of random little shit is going on for the other news on the Nuggets. Kind of skim around here. Oh, what's this? Michigan 7th grade safely brings full school bus. Wait, hold on. Michigan 7th grader safely brings a full school. Wait, what? Okay, whoa. After a bus driver loses consciousness? What? I actually thought for a second this was actually like the article about like the bus driver that got reprimanded or fired for like being like, you wonder what happens if you don't sit in your seats, and then slammed the brakes going like 10 miles an hour. Apparently got like not just a fire, but also like arrested for like 30 plus counts of like child abuse. I'm like, okay. I'm like, look, should he have done that? Probably not. But like that seems pretty ridiculously excessive. Like I could kind of tell, at least with that particular incident, that I mean the dude was not going like fucking 50 miles an hour or some shit, dude. And also, I'm gonna be blunt, I've actually had that incident happen to me before. Like, so I was just like, what the hell? Like, I mean, like, so if that driver got fucked for that, then how in the fuck did the driver that I had before, you know, not get fucked for that? It's like, so, like, I mean, honestly, they're like, dude, school bus drivers are a different breed, dude. I mean, there's something about them, bro. I want to fuck with them. I mean, a lot of them are really cool. I had some really cool school bus drivers, you know, like, especially, like, in middle and high school. But, man, every now and then, oh, my God. There were some motherfuckers that were some serious dicks. And every now and then, man, like, they would do some shit like that. I mean, they wouldn't be going, like, 20 miles an hour. They would be, like, you know, about to, like, you know, like, they do, like, a California roll, basically, you know, up to a stop sign, and then, like, you know, slam it, you know, and where you're just like, whoop, because, like, of all that momentum and shit, where you just, like, you know, lunge forward and shit. I mean, you know, they ain't gonna fucking injure you or hurt you or whatever. So it's like, I mean, you know, like, the 30 plus counts and getting arrested for that, that's fucking pretty excessive. Unless, it was on a highway going, like, 50 and the person did that. That would be some fuck shit. Then, yes, I can see that. But it's like, you're in a residential going, like, 10 miles an hour, like, you know, like, in between, like, you know, an intersection, like, turning or something. It's just like, I mean, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I mean, sure, I can understand maybe, like, you know, suspending them for a week, like, hey, you know, we're gonna have a driver substitute you for a week and unpaid, and then you can come back after that. We're gonna let you chill out for a while. I could get that, but, you know, I don't know. Just seems pretty excessive given that particular incident. This incident, though, it's just like, I mean, pretty whack, too, in its own self, but for a very different reason. And no one thought instead of ask why the bus doesn't have seatbelts. You know, honestly, man, why don't, like, school buses don't, like, or really any bus, dude? Like, I mean, why? I mean, I could kind of get, like, maybe having at least, like, you know, some support or whatever the fuck, like, you know, where you got those rails they can kind of hold on to and shit. Like, you know, at least, you know, public transit buses may have and stuff. But you would think at least have the option to roll out a seatbelt or whatever the fuck if you want. I mean, at the very minimal, at least that's an option, you know what I mean? Like, fuck. Like, I mean, because Jesus, dude. Like, cause yeah, like really honestly though, like why are especially school buses specifically like just don't have seatbelts? Like, is there a reason for it? And if so, why is this so stupid? Like, honestly, though. Because me think that's stupid.
Whatever. This bus driver passed out from eating too many fucking cheeseburgers or some shit, and this kid fucking took charge.
Damn, TJ. Wow. Yeah, a school bus driver just ate one too many hamburgers before their shift. Yep, that's exactly what happened.
God. Shaq kid.
Now! Someone call 911.
A Michigan bus driver started feeling dizzy while driving a bus full of kids. But the bus driver passed out before she could stop the bus. 7th grader Dylan Reeves grabbed the steering wheel and stopped the bus before it veered into oncoming traffic.
Oh shit, dude, this kid is a Chad, bro. Dude, this kid stepped right the fuck in, dude. Whoa, this kid is legit a fucking Chad. Like, I mean, honestly, I think the logic is if the kid ever gets stuck is to give the kids less options of getting out. I mean, I suppose so. And honestly, given this situation, I guess I can understand that. But, I mean, you would think there would be, like, I don't know, like, maybe a specialized, like, emergency latch or something. And you think, you know what I would have done at that age? I don't what? I'm curious. Because I do think this kid's legit pretty cool. Like, I mean, honestly, he's going to be the talk of the school, dude. I mean, you know he's going to be talking to school and probably, you know, like, you know, nailed at least a few girls to, like, hit up for a date. I mean, or guys. I don't know. I don't know what his orientation is. Or maybe he will reject them all and be, like, the ultimate Giga Chad and be like, nah, fuck all of you. My grades matter. Sitting by the emergency exit. Later, guys. Jumps out. Well, then you'll jump out into oncoming traffic and die. I feel like you would at least, like, live if you were in the... Okay, never mind. Maybe that was the intent. I don't know.
Someone call 911. Now!
Wow, dude. You got, like, most of the kids literally screeching and screaming, and then literally this kid right here is just, like, stoically just like, yo, someone call 911. I just saved people. Dude, this kid is, dude, that kid is honestly legit very fucking calm, dude. That kid is, oh my god, you know what? Oh my god, I don't even know why I haven't even mentioned this yet. Dude, I actually had to, like, help save a life today, dude. I'm not even kidding, bro. I don't even know why I didn't even mention this yet. But, like, dude, our China chef, he was, like, eating a little something, and that got, and it ended up going down the wrong throat, and he was just, like, fucking, like, you know, choking hardcore, like, you know, on that shit, and he had to get, like, the Heimlich, you know, not just by, you know, like, one of our coworkers, but by, like, another dude, and I had to go run over, because I honestly knew there ain't no way, if, like, those two motherfuckers were, you know, like, because one dude's, like, an ex, you know, military guy, you know, and shit like that, like, you know, like, so, like, if he couldn't do it, and then my, you know, other coworkers especially couldn't do it, then there's no fucking way I could have. So, like, you know, I just ran over to be like, yo, we might need to get an ambulance so quick, like, you know, or, you know, Giant Chef's, like, choking and blah, 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 blah. And then they were like, oh, wait, what, really? You know, because they were like, hey, hold on, you know, dealing with a customer and shit, I had customer service, and they're like, all right, hold on, and we ran over for really quick. And, because he was, like, you know, like, really coughing out, like, you know, like, really loudly and shit. And obviously choking again. He was eating. That was literally what he was doing. He was literally just snacking on something, you know, like, you know, while, you know, during a down period, and just, like, did that, basically, or something, and then just, like, went down the wrong pipe, basically. And, like, for over a minute was just, like, struggling to fucking, like, you know, full on, like, like, you know, breathe and shit and fucking get himself fixed and, you know, like, at least to breathe. And eventually he just went, like, he decided to do this, like, like that, and that actually opened up his, pipe enough to where he can at least breathe a little bit, and actually that also helped unlodge whatever was going on and, you know, and got it out and shit. And it was just like, whoa. And when I came back, and after that happened, because I was over at the customer service desk, they said, hey, it's okay, we got it. I'm like, oh, wait, what, really? I was like, okay, never mind, don't call 911. And I ran over there, and he was just like, oh, yeah, like, literally, like, you know, like, squeaking, like, he was going for puberty again. It's like, oh, God, OMG, holy shit, like, just doing that, like, oh, my, you know, just, like, I think I saw my dad, holy shit, I saw my mom, like, damn. But he tried, you know, drink something. The thing is, it was literally down, like, partly in his esophagus. Like, he actually straight couldn't breathe, like, because it was in that pipe. Like, drinking something wouldn't exactly have helped. So, I mean, it eventually got out, but it was just like, oh. And, man, it was... Oh, man, like, it literally got my adrenaline pumping for a minute. I was like, oh my God, I'm about to see, like, you know, when I'm, you know, like, my G just fucking, like, you know, have, like, you know, fucking, like, light flash before his eyes, and I'm about to have to, like, do some CPR Heimlich shit, and see an MT go through here and everything, and oh my God, like, I mean, it really kind of got to a point of, like, oh shit. But eventually it was cool and everything, and he was like, mentioning, it's like, man, like, you know, like, he was saying, it's like, you know, like, how long was I, like, you know, kind of choking like that for a minute? I was like, at least for a minute or so. Like, you're at least doing that for a good 15 seconds before we all kind of realized, oh, fuck, you need some serious help and shit, because initially we kind of thought he was, like, you know, like, oh, shit, he might, you know, does he, you know, got it? And we're like, oh, yeah, no, he doesn't. And we immediately were like, oh, fuck, all right, we'll start whipping into action a little bit. Because it was kind of freaky. I was like, whoa. I don't want to see someone go out, especially if anything like that. And the dude, the thing is, like, I mean, it was really hard to kind of, like, you know, Heimlich maneuver him too, because he's, like, legit, like, really fucking fit. Like, I mean, you wouldn't think it, but he's actually, you know, legit fairly fit, and, like, you know, pretty, like, you know, tight, so to speak, you know, in a sense. Like, you know, it's not like, you know, you can kind of, like, gunk, you know, it's easy. Like, for him, it's like, like, you're basically just like, you know, kind of like hitting a wall, essentially. Like, the dude's, like, kind of, he isn't necessarily, he doesn't look like it, but he's kind of built like a brick. I mean, you know, like, in a lot of ways. I mean, it like, and they kind of really showed, you know, like, after that, I was like, damn, he really is built like a brick. Fuck. But, you know, we were all, like, after he ended up being alright, we were like, holy shit, like, good, you're alright. Because after that, he was like, alright, I'm gonna kind of go on my lunch break now. And he was, you know, he took his usual lunch break and came back, and he ended up being okay after that. Like, but, oh my, holy shit. I mean, it was definitely kind of a freaky moment today. Again, there's always something at my fucking workplace, man. There really always has to be goddamn something. It's like, you know, lives being saved, fucking, like, you know, people tweaking out, or some shit, like, management being fucking insane and hound doggy. Like, there's always something.
As a hero.
That kid is fucking, I mean, that kid is fucking, he knows how to perform under pressure, that's all I'm gonna say, because, like,
yeah, that's a gangster move right there.
Dude, true. Dude, that kid is, you know, some gangster bro shit right there. Like, knows how to perform under pressure, like, knows what to do. That's honestly the reason why I kind of got brought up, because honestly, like, after, you know, with my incident, like, everything all said and done, it ended up being alright, but, like, I mean, when shit, you know, hits the fan like that, it's like, oh shit, you know, there's kind of a level of, like, the adrenaline kicks in, and you have to kind of start performing under pressure a little bit. And I've had different instances like that, you know, throughout my life, and depending on the situation, I like it, but some situations, like earlier today, I hate it, because it's like, oh god, oh no. Like, it's the bad adrenaline. But there's every now and then, and, you know, different times, you know, where that adrenaline's actually kind of like, ooh, you know, it's like, I kind of want more of this, you know, like, so, like, I mean, there's kind of a level of, like, oh shit, you know, where, like, kind of things kind of, like, click in a little bit, and you kind of, you know, you kind of go and perform under pressure mode a little bit, and things kind of, like, zone in a little bit, and kind of time slows down and shit like that. I mean, sometimes, I mean, like, it's actually kind of good to kind of be in that zone a little bit, and Other times, like, well, in a sense it is, like, you know, despite that, I don't like it. You know, it just, you know, for me, it's kind of, you know, situational, you know, like, case-by-case thing, but still, like, it's, you know, good to kind of be able to do that, though, nonetheless, even if it's not something that's comfortable given the circumstances.
Pretty badass, because if I was a kid, if I was in 7th grade and this shit happened, we'd be all dead.
I found a video of some drunken frappo trying to pick a fight with an old man, brandishing a shotgun, telling him to leave his property. The old man, oh my god, trying to assault him. I mean, I wouldn't have shot for the dick, but yeah, ow. Is that a public freakout thing, or something else? It feels like it would be on public freakout.
Kid on that bus is like, oh shit, what the fuck do we do?
Dude, this is some kid's fantasy, man. The bus driver passed out, he has to save the fucking day. And he did, so good for him.
He's gonna have his pick of the litter at the fucking Sadie Hawkins dance, dude. He's gonna have so many fucking dates, he's not gonna know what to do with it.
Big deal.
This kid is what they call a Giga Chad.
True.
Nowadays.
I mean, yep, TJ knows.
This kid is definitely material. Like, just like, not only does he have...
Is that the only one that has happened to? Frappo star shit, learn a lesson. You can read the article at the bird shot strike. Well, of course. Well, I mean, yeah. Dude, it doesn't have to be a goddamn bird shot from a shotgun specifically that is going to shred that. It could be a buckshot or even a fucking slug. I mean, like, a shotgun shell of any form, you know, going to your dick, you know, and balls is going to shred the fuck out of it. I don't really think it's specifically what type of shot it is gonna matter. No one ever bitched about, like, oh, that's just a 22. Oh, that's just a bird shot. No one ever bitched about that. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, oh, that's just a slug. Like, I mean, yeah, like, I mean, you know, I don't think it would matter too much.
Wherewithal to fucking know that he needs to intervene in the situation to avoid catastrophe, but he has the wherewithal to like, not just jump up there and slam on the brakes in a panic, but to, like, ease on the brake and fucking push the bus off to the side very carefully, and then tell people, like, we need to...
Dude, quit whining, it's just a crossbow bolt. Dude, quit whining, it's just a knife jabbed in your dick. I mean, either way, the point being, though, like, yeah, I mean, you know, getting shot or hurt with, well, anything that's a projectile sucks. Especially if it's from a shotgun, and it happens to hit your, you know, the family jewels. So, yeah. Good wine, it's just a honey badger biting it. Fucking a honey badger. Oh, what situation is there where you get a honey badger biting, shredding your dick and balls off? If anything, you actually probably do deserve it if that's happening. What are you trying to do? Fuck a honey badger? General region. Why not just a gut? You know, center mass. Sukov, you literally knocked over something and scared yourself. How do you feel? How do you feel, you little silly boy? This fuck is vicious. Well, they are. Which is why, you know, if anything, if someone gets their dick and balls shredded off of that, like, you know, they kind of deserve it a little bit. Will cause pain, will disable them. I don't really think, like, okay, again, like, it's kind of the same idea about, like, no one ever complained about, like, getting shot 22 is bullshit type of thing, like, because there's always been this, like, you know, at least in the gun community, like, this whole idea of, like, oh, well, 22, you know, ain't gonna stop somebody. It's like, I've never heard anyone bitch, you know, like, I never heard anyone, like, not bitch about getting shot for 22, for one. So, like, that's ridiculous. Like, I mean, it works just as well. And also, like, I mean, the same thing for, like, getting shot anywhere. Like, I'm pretty sure getting, like, shot, whether in the dick, the gut, the arm, the leg, anywhere, I'm pretty sure that you're going to get disabled and incapacitated, or incapacitated. Like, I mean, unless you're, like, hyped up on a bunch of drugs. Like, I mean, so, Like, like I don't really, think it matters whether you shoot someone in the dick or not. Like, I mean, they're gonna go down one way or another. Be worse. Well, I mean, if you're already gonna be kind of shooting at center mass at that point, like, just aim higher. Doc of the somewhat returned MC. Hey,
Call 911.
Like, this watch the video, the kids are like, no, and he's like, call him.
This kid knows yeah, Omega Chad, bro.
Omega
Alpha
Chad.
Top Chad.
Sigma Chad, dude.
I mean, there's really not much else to say about it. This kid just knows what's what.
Yeah.
Dude, what the video doesn't show is that the kid performed CPR on the driver, stabilized the driver medically, and then safely drove all the kids home and finished the route.
Yeah, finished the route.
Damn, dude, this kid is a mega ultimate, like, quasi alpha sigma Chad, dude. Oh my god, damn, Paul. Wow. Now that you just said that, those level of details to the story, goddamn, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. You already peaked? No, this kid is not peaked. This is just the beginning.
Just the beginning of this kid's story arc, dude.
Yeah.
This kid is like gonna be like one of these like modern day fucking legends or whatever the fuck.
It's gonna be like Captain what's his name that landed that plane in the river or whatever.
Oh yeah, Sully.
Oh yeah, Captain Sully, dude. He's gonna be like, this generation's Captain Sully, bro. I'm gonna land in Hudson.
Sully, dude.
This is Sully 2, brah.
Sully 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Mom influencer found guilty of lying about Latino couple trying to kidnap her kids at California store. Here's basically...
Oh my god, I heard about this. I saw a Moist Critical video about this. Like, dude, this bitch literally filed... Like, she's an influencer and, like, and basically, supposedly claimed that, like, oh, this Latino couple tried to steal my kid and shit. And literally filed a police report about it, too. And, was open about their names and shit publicly and stuff like that. And tried to, like, in a way tarnish their name, too. And unfortunately, well, 2 years later, wish it was sooner, but 2 years later, police were like, wait a minute, what you're saying on your social media about the story and what you collaborated with us is not the same. Like, it's bullshit. Like, I mean, and there was literally no evidence of, like, witnesses or anything, even though she said there were witnesses and stuff. Like, I mean, nothing about her story was collaborative whatsoever. Why do people think they get away? Well, dude, honestly, well, look at the article. Mom influencer. There you go. Influencer. That's why, honestly. Because, oh, I'm an influencer, or I'm doing internet and social media content. Somehow, like, basic social norms and laws somehow don't apply to me, basically. Because, like, I'm basically got, like, main character syndrome. Like, I mean, of course, this mom probably just like a sad, lonely, single mom wino or some shit. Probably just like was desperate for some fucking attention. And this really was frankly the result of it. And she fucked around and found out. Like, honestly, it's kind of the result. I mean, like, I don't know anything about her outside of that she decided to pull this stupid shit, so... Yeah, we need to literally, not just a boycott, but a complete and total shutdown on white people until we can figure out what the fuck is going on, man. Like, for real. I've said it before, and I will say it again. We need a complete and total shutdown on white people until we can figure out what the fuck is going on.
Exact opposite fucking person.
Just look your fucking mind. Like, my kids have been kidnapped by some crazy Hispanic people. Oh!
And by the way, also, her kids were never threatened, like, at threat of being kidnapped, like, at all. Like, her kids were fine. Like, if anything, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised if there was elements about them having social media. I don't know how old they are, but if they're old enough, they probably do have, like, some basic levels of, like, Twitter or Facebook or something. And because of that, probably, the law enforcement probably also looked at their stories and probably realized, like, oh, wait a minute, like, nothing about them is saying anything about, like, oh, yeah, we almost got kidnapped. My mom, just, like, had to fend off these crazy people and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, if... Jesus! Shut up! Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, like investigating, collaborating the stories and shit, like, I mean, there's not, like, I mean, it's not really hard to infer, like, this might be bullshit, just by looking at, like, some basic key evidence or, like, basic factors of, like, who was involved. And also, like, I think there was CCTV footage of, like, the Latino couple that happened to be, there at the same time, because that's the reason why she filed the report, because they happened to be there, too. They just happened to be her scapegoat for this bullshit narrative. And, there is CCTV footage of them there, but they're just going to the store to, like, buy some shit, and they just left and did their thing. Like, I mean, even the actual physical, like, video footage and all that shit, collaborates, antithetically to her story. Like, it doesn't collaborate at all with it. It's like, it's antithetical to it. If anything, it destroys, her idea of, like, her bullshit story. And now she gets to reap what she sows, and it gets to go to prison for it. So, what an idiot.
What's going on with this article?
Dude, why do white women like to claim that Hispanics took their kids? You know who else did that?
Who?
Casey Anthony, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, also, like, there's, like, it's not just Hispanics that white men would do this with. There's also, like, black people and, like, it's basically, like, any fucking minority group if you really think about it. Maybe not, like, broadly, like, maybe not, like, Asian folk and stuff, or not Native American, people and shit, but, like, or just broadly indigenous Americans and shit, but, like, when it comes to, like, black people or fucking, like, Hispanic people and shit like that, like, yeah, for some reason there really is, like, this weird thing about it.
Casey Anthony said that her fucking babysitter, a Hispanic woman named Alfreda Gonzalez Rodriguez or whatever the fuck.
Oh, didn't we watch this video before?
And honestly, I mean, you can't tell me that this crazy-ass white wino bitch, with those eyes, is drinking those, like, those, like, stereotypical box wines and shit that are, like, a national brand that, like, you can find your grandma fucking having in her fridge. Like, she drinks that, like, she at least drinks, like, one of those every 2 days. Like, one of those boxes every 2 days, just by looking at that face. And what the fuck is that hat? And, like, is she trying to, like, a part of me thinks it's, like, an appropriation of, like, one of those, like, reggae hats or something, but, like, white womanified. It's just, like,
It looks familiar.
I don't think we did.
Oh, okay.
Let's take a look.
Wow.
My children were the targets of attempted kidnap.
31-year-old self-described.
And considering how calm she was, talking about that, she really does not seem very distraught. Like, any parents that just had their kids nearly kidnapped and wanted to, like, post that publicly for whatever reason, like, they would probably be a little distraught about that. They'd be like, my kids almost were just kidnapped. It was really, really crazy. I just can't even really explain too much. It's just really hard to, like, comprehend it. Blah, blah, blah. Like, they would be, you element it. Like, but she's just kind of like, yeah, my kids were just kind of kidnapped almost, and blah, blah, blah. Like, she was just, like, very kind of, like, casual about it. So, it already kind of infers there's a little bit of sussiness just off the virtue of it. Obviously, it was bullshit. I mean, hence the news story about it, but still. I mean, it's just so fucking ridiculous. Probably do that because they know racists will be more quick to believe him. They know they'll flex believe him, because most of the time they won't stop to think about this shit for a sec. Well, also, like, I think it's because they probably are themselves. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she is a little bit racist. I mean, maybe not like a hardcore, like, MAGA Trump fucking, like, Klansman racist type or some shit, but, like, like a softcore racist or something. I mean, at least, obviously, to the degree, because she's wanting to fucking scapegoat a Latina couple, oh my god, Jesus Christ, a Latino couple, why do I want to say couple? Fuck. Like, she wants to scapegoat a Latina couple for trying to kidnap her kids, even though they literally never did that. So, I mean, obviously, there's at least an element of racism built into it. So, I mean, like, to a degree, it's because, I mean, I guess, it's not just because racists would be more quick to believe them, but it's also because they probably are themselves. Maybe not to, the same degree as, like, a lot of the more hardcore, like, Klan-style fucking white supremacist Nazi racists or whatever, but I mean, she's definitely got, like, some softcore, you know, like, mild racist shit going on in her life. For sure.
Influencer Katie Sorensen.
I guarantee you she probably has, like, a lot of policies that are like, oh, yeah, we need to, like, kick these illegal immigrants out and these aliens and this and that, blah, blah, blah. Like, she's got, like, you know, those fucking thoughts.
Is now facing up to 6 months.
So self-described influencer.
Oh my god, and that hair is literally some Karen haircut status right there. Like, oh my god, you know she's just like some white racist Karen too, secretly. Oh my god.
Does she actually have any influence, or she just...
I guess apparently. I mean, she has a fucking news article about her, so I guess I'm assuming she actually did have some influence.
Self that. I don't know.
In jail after this social media post that police say was a lie.
I want to share that story with you in an effort to raise awareness as to what signs to look for.
In the December 2020 post on Instagram, Sorensen alleged a couple followed her into this Northern California Michael's in an attempt to kidnap her 2 children.
They walked kind of close behind me. I definitely felt the heebie-jeebies. I didn't feel good, but
The EBGBs. That's not how I would describe, you know, if I was, like, a little emotionally distraught about this, this whole claim, I would not be calling it the EBGBs. I'd be like, I felt this really strong sense of, you know, like, paranoia because, like, you know, there was, like, these people that might have, you know, trying to grab my kids, and there's, you know, these people that have been consistently following me, and, you know, and I felt like I was, you know, like, that's a validation of, like, you know, what might be going on, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, I don't know, like, it just, EBGB, like, what is this, Scooby-Doo? What are you, fucking, like, you know, Daphne or something? Like, Jesus. Oh my god, oh, holy shit, I think I just nailed it, she's fucking Daphne. She's, like, the real-life Daphne. Oh my god. What happens to a Karen Sarah when she reaches her next form? Oh my god.
was judging a book by its cover.
Also saying they quote.
What was the cover like?
Don't judge a book by its cover. Is that what she said?
GBs, I didn't feel good, but I thought I was judging a book by its cover.
You're judging a book by its cover. Yeah, what did the cover look like?
Saying they quote.
What? Oh, I was judging a book by its cover because they were Hispanic and, you know, white children stealers or something. And I didn't want to necessarily do that, but I'm going to double down and say that anyway, because I'm a racist white badge.
The cover like? Mexican? What the fuck?
I mean, no shit.
I didn't want to judge
What the fuck?
cover, but they were very fucking brown, you know?
I mean, come on, they're very brown. I'm very scared.
And I'm very white, and my white fragility
when
is
you-
really strong right now.
I don't know if she was arrested, but yeah, she should.
She was.
Not just arrested, convicted.
No, I'm pretty sure she was. Like, I think this. I remember Moist Critical talking about this, and I'm pretty sure that she was convicted, you know, and all that.
She filed a false police report. That's a fucking crime.
That is crime, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that.
What? Clean cut.
I just looked her up. I don't know anything about Instagram or how many followers is a lot. She's got 58,000 followers on Instagram.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty respectable.
Yeah, that's not a huge influence, but that's, yeah, I mean, that actually is fairly respectable, so to speak, for, like, you know, audience base, so.
That could definitely be called at least an influencer.
And made comments about her kid's appearance.
They're saying blonde hair, blue eyes.
Sorensen said she did not say anything to them because she...
Blonde hair, blue eyes, dude, oh my god, dude, my mom, like, even my mom's the same way. I don't get, like, these weird white women and this whole blonde hair, blue eye thing, like, because it's just legit. I even mentioned to my mom's, like, you know, like, I'm just gonna be blunt, like, you know, like, I know you're not trying to flirt, but shit like this sounds kind of Aryan almost, like, the white, yeah, like, blonde hair, blue eyed, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, and she was like, well, I'm not referring to that. I mean, I just think that's beautiful and this and that. I'm like, well, again, I'm just saying, you know, it's like, I don't know. It's like, I get it. Like, obviously there's preferences and shit, but why is there, like, white women specifically that are just like, yeah, the blonde hair, blue eye thing? Like, I mean, it's very specific to white chicks. Like, seriously. Whether they're older, or middle-aged or whatever. Like, I mean, there really is, like, some weird inference about it. I don't get it. I mean, I guess I fit the bill, so whatever. But still, I even then, I don't even really like that. It's like, I just want to dye my hair black or something. Just to fucking, at least, get outside of that norm. Maybe, I don't know. Probably not. I'm probably just going to leave it the way it is. I don't give it that much of a shit.
Paralyzed with fear.
Amanda punched a one for the face for being racist. Well, not like just outright overtly. I mean, like when it, like, unless not like that racist woman was like assaulting the dude. But I mean, I would say the same thing for like really any circumstance, whether a woman or a man. Like, unless that person's gonna punch you in the face or assault you first. I mean, don't throw the first punch. Let them be the ones who throw the first punch. If they want to fucking be so militant about their ideology and shit, if they're willing to go that route, then it's right here. But after that, it's free game, and so that's at least my position about it. Earlier, there's like a weird sense about like white chicks about like, having a sense inference about like, that blonde-haired or blue-eyed, like, dudes or women or just people in general are kind of, like, beautiful in a sense, and this inference, like, that it's, just inherently a attractive thing, which, like, even, like, older, like, women, like my mom, even are kind of into and shit, and also, she's not even, like, a blonde, blue-eyed woman. She's, like, pretty much the opposite of that. But like, there's just, like, this weird thing, because she'll, like, talk about, like, oh, I think you're so beautiful with your blonde hair and blue eyes, and this and that, and I'm like, Mom, and I even told her, I'm like, Mom, that's a little, like, Aryan-esque, like, I mean, just kind of, like, it just kind of rubs off the wrong way. I know that's not what she's trying to do, but it just kind of rubs off the wrong way in my mind, personally. If I got eyes were bound. No. Yeah, actually, yeah, look. I mean, they're maybe not full-on blue, but yeah. I mean, there's a lot of red going on in the eyes, obviously. Is it not blonde? I mean, I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying that, like, when it's, like, kind of, like, inferred over again and shit consistently. Like how, again, this is kind of more, your eyes look hella brown on camera, Lamau. Well, I mean, at least, I mean, not entirely when I was looking at them, but, I mean, I don't know. But whatever, anyway. But, like, I'm not saying that it is. I mean, like, when it comes to, like, the whole idea of, like, blonde hair, blue eyes, I don't think that is inherently problematic. I mean, I honestly think there's kind of a level of attractiveness to it, myself personally. I mean, honestly, like, I'll admit it. But, like, I mean, it's more about, like, kind of this genuine, like, kind of, like, broader inference towards it, like, it's like, this is, like, a, like, inherently, like, the objective, like, beauty of, what things are and stuff, and it's like, that's kind of where it gets a little weird, and, and like, at least with how, like, some people, at least, for my mom, not to throw her on the bridge about it, but, like, at least for her as an example, like, I mean, it's more than just, like, oh, yeah, I just think that's, attractive, but it's her, it's just like, oh, yes, this is, like, the objective thing, and I wish, like, this was, like, more prosperous, because I love, like, little cute little blue-eyed babies that have, like, a little blonde hair and this and that and blah blah blah. Like, she really does legit go in weird little, like, things about that. Like, she thought I was, like, the most, like, perfect little baby and kid growing up and shit, because she likes that, and I was that kid. It was weird. Like, she had a legit kind of fixation about it, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's not, like, just an inherent preference about it. It's more of, like, a fixation towards it. You think go in Germany anytime soon, except when you got drunk that one time? Well, I mean, like, I would love to go to Germany, frankly. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not attracted to blonde chicks. I mean, for me personally, it's not the biggest thing. I mean, I like blue eyes, but blonde hair, I kind of like, you know, brunettes or redheads, you know, or black hair. Mainly, especially, like, sleek black. Like, I kind of like that, too. Or, you know, God forbid, like, some, you know, the blue hairs. You know, where you got, like, the different, like, you know, hair coloring going on and stuff. I like that, too. Especially if it's, like, you know, you got, like, some black and then you got, like, some streaks of, like, some blue, green, or purple, or something going on in there. Like, I mean, I kind of like that a little bit, where you kind of got a little mixture and shit. Like, I don't even have a preference, lol. I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to eye color, I don't either, but, you know, I don't know, like hazel, green, blue eyes and stuff. I mean, I'm kind of a little bit more keen towards that, but, I mean, it's not like a fucking deal breaker. I literally don't give that much of a shit to it. I mean, it really isn't that big of a deal. I mean, same thing with, like, hair color. I mean, that also isn't really that big of a deal, but, I mean, I guess because of the whole blonde chick stereotype, I mean, I will admit, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, there is a little bit of a preference on that. Wow, Rip doesn't like partners having eyes. I think someone should keep an eye on him. Or a few eyes, yeah. We need to get him on a little bit of a list, you know, to have a little bit of an eyeball on him. Here, let's go back to crazy, you know, blonde bitch, you know, fucking accusing people of, you know, shit and doing crimes.
Where?
And I almost just discredited what was happening.
But in an
how's that fruit force? I mean, that fruit force, I will admit, it did kind of throw me off a little bit, but I did like it still. It was still very fucking good. And, I got hints of, like, mango, guava, like, some passion fruit, stuff like that. I mean, the fruit force is legit pretty good.
This actually didn't happen, and that Soren
It's due to Americans. Well, hey, then that means that, you know, the other blondes in, you know, in the world need to step up. If I could take pride in it and be like, yo, now, you dumb blonde bitches in America need to shut up. It's like, oh, hell no. We're gonna, you know, take back those stereotypes and be, you know, good shit. None of this weird, like, you know, dumb blonde latte shit.
It was fabricated.
Shocking.
Oh, yeah, but I live in America. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of a sad thing. I mean, I unfortunately don't get, like, you know, a lot of the blondes in the rest of the world. Well, obviously mainly in Europe. But, like, you know, I don't get that. So, I don't get, like, their enlightenment. Like, I get America dumb blonde latte. You know, that's what I get. So, I mean, even Canadian blondes are better. Like, I mean, I'll even exempt them. You know, even though they're diet Americans, basically. Even I'll exempt them, you know, in certain circumstances. Because they're also kind of like diet Europeans, too. They're just like a weird little enigma of, like, diet America and European all in, like, one weird bundle. This is like Canada. Yeah, Canada. Canadian in a nutshell.
So, like, the story...
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. There are some shitty Canadian blondes because, well, they're partly diet Americans. But they also like to try to be diet Europeans, too. So, it's like, they're kind of a little of an enigma. Like, the French Canadian ones are probably legit. Well, they got people like JF Garpe representing them. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, I know, I got a little bit of a about, like, those French Canucks. The French Canucks are a little odd.
Walk into a Michael.
I mean, maybe not entirely, but, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I got a little bit of an eye on them.
And I guess two shadowy Hispanic...
They're not like the OG French.
I guess we'll
They're
just
French Canucks.
The story. Brown people followed her in like, ooh, look, a little blonde hair, blue-eyed baby.
Hey, look at that little blonde hair, little bitch you got there. That's nice.
Yeah, we'll get double for that. Double price for that one. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, we gonna kidnap your kids, bitch. We followed you to Michael's to kidnap your fucking kids.
Anyone calling themselves an influencer? And yeah, obviously. Amen.
After seeing this surveillance photo of themselves on TV, the accused couple, Sadie and Eddie Martinez, came forward to clear...
Oh my god, they look like demons.
Yeah, look at these literal, like, Satan worshippers who are gonna take these children for satanic sacrifice. Like, I mean, goddamn, dude. Look at these literal demons on society. How dare thee. How dare these literal Satanists and these demons amongst society? How dare they? Even though they just look like literally a stereotypical couple. Like I'm not even gonna be blunt. Or like beat around a bush. Really, like I've seen couples that are pretty much like almost goddamn near identical to this. Like, not like, wealthy by any means, kind of working class folk in a sense. Chick might be a little shrivelly hair, like dude's a little bod, or maybe kind of like, short hair, a little scruffy around the edges and shit. Like, dude, oh my god, like, I've seen, like, this couple basically, like, in my store, I can't even tell you how many times. Like, this kind of like, almost like kind of a stereotypical kind of like, lower working class, like couple basically. I mean, they don't really seem that, like, ridiculous. Like, what's wrong with them? Like, they're just, like regular people. Like, the only reason why they're on this type of national prominence at this point is because of this crazy mom influencer bitch.
Well, followed me into a Michaels, dude. I think I might have a heart attack.
Their own names, sharing their story with Inside Edition.
Being labeled a child abductor, it's upsetting. It's heartbreaking. It's life-changing.
The couple, who are Latino, telling the Petaluma Argus-Courier that they were at Michael's to buy Christmas decorations, and believe Sorensen's false allegations were racially motivated.
No way.
You think?
Racist fucking Karen?
Dude,
I don't believe it.
Wow. A racist Karen going after a Hispanic couple wanting to just go buy some Christmas decorations. Oh my god. How dare they? Wait. Okay, guys, hear me out. Great Canadian Heinz ketchup cake. What? Wait, okay, hold on. What the fuck? Sukov! Hey, get over here and sit. Come here. Get over here. Zukov. Sit. Shut up. My god. I feel like there's a Feliz Navidad joke in that Karen story somewhere. There probably is. And, that's a ketchup cake? It looks like one of those, like, velvet cakes. Okay, you know what? Alright. 2 cups all-purpose flour, 2 teaspoons baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon cinnamon. Okay. Big son, nutmeg, ginger. Okay, there's the ketchup. Water, red food coloring, unsalted butter, softened. I mean, I've heard tomato soup cake, so this could work. Yeah, does it have to specifically be a Heinz tomato ketchup, though? Could it be, like, another ketchup? Just, like, let's say that there isn't any Heinz ketchup available, just for, or maybe, like, maybe there's, like, a ketchup that might potentially be better. I mean, I don't know, does it have to strictly be a Heinz? I don't know, that I will say, honestly, you know what? With the nutmeg, the ginger, the cinnamon, and like, you know what? And considering the, a little bit of the kind of savory sweetness of tomato when in ketchup form, especially, oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, that actually, you know what? Now that it's been broken down a little bit, that actually sounds a little bit kind of good. And certain brands different taste. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, certain different brands will different taste. So, will maybe like a store brand maybe be better, or will like a organic brand maybe potentially be better? I mean, it's like, why does, that's kind of my thing. It's like, does it have to just be a Heinz? Because maybe there might be another, brand that might actually be a little better. I don't know. I'm all to, like, you take the gamble. I honestly might want to try that, but instead of Heinz ketchup, maybe experiment and do a different type of ketchup. Maybe like some sort of like an organic, local, brand or something like that. You know, it's like, you know, some shit like that or something. I mean, because if mustard, well, okay, you know what? Hold on, honey mustard, that would work. You know, I was immediately repulsed because I was thinking of like Dijon, yellow mustard, spicy, like pretty much every mustard, but then honey mustard. I was like, oh wait, that's like the ultimate mustard, honey mustard. That would work. Honey mustard would work, actually. Though I will admit, they're probably for a cake though. Great Poupon. You know, we have that in my store. And I've never tried it yet. And I've always wanted to try Great Poupon. Mainly because the guys made it a meme a little bit. DFF did make kind of a meme, at least to me a little bit. Because they checked out some Great Poupon advertisements. And I was like, you know what? I go and try some Great Poupon. I mean, I've tried all sorts of other different, like, you know, bougie mustards. I mean, you know, they're on, I don't know. They're not really too much different from any other mustard. I mean, it's literally just because of brand name's sake. That's the reason why they're bougie. I guarantee you Great Poupon is no different. I guarantee if I try the Great Poupon honey mustard, I guarantee you probably will not taste any different, or if anything, relatively somewhat the same or similar to the store brand honey mustard, which is banging as fuck, by the way. I don't know what that, like, Beaver, like, mustard brand is, but, like, I really am not a fan of their honey mustard. I've tried theirs, not a fan of it. It's way too, like, strangely, like, soury and pungent. Like, honestly, I'm not a fan of their mustards. I know they do other sauces. Their other sauces are good, but they, you know, they need to kind of, like, you know, get away from mustard. They're not really good at that. I mean, it has that, like, little beaver on it, like, you know, on the front of it as his logo. I know that much. I forgot the name of the brand, though, but not a fan of theirs. Outside of, like, other sauces, like barbecue and shit like that. Those are pretty good, but their mustard, not good.
Look at those two people, like, those are not people that look threatening at all.
Yeah, like, what fucking cover, like, the way she was described, I didn't want to judge a book by its cover. You would think he'd be, like, some tatted up fucking nightmare people or
something. Yeah, like fucking gangbangers walking behind her, like guns hanging out of shit.
Like similar little cartel members or something, dude.
Shit. Like super normal people that happen to be shopping around Christmas time for decorations. Oh my god!
I don't even really think that this was so much racially motivated as it was sympathy motivated.
Oh, yeah? Oh, attention? Yeah.
It was both. Oh, it was both. I mean, there was definitely a level of racism applied to it. Because honestly, I mean, like, do you think, you know, they were the only couple that went into that fucking store? No, they weren't. Like, I mean, you know, she happened to, like, you know, target them specifically for her sympathy points. You know, so there's a reason why she put them as a part of her narrative. I mean, yeah, I feel like, you know, Paul's maybe kind of broadly overall right. Like, I mean, it was kind of, you know, due to sympathy, but she used kind of her internalized soft racism bullshit, being a crazy white bitch. You know, like, basically, you know, to essentially use that as a way to kind of help galvanize it further as a part of her broader narrative. I mean, it's essentially, like, you know, what happened.
I mean, that's what's at the heart of this that nobody's going to fucking talk about.
The sympathy points are at the heart of it, but the racism part kind of bolsters it. So,
report is we've created this culture where people desperately want to be sympathized with and will lie about ridiculous fucking shit in order to get it.
She wanted a stronger following. She was looking for, you know, content for her fame.
There you go.
Exactly right.
She knows. Yep. Yeah. She knows. Yep. And you know what's sad is that, like, you know, these are the people that actually generally want sympathy and stuff. I actually kind of realized it's kind of a funny frame with the dude just kind of sitting there with his eyes closed. Kind of looks like it's just, like, really pontificating about, like, you know, some really enlightening thought he just had. I mean, maybe he is, honestly. Maybe he actually is like, oh, if I can imagine this bitch, you know, just like that, just like, you know, gaslighting us into this whole problem, you know, like maybe he is thinking about something. I don't know. But like, either way, it's just like, I mean, it's kind of bullshit that like you get people that, you know. I mean, because the idea that, like, oh, you know, getting sympathy or something, like, I mean, sure. I mean, it's not necessarily, like, you know, inherently a bad idea about that if you generally are, you know, like, you know, having some plight, you know, happen to you and shit. I mean, yeah, like, I mean, you know, obviously having, like, you know, empathy, you know, towards, you know, those type of plights and having sympathy towards, you know, those situations and shit. And, you know, one, at least, you know, some base validation about this. Yeah, of course, sure, yeah. Like, that's, you know, kind of like a part of, like, you know, being human and shit, especially. But you get people out there that, you know that there's kind of like an outlet, basically, you know, to, you know, have like a way to, you know, like, you know, express your, you know, like a lot of these different plights and struggles and shit, and thus, because of that, you know, at least, you know, have some sort of, you know, element of sympathy given to you. And you have people that, you know, will literally concoct crazy ass narratives, you know, to, you know, push, essentially, you know, to fabricate this whole bullshit, you know, story of like, oh, please give me sympathy points, and it really just undermines and invalidates a lot of, you know, people's legitimate real struggles in a lot of ways, you know. And if anything, you know, especially if they're trying to target people when it comes to this whole narrative shit, like this couple, like, it actually makes them like legitimately the victims that actually garner this sympathy more than anything else, because, you know, I'm obviously sympathetic towards these people. Because, like, they shouldn't have been, like, you know, gaslit and fucking, like, you know, framed for this bullshit. Because, like, what? They just wanted Christmas ornaments. Like, I mean, that's literally what they were doing. I mean, but this is what ends up happening to them as a result. It's fucking ridiculous.
Almost as soon as Paul said it, it's like she came and second voiced it.
And I third voiced it.
Those two, I think, would be coworkers of mine, semi-racist toward American Mexicans. Yeah, I think Paul's right, though.
I mean, even if you want to make this up, why would you do it at a place that had cameras? You should have been like, I was walking on a hiking trail and I was approached and this happened. That way, even if someone was like,
at least that would make sense.
Your story is bullshit. It's like, well, there's no way to prove that. Like, this is easily disproven. She's clearly a liar. And furthermore, didn't really think it through. Like, hey, will the Michaels have cameras? If this becomes a big thing, well, like, I mean,
I think a part of that is because she got too comfortable. Like, because if anything, I mean, if she fabricated this whole event, you know, and this whole influence story and shit, how many other things in her, like, you know, mom vlog that she was doing and shit, like, how many other stories, you know, were fabricated? She just got too comfortable. And she thought, you know, maybe taking an extra bold, you know, like, level of, like, you know, trying to, you know, do things for content, which, you know, her and Paul, you know, basically both, like, blared it out, you know, pretty obviously. I mean, it's just like, I mean, like, it really kind of puts into question, like, everything else that she put out, which means that, like, you know, a lot of this, you know, different stories that she might have, you know, put out for content are probably just straight up bullshit and just all stories, and that's all they really are. If anything, her, you know, life with her kids are probably legitimately really fucking boring and pretty typical for, like, you know, a kid growing up, probably. You know, like, legit. Outside of a mom thinking she's, you know, like, all uber-duper special for having, you know, a social media platform that has, like, you know, some sort of a minor influence. No matter what, actually, false things to say, I say right out of better will make it true. Yeah. I mean, she's definitely got, like, you know, a lot of that in her, too. Which is basically just narcissism. I guess maybe to a smaller degree, maybe even solipsism, too. Where, like, the universe revolves around me, specifically.
Prove this, and it's like,
I am
it's literally
the main center of the universe.
I guess, near her, at a store. I mean, you could accuse almost any person that's ever been to a store of doing some nefarious shit. Yeah, I looked at the guy, just knew it was up to no good.
Yeah. For income, and at our expense.
Investigators cleared the couple of any wrongdoing.
You think that she lied to try to boost her social media following?
Duh! Why is that a question? Like, why do you have to ask this random, like, stuff suit dork that question?
Sorensen's attorney telling NBC News.
Wait, hold on. What did he say? Hold on.
Social media following?
I do not.
Sorensen.
Wait, he's like, I do not. Like, oh my god, wait. Is this like the lawyer that she hired or something? Oh my god. Don't tell me, dude.
Telling NBC News.
No.
Nah, just nah, bro. Oh my god, what a legal defense. Nah, bro. Oh my god.
I do not believe that is the reason why.
All right, sir. If you were not her lawyer and you're not being paid, what would you say then? Oh yeah, she's guilty as shit. Oh god, she wanted the influence so bad.
Oh my lord.
Set of coincidences.
There's been a person.
I think I saw a few fecal flecks spew out his mouth when he said it. I think I did too, honestly. I mean, oh my god. That frame. Oh man, dude, what an unfortunate frame I paused on him on. Dude, he really cannot, like, make any other expression besides just, like, this blank stare and then, like, mouth movements. Like, oh my god, this guy is, like... Is he just like that, like, you know, like, in, like, those character builds, like, in those games and shit, where, like, you have, like, that stereotypical, like, kind of standard, you know, character that you get first and shit? Like, this is that guy, but just without hair. Like, because usually those, like, you know, generic startup characters always have, like, short hair and something going on there. Like, this guy's like that, but without hair. Like, I mean, oh my god. Like, holy shit.
What a chud, dude. I hate when defense lawyers and shit get fucking... Like, this dude's job is literally to advocate for this person, okay?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, you know, I'll grant them that. Like, honestly, I can kind of tell that he's feigning it. You know, because frankly, he doesn't believe what, you know, he's saying, because he honestly, even personally believes that she's bullshit and she's just a fraud. Like, I mean, he just is being paid to say this because, I mean, well, it's her money. Like, I mean, he's getting her money at the end of the day, one way or another. So, you know, like, he don't really give that much of a shit. I'm not really gonna, like, dog on him that hard, but, yeah, he's a fucking goof. I mean, I'm gonna at least dog on him at least a little bit, just over the virtue that, you know, he has to be his, or her defense lawyer and shit, so... I'll give him at least a little bit of, you know, slap for that. Just a little bit.
I get it. He's full of shit. He's paid to be full of shit on her behalf, all right?
Yeah,
it's his little fucking job, and it's a...
I mean, it's like kind of like generally the foundation of being a lawyer. It's like, I need to at least understand how to be full of shit. I mean, not entirely. I'm being a little facetious, but I mean, you know, there's kind of an element of needing to know how to do that pretty well when it comes to being a lawyer. Because you definitely need to kind of figure out, like, the best way to kind of wing and bullshit, like, you know, at the defense, you know, when it comes to, like, a prosecutor or, like, you know, defense, you know, or whatever the fuck. Because obviously you want to win the case, so there's definitely got to, like, you know, be a little element of that going on.
Job in a fucking democratic fucking whatever, blah, blah, blah.
That this case was about race or racial profiling from the outset, and one of the...
He's not even good at it, though. Like, I don't know. You can't just bold-facedly just, like, stare blankly forward and just, like... This had nothing to do with racial profiling. She did not want social media influence. That is not why this happened. Therefore, it is not, because I
mean, for real, he just literally sounds like a robot. Like, again, like, you know, that stereotypical, like, you know, starting character build NPC that you sit there, you know, that's just T-posing for you to edit. But before you even edit him, only... like, just without the hair. In fact, the only thing you edited so far was the hair, and you just decided to give him that bald look.
She made a mistake.
Like, where's her fucking pizzazz, bro?
She should have hired...
Better Call Saul, you ain't, bitch.
She should have hired somebody...
Better Call Saul, you ain't, bitch!
Dude, better get hire a Hispanic lawyer, dude. Be like, look, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, dude, that would have been a fucking flex. Like, dude, that would have been, like... a fuck you, dude, if, like, he hired a, like, female Latino, like, defense lawyer. Oh my god, dude, she would have at least had a little bit of a fuck you, you know, narrative towards that. Be like, see, I'm not racist. But again, she's not thinking it that far, though. She's just stupid. She has a level of the stupid and doesn't really think that far.
I'm trusting my life to a person of that.
It's like it was directed by M. Night Shyamalan. I mean, a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
And Johnny Depp got accused of all kinds of abuse against women shit. He made sure he got himself a woman attorney, you know?
Yeah, there you go. Boom.
It's like she was looking for clout. What? No.
Gotta get yourself a
Never.
fucking... She should have got herself a Hispanic attorney, you know? Jose Gutierrez fucking arguing her case like, no, man, that's not it. You know?
Yeah, right. Look, I talked to her and she likes me and I like her. There you go.
I mean, she hired me, right? She can't be
DJ,
racist.
come on.
I'm basically
Really?
fucking Cheech, bitch. Like, you know?
Things that came into evidence.
I don't want Cheech to defend me. I don't care how long I go.
Okay, you know what? I'd be okay if Cheech was my defense lawyer. I will put that out there. But like, DJ, I mean, the really.
According to illegal, dude, if Cheech defended you, you would not.
According to legal, you're legally bound as a lawyer under threat of disbarment to give a passionate defense of your client. A passionate defense? Evidently not, because this guy does not have an ounce of passion. In fact, I don't even think he would be able to find it if he was literally stuffed in his suit pocket. I don't think there is any in him, dude.
Go to jail, all right?
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't, but even if I did, dude, I would accept it.
According to legal, you are legally bound as a lawyer under threat of disbarment to give a passionate defense. Yeah, and that's the fucking point, dude. TJ doing a racism? Oh yeah, fucking Hispanics. Hispanic people don't ever talk with an accent of any kind. That's right. I made that up.
And I'm sure that your average Hispanic person would be devastated.
Just utterly devastated.
Dude, I mean, it was right-wing propaganda.
Everybody's always I understand getting offended. What I don't get is getting offended on other people's behalf these days.
I watched a video recently, and it was.
I mean, I do kind of agree with that, actually. I mean, if there's I guess maybe some national prominence thing where it's like you got some politician being an offensive fuck. I guess I can understand that being yo, what the fuck about but there's definitely it's just, I mean, there is definitely an element about that I think maybe at this point it's been kind of taken back a little bit. But it's very still prominent. Especially during the whole SJW, anti-SJW era of things. It was so fucking major and shit. People being offended on others' behalves, which again, I definitely get. Honestly, for example, I think there's a valid reason for someone like me, for example, to be kind of offended at the whole trans persecution shit going on, especially as being LGBT myself and shit. There's some elements about that where I think is merited, but there's definitely a level where it gets a little too extreme where it's oh my god, just chill, bro. It's let those two hash it out. You don't need to step in and try to white knight it,
By right-wingers, so take it with a grain of salt or whatever the fuck, but I still think it made a pretty good point. There was these people, this guy wore a sombrero around a fucking white as fuck college campus and asked all the white fucking people, are you offended by this sombrero? You appropriated their culture, blah, blah. And then he went around a bunch of Mexicans wearing the sombrero, and he's like, are you offended by this sombrero? No. It looks good, esse. I like it.
I mean, honestly, even if that same dude came up to me, it's am I offending people with the sombrero? I'd be nah. Honestly, I feel I'd be offended if it didn't, stand out as a sombrero. It's if you have, some basic-ass, fucking Walmart sombrero, I'm gonna be you got a Walmart sombrero, get a legit, fancy, cool-looking sombrero. If you're gonna get a sombrero, you gotta kind of, go all out a little bit. You gotta get, a really cool, fancy one, one that's got, a lot of cool, art patterns on it and shit, cool-looking, fancy brand and stuff, you gotta, kind of pop off a little bit if you're gonna go sombrero, because sombrero in itself is already kind of popping off. It's a big hat. It's already popping off a little bit, so that's kind of what I mean. You want to kind of take the extra step of it. You can't just get, some generic corporate Walmart brand fucking sombrero, you know what I mean? But be kind of weirded out by a random white dude wearing a sombrero coming up to me asking that question. I mean, I would too. I'd be like, I would actually kind of, say, be like, okay, well, two things. One, I mean, no. And two, it's a little weird that you're asking me that question, but, I mean, three, I guess, actually, like, that's a Walmart sombrero. Like, if you're going to be wearing sombrero, like, pop off of it a little bit. Like, I mean, like I said, it's a hat that's already kind of popping off. Like, you want to, like, have a little something extra, Like, I mean, you can't just let it just be, like, bleh, just some basic tan woven thing with, like, some, like, basic-ass color, tricolor thing going on for, like, the, like, the thing around the, the head of the hat. Like, you gotta go all out a little bit. Like, you gotta add a little pizzazz. I'm not saying, like, going literally, like, hyperbolically all out where you got, like, crazy little things, like, around the brim and, like, all sorts of, like, some plumage and shit. You don't need all that. But, get a little creative with it, like, get a little, like, cool pattern, get a cool art design on it, have a cool color, for the main, base of the color of the hat, something, I mean, you can't just have, like, some basic bitch shit. I mean, that's kind of my point with it. I'd be like, I mean, you gotta pop off of it a little bit. I mean, go off, king. I mean, don't be, like, just some basic bitch shit. That's what I say. I mean, if you're gonna wear a hat, I mean, you gotta at least, like, kind of let it stand out at least a little bit.
Shit, man.
I mean, look at my hat. I mean, you see anyone wearing, like, a hat like this? Actually, around here, I actually kind of do every now and then. But not a lot. You don't see someone wearing a hat like this. Or my Stetson. Or a tricorn. I haven't worn that in a while. Actually, I need to bring that back out. I need to rock that fucking trihorn again. Tricorn's awesome.
This is why fucking white libs always goddamn lose, because they're so out of touch. They think they're standing up for fucking Hispanics or some shit.
Dude, for real, dude, TJ's so on point with this. Dude, white libs are the bane of humanity. Dude, they really are. Oh my god, I hate them so much, because they're really, dude, the TJ's really nailing it with that. Like, there's something about, like, weird white, like, rad libs. I won't even necessarily say full-on progressive, just rad lib types and shit that are just, like, so fucking annoying. And just, like, really think they're standing up and being virtuous when they're really actually just, like, getting in the way of all of that. It's like, just like, shut up. It's like, just stop. I get it, you're coming from it with a good heart and this and that, but, like, just stop it. It's like, you need to kind of reflect on your life a little bit. It's like, just knock it off.
Usually not. When it comes to actually standing up for Hispanic people,
I much prefer rad libs to shit libs. Well, I mean, I'm meaning more of, like, the radical shit libs. I mean, I guess I should kind of, have an asterisk. What I mean is the radical, like, shit libs. Like, not really the just full-on rad libs. Because, honestly, I mean, I will admit, there's a lot of different rad libs that do not pertain to what I'm talking about. I feel like there's kind of like a small overlap of rad libs and shit libs, and that's kind of where I'm talking about, is that kind of, like, overlap. Like, because honestly, like, I could kind of at least, like, a radical shit lib. It's a shit lib, but they feel far more virtuous and vocal about their shit libbery. Like, I mean, their shit liberalism, they're just far more radical and vocal about it, and just, like, think they're very virtuous and shit. Like, woke scolds and shit, basically. I mean, I guess they're not really too much different. They're just kind of just way more vocal. In comparison to your stereotypical shit lib that you might see on streets or something like that. They're just like the online equivalent, basically, I guess. Like the Twitter version.
Like maybe not voting in the primary for Joe Biden, who's continued to fucking...
Yeah, like the rare diehard Biden supporter or the diehard Democratic loyalist, like literally no matter what type of thing. Like those type of people, and literally have no critique of the Democratic Party. I mean, you will get people who are like vote blue no matter who, but will at least critique the Democratic Party and shit like that. I mean, but that's not who I'm talking about. Like, these are like the loyalists who will just like, basically just like, MAGA chuds will like see no criticisms and will just like, just disregard it as like bullshit, basically.
Prosecute the exact Trump bull.
Here, actually, I'll go to the bathroom quick, but I'll just let this campaign play for a second. I'll be right back in a moment.
That he excoriated in his campaign. They just, they can't pull through with that. But fucking, they got Latinx on lockdown, though.
You're going to have plenty of chance to talk about that in a minute. We do have a story about that coming up, so.
Oh, well, good.
You're gonna have your opportunity for that one.
Thornson's reports on
Yeah,
December.
I'm done with this. Whatever. This bitch sucks. The end. Next story. So Vermont.
There's literally no other choice, Paul. There is a primary going on. It's primary season, which is the time where you can make your choice for who will run for president on the Democratic side known.
Yes, Paul, that's a very good point. We made your selection for you. We filled it in. It's Joe
Yikes,
Biden.
TJ, what'd I do?
Yikes.
Fuck you, what'd I do? What was yikes?
Yikes, TJ. Yikes, yikes, yikes.
TJ. Oh my god, yikes, bro. What'd you just say? Yikes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
What's up?
what's
Wee Donkey?
happening? What's happening?
Hey, Wee Donkey, how you doing, bud?
There's something
They say that my client did some stuff, but I'm here to tell you, nuh-uh, he didn't do nothing.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Dude, Wee Donkey, dude. I didn't know you were an attorney, Wee Donkey.
Oh, yeah. I'm an attorney, ese.
So you passed the bar and everything? That's crazy.
Yeah, man. I passed the bar. I have a law firm, Weed Donkey and Weed Donkey.
Wow. So wait, is there more than one Wee Donkey, or you just like the idea of it being doubled?
I'm actually I'm so good at being a lawyer that there are two. It's like there are two of me.
Wow. That's fucking awesome, Wee Donkey. If I'm ever in any sort of legal trouble, you're my go-to. That's fucking
All
great.
right, ese.
Hey, Wing Donkey made an appearance. Or even the rare Kamal support, who only recently did I remember. That's right, remember is VP. Oh, yeah, is she VP? Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, shut the hell up. But I didn't get my vote. I don't care if I'm not black. Well, guess what? You ain't black, Jack. And I'm gonna revoke your black card, Jack. No malarkey, fat.
Retainer, bro. I assume you got a pretty reasonable rate.
Yeah.
Vermont becoming the first state that is kind of like a assisted suicide tourism state, basically.
Huh?
So Vermont on Tuesday became the first state in the country to change its medically assisted suicide law to allow terminally ill people from out of state to take advantage of it and in their lives. Republican.
Wasn't Oregon like this already? I thought Oregon had a law like this, like where they had like a doctor-assisted suicide. Is Vermont different?
Phil Scott signed the bill that removes the residency requirement for the decades-old law.
Ah, that's probably why.
Last year, in a court settlement, Oregon agreed to stop enforcing the residency requirements of its...
Wait, hold on. Wait, we have a residency requirement law, but we don't enforce it anymore, and now Vermont's just overtly taking it off the books. So, wait, Oregon technically did it first. They just never officially took it... Wait, so we already did this. We just never took it off the books. We just don't enforce it anymore. So Vermont's officially taking it off the books first. So, yeah, wait, hold on. Fuck you, Vermont. Hold on. Wait, you're stealing our thunder. Fuck you. Vermont, stealing our thunder, assholes. Like, no, we're the ones who started it first. Oh, just because we didn't take it off the law books yet, don't mean we didn't start it, ass. Vermont, you're the only reason why you started doing it is because we're the ones who did it first, dicks. Oh my god, they're stealing our thunder. But goddamn Vermont. I'm about to have a fucking beef with Vermont now.
Law allowing terminally ill people to receive lethal medication. It also agreed to ask the legislature to remove it from the law. Before Vermont removed its residency requirements Tuesday, it reached a settlement with a Connecticut woman who has terminally ill cancer to allow her to take advantage of its law, provided she complies with other aspects of it. We are grateful to Vermont lawmakers for recognizing that a state border shouldn't determine if you die peacefully or in agony. Patients routinely travel to other states. It's so ridiculous to me.
I know exactly what TJ is about to say. I don't even, I missed a lot of the news portion of the Onion Nuggets today, so I don't even know what he's about to say, but I just know what he's about to say. Because what it is fucking ridiculous. The idea of, like, hey, you have a terminal illness, or or some other faculties, or maybe like you're 98 years old and you and your wife have, or you and your husband have like lived long enough, and basically like, yeah, we're pretty satisfied with life, we're done with it, fuck it. Like, I mean, like all in all, I mean, like, I don't really see this being a bad thing, as at least an option, being like, alright, yeah, I don't want to go for the agony of dying of cancer, or like, yeah, I lived so long that, like, I don't really see a need to, be around anymore. I mean, fuck it. Like, I've lived a satisfied life, like, I mean, I think having a law in place where it's like, yeah, I mean, like, having that in place, it's not really a bad thing. I obviously think, I think TJ or whoever that is wrong on this. I mean, I don't necessarily, I don't really agree totally. I mean, well, hold on. I mean, what do you mean, though? I don't see a residency requirement in Oregon's law. Well, because, I mean, in the article, it said that Oregon no longer enforced it as a law, at least in that sense, and probably since then took it off. I'm just kind of, memeing a little bit, because at least this article is saying Vermont's, like, kind of the first, like, tourist state about this, but, I mean, basically what, I mean, if in the article, the details is that Vermont's law, basically, they just kind of changed it so it's basically kind of like ours. I mean, they're just, I guess, more popular of a state with this, I guess? I don't know. Like, I mean, either way, though, I mean, the broader general philosophy about, like, hey, should someone have kind of, like, a right, to, like, assisted death in this type of case and shit. There was also an infamous case for a terminally ill person from California being forced to go to Oregon to qualify for a death with dignity. Yeah, I think I kind of vaguely remember something about that. And yeah, I mean, and honestly, like, if someone wants to have that right, they should be able to. I mean, it's kind of sucks that they have to basically, like, use whatever little they have left, that could maybe be passed down to some family members or something, to essentially go to another state to do this type of shit. I mean, it's definitely, kind of some bullshit in my opinion. At the very minimal, I think it should at least be compensated, all things considered right now. Like, if you happen to not be a resident and you had to, like, move, to the state to, partake in that particular law or take advantage of it and shit, then, yeah, I'd say that at least there should be some compensation. Which obviously would be inherited to the next of kin or, next family or something like that. Obviously, at least in this case. They'll have the right to decide when they want enough for you to decide what I'm supposed to left cash or well. This could be a way of speeding things up. Sure. I mean, I guess in a sense I would probably have like a limit to it to an extent. Like, I think if you're like 23 or something like that and you're like wanting to try to, take part of this, I'd be like, you're going to other resources first. Like, I mean, you're going to, like, suicide, programs and shit like that and stuff. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I mean, depending on what age you are, I would honestly argue that, they need to be refrained from that type of thing. Like, just because this law is in place doesn't mean, like, someone who's, like, young or middle-aged inherently needs to be, like, doing that because, like, oh, I'm sick of it all. It's like, I mean, it sounds like you're just trying to take it out, which doesn't really necessarily need to be the case. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, to a certain extent, like, I don't know if it needs to, like, be, across the board, but, I mean, I guess I can hear an argument for it, I suppose. I think it just needs to be more exceptional, like, if you're, like, kind of like, that whole past the retirement age thing, or, I guess, really, I guess maybe, like, 70 plus, or, like, 65 plus, or something like that, and, or have, like, terminal illness of some shit. Yeah, I read the part. Any day now, great Aunt Peril. Any day now. But you judge primary, Biden would be also fan of how enough days. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it would be. It's also, wait on. But, yeah.
That this is actually even a fucking argument.
Because if you have a fucking cat or a dog or something like that that is suffering, and you're like, I don't want old Sparky to suffer anymore, you know, and you put that dog down, that is, everyone will look at that as like, that is the most ethical outcome. You know, you do what was right for old Sparky. But when it's a human being, suddenly there's like some kind of argument. Like, oh no, you shouldn't do that. Like, so what? They're just supposed to, like, a person whose life is just nothing but unremittent suffering should just cling to life as long as possible because of what? Why?
You read the little thing called the Bible?
Bible. And because life is so sacred. Or something.
Like, so I can't fuck, if I'm like dying, and I'm looking down the barrel of 6 months of unremittent fucking agony.
Oh my god, you know, I just started fucking realizing this. Dude, think about this. This is why, like, the Republican Party especially is just, like, basically a party based off of, like, cruelty. At this point, in their policies and enacting as much cruelty as possible. Like, because, like, oh my god. Like, they're hyper anti-abortion and want to, like, you know, have women basically be, you know, doing forced births and shit like that. They're, like, you know, forced birther. But they're also fundamentally against policies like this and fundamentally against, like, you know, various different aspects about, like, you know, healthcare treatment as well. So it's like, basically they literally want you to survive as long as possible in the most amount of agony and cruelty as possible. Like, that is basically, like, their fucking, like, you know, like, party, like, platform. It's just like, blah. Like, holy shit. Like, I mean, it really isn't hyperbolic to say that at this point. I mean, it really isn't, because, like, so many of them just, you know, are letting their freak flag fly. I mean, this ain't, like, you know, 2008 no more or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it ain't, like, you know, they're like, whatever veneer civility that party had is gone. Like, which is pissing me off that the Democrats are so, like, you know, up their ass about this whole civility at the core and bullshit. It's like, what, do you think the Republicans, you know, continue doing that? No. Like, I mean, so, like, you know, it's just like, fucking drop it. Like, ah. But anyway, that's just like a fucking side point, whatever. Be hilarious if the base version of Beto O'Rourke went for the jugular against Biden in the primary. Oh, kind of like, you know, the Texas, you know, running for Senate Beto O'Rourke, you know, when he kind of first got prominence. Honestly, like, I kind of wish, like, that Beto O'Rourke was more prominent. Especially for, like, his younger side, because he was actually, like, in a metal band, and, like, he had, like, long-ass hair, and, like, was in mosh pits and shit. Like, honestly, like, there's a kind of, in a weird way, like, as a human being personally, I probably could get down with Beto O'Rourke. Like, I could probably, you know, hang out with him and shit. I mean, at least when it comes to, like, you know, I guess, like, you know, maybe firearms and maybe some other certain issues, I mean, we might differ for sure. Like, I know how he is about gun stuff. He's like, yeah, damn right we're coming to take him and stuff. Like, yeah, yeah, nah, I'm not about that. But whatever, you know, it's like, despite that, though, like, as a human being, though, I still feel like I can kind of get with him. Yeah, he went from long hair to being a square, dude. Yeah, exactly. He went from, like, a countercultural, like, long-haired, like, kind of, like, you know, maybe, like, you know, kind of like a rad progressive, like, kind of, you know, type of dude to a literal, like, corporate Democrat square dork. It's like, ew. Like, because there's literally pictures of him, like, you know, back in this, like, you know, like regional metal band days and shit. Like, you can find pictures of him. I think he literally used them in, like, you know, political ad campaigns when he first, you know, gained prominence and shit. So it's like, he even ran on that a little bit. It's like, yeah, look, you see, I'm kind of one of you guys. I'm like, you know, literally, like, kind of like a little metalhead, quirky kid, you know, that kind of grew up around here and blah, 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 blah. Like, he ran on that, I'm pretty sure. What is with this dog, man? Why?
I have to stay alive for that 6 months and fucking just meaninglessly struggle against an inevitable death.
Yep.
To satiate your fucking religion. Not even my religion, but your religion.
I'm doing you a favor. Because when you go, because TJ, if you just kill yourself, you go boom, boom, you know, you pull a trigger or something. You get them euthanized, you TJ going straight to hell.
Going straight down hell. Tell you what, brother, Satan's gonna be consuming that soul.
But yeah, but you didn't figure that. But if you figure that out, then what happens is you suffer, needlessly and endlessly for 6 months, and then you go straight to heaven. So, let me ask you a question, TJ. You want 6 months of suffering here on earth, an eternity of bliss and peace, and just...
Well, I don't believe in getting that. I don't believe in that eternity of bliss. That's your belief.
What if it happened? What if it happened?
Well, I guess I'm going to take my chances.
Okay, well...
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I literally would rather take my chances if that's the case. Like, I mean, fuck the whole Aunt Teresa, like, you know, suffering is actually bliss and a virtue and whatever the fuck. Like, ugh. Also, Aunt Teresa was really a psycho cunt. I think I heard, somewhere that's just, I guess, people to be part of Satan's army. Based. Well, I guess not based for the people that commit suicide, but for Satan's army, based. Satan's army always needs recruits.
So, I know we have definitely made the Karen perk at this point.
Alright.
Yeah, in fact...
Yeah, fuck your perks. I want more news.
A bit of a large...
Jesus Christ, that was a nightmare. Wait, what's this article say? Oh wait, it's the same fucking article. We're going to another... Dude has to have a hard-on for Japan if that's the case.
Probably, you know, slapdash threw them together in the last second. Probably, oh shit, the show's in 20 minutes.
Oh my god.
If we get to that.
Here. We're more news. Yeah. They're literally looking at the same damn... Why are they looking at the same damn thing? Oh my god, you can't be serious. Alright, fuck it. Alright, we're doing this then. Alright. I see a big headline here. What the fuck is this headline? Oh my god, what? Biden administration approves sending 1,500 U.S. troops to Mexico border as Title 42 deadline looms. Oh yeah, because, you know, like, pulling out of Afghanistan was not totally just, you know, shuffling pawns on a chessboard, you know? Like, definitely not. No. I guarantee you, like, you know, a fat chunk of those 1,500 troops, you know, were from, like, Afghanistan. Guarantee it, bro. Okay, where's the beginning of this? I want to get, like, you know, the beginning juices of this shit. And also, what's the roll of the dice that Paul somehow mentions Ukraine in this? Not that I totally disagree with his takes entirely, you know, but I have a weird feeling that he's most certainly going to bring it up, maybe. Where's the beginning of this? Did I go too far back? Okay, maybe. Alright. Here. Get me to the start. There we go. Yay!
U.S. troops in Mexico border as Title 42 deadline looms. Title 42 is this is something that was used during COVID. It was basically a right-wing thing where, well, the Title 42 is an old, like, prevent the spread of disease thing, but they used the pandemic to prevent people from coming across the border. They claim it's not dumb. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, if I remember correctly, I think the idea of Title 42 is, at least, you know, in this sense, was used to, like, basically just be more border restrictions and shit, which, you know, fucking Biden is consistently on doing, and he's literally sending the U.S. military there, too. Not just, like, ICE or Border Guard, you know, or, like, you know, the, like, Customs and Border Patrol, but, like, basically, like, you know, detachments of, like, of the military, you know, being the Border Guard. Like, I mean, like, huh?
Do not come.
Do not come. We have literal U.S. military troops here, not just ICE and Custom and Border Protections. No, do not come. We will literally shoot you with tanks and drones and other military equipment. Like, it's, yeah. Yeah. How's that immigration policy looking for Biden's administration? Oh, yeah. Let's send some military troops over to that border, baby. I'm like, what? Fuck me, dude. This is why, like, you know, like, Biden's not exactly, like, expiring when it comes to, like, anything like, even liberal, let alone progressive. Because, like, I mean, like, would you, like, I mean, how much would she, like, you know, bet this would not be, like, really that much different from fucking Trump? In fact, let's just even replace Biden Trump here. Trump administration improves sending 1,500 U.S. troops to Mexico border as Title 42 deadline looms. Sources. I mean, honestly, that sounds just as likely as a fucking article headline, just as much as the Biden administration one. So, at least in my opinion, just saying. Especially considering how Trump, you know, was treating the whole immigration policy, especially how vocal he was about it. Biden's just doing it very quietly. That's the difference. Like, he's just kind of letting this just happen and shit when not really saying anything about it.
Oh, when we spread this, I love how the Republicans, by the way, you know, were so selective about when they believed COVID was a pandemic. It's like, we can use it to stop Mexicans from crossing the border. Oh, well, then in that case, yeah, pandemic's horrible. We don't want it.
I have to wait in line with a mask on my face when I'm waiting for my latte.
Oh, goddamn those fucking Mexicans then, those motherfuckers. How dare they bring this COVID over here? I'm a weird racist white bitch.
Folks, I get to discriminate against immigrants, especially brown ones.
Ew.
We need to take this seriously.
So anyway, the Biden administration, this is Fox News, by the way. So, you know, just to put that out there as your source. The Biden administration has approved sending 1,500 active duty U.S. troops to the southern border in coming days amid concerns that tens of thousands of migrants will surge in the country once Title 42 is lifted.
Like, and honestly, like, and what in the fuck do you think, like, those troops are going to be doing? Like, because what do you think they're trained for? They're not trained to deal with, like, civilian, like, refugee crisis shit. Like, they're soldiers, they're troops, they're military, like, battalions and regiments. Like, these aren't, like, some Army Corps of Engineer fuckers or something. Like, I mean, it's like, like, this is definitely, like, because if you think about it, they don't have the same, like, rules against our protocols that, like, ICE or Customs and Border Enforcement have. I mean, especially despite the problems they have and shit, especially ICE. I mean, ICE is fucking notorious. But do you think the military is going to be any better? Oh, hell no. In fact, honestly, it might legit be a little worse. So, I mean, like, this is not, like, exactly, exciting or good. Like, it's not like, Mexico's suddenly, like, having, like, some different, like, army regiments, led up on our border. This is literally just over people migrating. Like, not over, like, some sort of, like, a military posturing by the Mexican government. And this is also, like, previously, leading up to this, prior to a bunch of Republicans, fucking trying to warmonger about, maybe going to war with Mexico. And then, at least as a soft reaction, this is kind of what happens, later down the line, by Biden's administration. Like, are we honestly, legitimately, as a government and as a country, gearing up to militarily intervene in Mexico? Like, are we really honestly gonna fucking do that? Like, I'm honestly starting to really kind of, like, like, connect those dots, and are we really gonna fucking do that? Like, honestly? Like, cause it's kind of, I'm literally taking Mexico's side if they do that. No, I am too, I'm just saying. I mean, no, I would too. I would, be an advocate for, the sovereignty of, Mexico in that case, absolutely. And, like, I mean, I ain't gonna beat around the bush about that for sure. I'm just saying, like, are we honestly seriously gonna fucking do that? Like, I mean, are we really kind of gearing up for that? I mean, 1,500 is not a big number, but that's still significant. It's not like, they're sending, like, 50, or 100 personnel to kind of help, like, collaborate with, who's already there. Like, these are, like, at least, like, between maybe just, like, a small, like, regiment or, like, a battalion. Like, I mean, and scattering them throughout the border, And so it's, like, this is, like, a whole, like, military logistical operation going on here. I mean, so, like, what? Is this going to expand into something further? Because it likely can be. I mean, this is kind of, like, a slope, that's not exactly looking good. Like, to me, also, like, how in the world are they treating it, like, as legitimate position? I mean, for real. And, like, and also, like, we don't have an administration or an oppositional party that's just immediately detesting, you know, the idea of wanting to go to war with Mexico and militarily intervening there. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? Where's the backbone? I mean, it's like, this whole, like, we're not them ain't working no more. That don't sell. At least not to me. It just can't. Like, because a lot of this, like, I mean, because if anything, they're being, like, you know, their compromise or their bipartisan level to react to that is like, oh, well, we'll send some people at the border. We won't, like, intervene in Mexico, but we'll send, like, 1,500 people at the border or something. I mean, even if it's not directly related to, like, you know, the Republicans, like, warmongering about Mexico and shit, I mean, you know, this is at least, you know, indirectly, at least a way to kind of maybe, like, soften the reaction about it so they can be like, oh, well, at least they're listening to us. You know, they're at least taking us somewhat seriously, you know, or some shit. Like, you know, it's a way to, you know, placate them. I mean, so, like, I mean, you know, they're just going to continue to ask for more and more and more and more. So, it's like, I mean, like, again, are we really, honestly, like, as a country going to do that? Like, and if so, like, are we going to actually, like, resist against that? Because, my God, like... If there really is any war that I would hope that Americans are staunchly anti-war about, it would be that. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that would 100% be the case, sadly. I feel like the whole, especially the whole drug war narrative and shit, you know, if like, oh, the cartels are sending fentanyl and blah, 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 whatever the fuck, like, I feel like that would just, like, sell to too many people. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I hope not. I really, truly fucking don't. But, like, man... I guess, like, you know, I will admit, like, a more cynical side of me is coming out with that, like, you know, part, you know, of things, but, like, I really don't hope that ends up being the situation, because, Jesus Christ, yeah, fuck this country and the media for allowing that to be a legitimized position, or even allowed to fucking perpetuate.
The U.S. soldiers will come with a variety of active duty Army units and will serve for 90 days in mostly administrative and transport roles to free up law enforcement and border. This reminds...
That's just how they're gonna couch it first. And honestly, like, I mean, what that means, too, is also, like, when it comes to transport of, you know, people that they detain, this also means that they tangentially, or at least indirectly, are collaborating and involved in different busts and shit like that. Like, this doesn't really mean that they're, like, oh, just behind the scenes. No, they're gonna be on the front line, so to speak, you know, actively collaborating with agents and shit. Like, this is just basically, you know, them saying, like, you know, very softly, you know, like, basically, like, oh, well, they're just kind of, like, logistically helping. It's like, that's a very soft way of saying that they're actively collaborating and, you know, directly working, you know, in tandem. So, kind of curious about the verbiage of that, and considering the bent, well, it's Fox News, obviously. I mean, their bent's going to be, you know, more anti-immigration and pro-military, so of course they're going to see this as like, well, wow, the Biden administration does something that's, like, oh, somewhat okay. Yes, awesome.
We've talked a few times about this and the impending, you know, climate catastrophe. Not even impending, but, like, underway, basically. Climate catastrophe. And how, you know, eventually there's probably just going to be troops on this border with machine guns just shooting anyone who tries to cross, right? That's just going to be where this is going to go eventually.
Oh, probably like some Berlin Wall level shit. Like, unironically. Like, I mean, I'm not even necessarily being hyperbolic with that, because, like, with the Berlin Wall, it's meant to be like, oh, if people try to run across that, you know, east to west German side of that, you know, wall and stuff, it was meant to be kind of like a KOS type of thing. Or like a SOS, like shoot on sight. But, you know, like, in a lot of instances, there's a lot of various different, you know, political backlash, obviously, towards that type of policy, but nonetheless, they enforced it, or at least tried to. And, you know, like, I mean, it will end up getting to a situation where, you know, that ends up being the case for basically our entire, you know, national border, and maybe even borders. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised if, you know, that even happens at least on a more softer level, you know, towards, like, Canada, just has, like, a sense of being like, well, we don't want, like, a lot of your poor and impoverished coming down over here because of, like, whatever fucking X, Y, or Z issues are. Or shit, a combination of Sky Daddy and billionaires. Well, yeah. And the thing is, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, like, I know, I don't wonder why you abolish, want to, abolish, a nation as a concept. Like, I mean, fundamentally, like, as a, especially a long-term idea, I'm kind of on the same page. Like, I mean, fuck borders, fuck nations. I'm more about, like, a global, collaboration of, ideas and, people and, governments and shit. Like, not this nationalistic bullshit, like, nonsense we got going on now. Like, I mean, so, like, yeah, I mean, really, especially philosophically, I mean, I honestly especially agree with you, but, I mean, I just don't know, like, I mean, really, all in all, like, I just don't know if I necessarily, think, like, a total abolition of the state, but at least, a fundamental, like, aggressive, push from the ground up, especially state by state, is really, probably a better outcome. I just kind of feel like, I mean, at least for now, like, I feel like, just, there's, different, means, that are a little better. But either way, I mean, we've, I can't even tell you how many times we've, gone back and forth about all that type of shit, so I don't know that we really need to totally rehash all that. I mean, because either way, like, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not really, like, absolutely, like, sold on, well, one form of it or the other. I just kind of feel like one has a little bit more negative consequences. Because, like, I mean, at least, my rebuttal, at least, to the whole abolition of, nation where there's, like, different nation states, within, what was formerly the U.S. is that, like, especially, at least mainly, predominantly for the South and shit, like, I mean, obviously a lot of the more fascistic elements of, politically that are, have a voice down there are going to, be the ones to take control. And they are most certainly not going to be, accepting of just, having what they have. I mean, they're going to want to, have this whole idea of reunifying the nation. And then from there, especially, taking advantage of having whatever political power they have, if they could, which I doubt they can, but, well, at least we would try it, but, try to kind of, like, reunify a nation, at least in their borders and their image, like, use that as an ability to expand from there, and, like, that, having a consolidation of power like that is, in a lot of ways, even more so disastrous than them trying to slowly do it state by state. I mean, because, I mean, it's like, either way, it's still kind of happening, but, I mean, for them to have, like, kind of an open ability to kind of, like, well, here you go. I mean, kind of, when it comes to, like, kind of a national, albeit smaller fractions element of that power, I mean, again, they're not going to totally be satisfied with that, and will most certainly be on a very militaristic, aggressive approach about, especially this whole nationalistic fervor of reunification of the state. Especially considering how, like, I mean, if we look at, like, especially the Nazis, I mean, their whole idea was about, like, reunifying the German people that were not a part of the broader German state that, was broken apart. So, I mean, they would easily use the whole same type of rhetoric to be more like EU. I mean, I feel like that might work a little better. But, I mean, the current EU right now, I'm not exactly fond of, so, I mean, like, but at least that's a foundational concept about how it's supposed to work. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be against it. Like I said, I'm not, like, absolutely, like, married to one idea or another. I just kind of, leaning on other ideas more so than, other ideas mainly, just because, like, kind of, at least for me, I kind of feel like there's a little bit more pro and cons, that kind of vary between it. Federal structure of very specific powers, yeah. Well, I mean, there definitely needs to be at least, very specific powers for sure. And at least, well, I mean, our current federal government has specific powers, but just literally do not enforce them whatsoever. So there at least also needs to be a check and balance to have, like, an ability for our federal government, if they don't, actually enforce their powers, to have, the ability to add the minimal to people to be able to, push and enforce them and light a fire in their ass in some way. Or at least have some sort of punitive structure in place, to penalize, the lack of using the power properly and shit. Or at least something. I mean, there needs to at least, be a, an equalized, balance of power in that way. But, it's, like, I mean, right now, our current, structure is just really flawed beyond recognition. And really needs, fixing in way more ways than one. mean, what I will say, though, is that there's at least, like, a lot of younger people, broadly, that at least kind of know that the current system is broken in one way, shape, or form, and it needs to at least change in, you know, something that is better. I mean, there's even, like, you know, different, like, you know, like I said, like, you know, rad lib types or more progressive lib types and shit that, you know, recognize in some way that the system has to at least change to some extent. They, you know, I would at least say that they don't realize, like, how far it's broken yet, or probably not at all. But, I mean, like, they at least recognize that it needs to at least just, you know, be fixed in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, I mean, really fundamentally the issue, though, is that, like, you know, they just want the tweaks around the edges. They don't really want to fundamentally actually change things and shit. Which is kind of why, you know, they really need the, you know, light, you know, fire in their ass and shit, and why, like, more, oh shit, Bluetooth died, damn. And my phone's totally charged, fuck it. But, like, that's why there needs to be a lot more of, like, the far left radical element of, like, the broader progressive wing and shit. People like me, basically, you know, to essentially kind of, like, you know, kind of break that bubble a little bit. Because there's, you know, a lot of people that have, you know, frankly, you know, really libby-ass takes and shit that, you know, despite that are, you know, all in all, not really, like, you know, that anti-labor or that, you know, anti-progressive or anything like that and shit. If anything, they actually tend to be advocates of these things, but just are, like, well, like, for certain economic issues or certain elements, you know, from, like, certain social issues or just very specific things, or maybe, like, foreign policy or, like, nationalism or whatever the fuck, they just are lib as fuck. I mean, all in all. Sukov! Bro! We need to have an actual anti-Biden movement from the left, life out under the ass in DNC. Well, not necessarily just an anti-Biden movement, but just an anti-DNC, you know, progressive faction of the Democratic Party / DNC. I mean, that was kind of the, you know, initial kind of concept of the whole squad, was kind of be like a stonewall to a lot of DNC status quo shit. You know, to be like, hey, unless you concede and, you know, have concessions for, you know, the progressives and shit, you aren't going to be getting these things through. Like, that's kind of the whole point of the squad. Like, that was kind of their broader idea, the whole idea of that. But that's not what they end up really becoming. There's only maybe, like, a couple of them that have been like that. I mean, if anything, Ilhan Omar, probably the most. But even then, she's got flaws every now and then. But at least, in my opinion, the least of them. But still, it's just like, I mean... there isn't really, like, a strong national voice when it comes to, like, being on that type of sphere. I mean, the only one so far, probably, is Marianne Williamson, but, I mean, she obviously ain't got no chance. I mean, I will still support her, personally, but, I mean, you know, she really ain't gonna be able to, you know, fucking have the same type of energy, you know, to go against Biden, especially with the current tension right now. I mean, maybe I might be wrong. I mean, like, maybe, like, her more, like, kind of crystal mom, like, chill, hippie, chakra vibe energy is kind of maybe what is needed a little bit. That'll kind of, like, you know, get people tuned in, but I really doubt it. I mean, considering the tension, you know, politically in the country right now. So, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'll still support her at least, you know, but, you know, I'm definitely not under no gumption that she's gonna fucking, like, win anything. But hopefully, maybe, you know, it will at least solidify enough, you know, of a national prominence, and maybe next time around she'll, you know, maybe get a little bit more support, but, or at least, you know, get more of these, you know, progressive ideas pushed through further regardless. I mean, because either way, that's, you know, what really matters the most.
Right-wing governments in America, like...
I'll probably hope for, or Biden are the only two options. Well, yeah, which likely, I mean, as it stands right now, are pretty much the only two options so far. So, but, yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe she'll gain enough support to where, you know, Biden will have to be on a debate stage. And if she's able to do that, then, I mean, there will actually, I think, you know, be at least a little bit of a gumption of, like, oh shit, you know, she might be able to, you know, at least garner enough support to be like, hey, you know, you at least have to have, like, you know, this type of support, you know, of people, you know, that support ideas like mine, that you need to concede towards in some way. Like, even if obviously Biden wins still regardless. The 2 least popular candidates are also the favorites 2024. Oh my god, man. I know. This is what I mean. Gotta love America. Well, love to hate it, at least.
Oh yeah. I mean, it'll just be like, you try to come across our border, we'll kill you.
And the idea of you seeking political asylum in America is going to be just 100% a dead concept.
There'll be some token like, oh yeah, we allow it to happen, through the proper channels. They'll allow a couple people in and go, look, we still accept people into America.
Like, what the fuck? I feel so when the best we could do are 2 bumbling fools who should be waiting for a president of a retirement home. I mean, dude, man, for real. I mean, I wish it was like, it's like otherwise, but it really ain't. Do have an incredibly corrupt Supreme Court with literally no consequences. Yeah, like, we have, like, these Senate hearings, to say, like, hey, are you gonna, like, I don't know, like, lie about what you're gonna do? No, not at all. Oh, by the way, we're lying about what we're gonna do and just gonna, like, revoke Roe v. Wade and everything else. Fuck you. Like, I mean, it's like, what? I mean, that literally should have, like, prison penalties, when it comes to lying like that. I mean, it's supposed to, as far as I'm aware. Like, so what the fuck is this? I mean, it literally just proves, especially, from George Carlin's, point, it's like, I mean, it's a whole good boys club and you ain't in it.
You know how bad this is? You know how bad...
And there's a reason why they call it the American Dream, because you have to be asleep to believe in it. That only shows how much better the state level is. Faking out a corrupt scandal, she was kicked out within a week. Yeah. Which is why, that type of, energy and that type of, like, like, backbone and shit needs to be, pushed up. Like, I mean, obviously, I mean, that's kind of like, where, like, I mean, it needs to, continue to grow. Like, I mean, it can't just stop at the state level at this point. Like, I mean, because there needs to at least be some level where there's at least, like, some sort of an impetus, from the national level for them to at least have some basic backbone. Because, like, I mean, there can be, but, like, especially on the state, level and shit, even though there are certain voices and, people and shit that are, willing to kind of, like, have the backbone and stuff, they literally would rather stab them back and just, like, let them fend for themselves. Because, like, where was the DNC and the Democratic Party when Justin Jones and Pearson, my boys and shit, were fucking, like, like, expelled and shit? Not really anywhere. What about Zoe Zephyr? Nowhere either. Like, they ain't saying shit and defending her on that. Like, so, like, I mean, all these, voices and shit, are just, like, they're just literally looking at them and be like, fuck them. They're just, like, state-level politicians in red minority states and, shit, so whatever, who cares?
Is on the border. I watched,
No one lives in one around 2024. Well, yeah. That's kind of the problem, at least for right now. And I mean, in a way, I mean, I know Paul Zigo has mentioned it before, but, like, I mean, he obviously doesn't advocate it, but he thinks that in a sense, and I mean, I don't want it to be true, but I think it might be, where he thinks that, like, things kind of have to kind of, like, get worse in order for them to get better, for people to kind of realize that things are really actually legit fucked, especially on the electoral level. I mean, so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't want that to necessarily be the case, where things are just getting more fucked, but, like, I mean, considering that, like, whether it's in our control or not, which it ain't, things are getting fucked either way, so it's like, I mean, I guess we'll find out that answer one way or another, honestly. I mean, so, like, I guess in a sense, like, yeah, I mean, I guess to a certain degree, things have to get at least, a certain level of fucked, before people, like, start realizing, fuck this. Because, I mean, a lot of people already kind of feel that way, but there's not, like, enough people for, to, like, have that motivation, shit. Because, like, you can still get bread at the grocery store and shit like that. I mean, people are living paycheck to paycheck enough to where they can at least, like, skirt their rent and this and that and everything else and shit, to get by just enough and shit. I mean, people aren't in such a absolute situation of desperation, even though we already are kind of teetering on that point as it is. I mean, things haven't just gotten to the point of desperation, so to speak, to where it's, like, that bad yet. even though it already seems like that. I mean, I was just talking about from earlier tonight, just with, like, you know, how even around here, things don't really necessarily seem as, like, safe and chill and stuff as it used to be, because things have gotten so desperate and so fucked for so many people that, like, there's people, like, doing meth outside of our store, fucking, like, legit, like, you know, tweakers are probably, you know, who knows, could or could not do harm, you know, to others and shit. Like, I don't fucking know. Yeah, like, I mean, they're tweaking. I don't want to know. Like, I mean, you know, just shit like that. There's all sorts of crazy things, you know, that, you know, unfortunately are becoming a little bit more and more predominant. But then you get far-right conservatives and, like, NIMBY liberals that fear-monger that shit because they see it once in their life and think it's the end of the world. And then they want to, you know, make it worse and accelerate the problems instead of actually trying to legitimately address it and alleviate it and actually try to help with, you know, adding to the prosperity instead of to the oppression. The home population is getting so high that entire suburban neighborhoods aren't going to be able to ignore it forever. Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, the rent itself especially is going to get so bad to the point where that will reach a fulcrum. And, I mean, maybe that might honestly be the fulcrum point. I mean, considering that rent and, you know, trying to buy a home and all this other shit, like, it's getting so bad that people can't even afford the most, like, cheapest of rent, quote-unquote. Or authoritarian crackdowns that will cause a huge protest movement to reform. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's always going to at least be something that's going to, like, I mean, something's going to be the fulcrum point. Either there'll be at least, like, a small enough backlash against, like, landlords and shit like that where there'll be enough of authoritarian crackdown where that, you know, crackdown might be enough for people to be like, what the fuck is this? Like, look at these people who just want to have a home over their head. Or a roof over the head. I mean, you know what I mean. Like, I mean, and all that other shit. I mean, you know, and even to the point where, like, maybe some more, like, you know, well-off looking people might, you know, be impacted. Not just, like, you know, poor, impoverished looking ragtag, sundown neighborhoods and shit. And, like, you know, a lot of NIMBY liberal types, you know, will think. You know, it's like, oh, I don't want it in my backyard because I want it in their neighborhood way over there. You know, the black communities and the, you know, working class smaller communities that, you know, don't really get all the funding like I do in my neighborhood. So, I mean, either way, I mean, something will eventually fucking give. So, it's just like, I mean, I don't know when, but, I mean, it's gonna be an eventual point. And honestly, that's kind of why I tend to advocate for, like, you know, trying to, you know, like, for especially progressives and leftists, you know, like, kind of prepare for the worst, but hope for the best type of thing. And that includes, like, an all-above approach about those type of things, you know? Like, if you feel like, you know, you're capable and sound-minded to get, like, self-defense classes or, you know, use some form of self-defense and things like that, I mean, go for that. But if you feel like, I mean, you want to try to have, you know, honestly, just a backup contingency plans to get the fuck out, shit like that, like, yes, do that. All sorts of shit. Like, I mean, really, whatever, you know, options are available in the above the all of the above approach. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. It's getting late. But, you know, when it comes to all of the above approach, just like, you know, whatever options are available at your disposal, take them. Like, that's kind of how I am with it. More waiting for the protest movement. I mean, same here, honestly. I'm waiting for, like, the radical, like, you know, protest direct action to happen. Because, I mean, that shit is going to happen. I mean, we're already seeing, like, little pitter-patters of that every now and then. We already saw kind of, like, a proto-beginnings of that with 2020 with the George Floyd protests and shit. I mean, I'm meaning pitter-patters right now because you got, like, different unions on strike and shit. I mean, you still got, like, different leftist progressives and regionally in certain towns and cities, you know, doing little protests here and there. I mean, nothing to major significance. You got a lot of people defending drag queens and shit against Nazis and shit, you know, trying to protest that. So, I mean, there's all sorts of various different things that are going on, a little pitter-patterly, you know, like, in between the kind of, like, the proto, like, boom, you know, but there's going to be a real big national movement, you know, that is going to eventually happen. I mean, if it already kind of like, I mean, because the one thing that kind of disappointed me about the George Floyd protests is that nothing really truly fundamentally changed from that. And I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. Like, there's a lot of progressives and leftists and shit that, you know, feel the same way that I do, where it's like, where did the real change come from this? Like, We went out there, fucking had our voice heard, and, went out there doing civil disobedience. We got our, went loud and, proud and shit, but, like, where's the fucking results? Like, maybe a pitter-patter here and there, but, like, what the fuck? Like, nothing really came from it too much. Outside, again, like, a few things here and there, occasionally. But, if anything, more police funding, happened because of it, unfortunately. So, it's like, if anything, like, a lot of people that, especially that partook in that shit, are even more pissed, because of this shit. So, again, it's just like, there's gonna be a fulcrum point eventually. I don't know when that's gonna happen, but god damn it, can it happen already? Like, does it really have to get that bad? I mean, can it just happen already? That's kind of where my point is, Honestly, I feel like it's just gonna happen around 2024, like around election time. I feel like that's when it's gonna happen. I feel like, you know what? I guarantee it's probably gonna be around election time. Whether election night or like after the fact, or maybe even around inauguration, like, January. I mean, it's gonna happen around then. Dude, oh my god. It's gonna be a crazy year, dude. Because, like, 2023, 2024, yeah. 2024 is gonna be whack. Especially, because, like, we're going to see a little pitter-patter system primary seasons and stuff like that, early on for this year. So we're going to kind of maybe see a few, like, crazy shit going on a little bit, like, with, like, the beginnings of the primary season. We're already starting to see that now, honestly. But, like, especially as the later of this year starts ramping up, we're going to start seeing more of that. And then once 2024 hits, and once, like, the actual election year hits, that's when I think, things are really going to start ramping up. I know about that soon. I'm thinking more 2026-ish. Hard to predict because rent increases are going to be a big factor. People who can't afford basic survival are going to be much more willing to protest. Yep, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess, at the end of the day, I guess we'll see. I do feel like 2024, I feel like that's maybe 2025, because, I mean, 2024, that election year, I mean, it's going to be at the end of that year, so it's going to bleed into 2025 as well, so, I mean, it's kind of, not too far away from your time frame either. I mean, so, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see. I just wish it was sooner. Not like 2026-ish. I just wish it was like, now. Because, I mean, I feel like that energy is there, but just something needs to pop it. Something needs to pop that energy off. Because I feel like we're at least at that point. Like, the energy is there. It's just that there needs to be at least something that's just going to pop that off. But we're just not there yet, I guess. So... General happy during spring or summer. Well, we're in that right now. We're in the spring right now. Summer coming around the corner. That's just for this year. So, next year, we'll, around this time next year, I bet we're going to start seeing some shit really start popping off. Because, like, the first primary debates, especially for the Republican Party, are going to be, like, what? Later this year? Like, in, like, October or some shit? Or, like, even, like what? Even in September or something? Like, they start that shit, fairly early, don't they? Well before, like, the actual, like, official election primary season and stuff. So, like, because what, how many do they have? They usually have, like, 3 or 4. Meaning there was 2 anti-protests still from 2020. Well, yeah, I don't think a major protest move is going to happen this year. But, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I mean, we'll see. I mean, things obviously are always going to be subject to change, but, I mean, at least for me personally, I think it will be around, like, specifically more, like, around the actual election cycle coming up, which would be, like, the end of 2024, like, the beginning of 2025 about, like, I mean, that's kind of where I'm feeling. I mean, things will kind of start building up, especially more and more as it gets to that point. I mean, it's already doing that now, but... I mean, I think that's just kind of like, an aftermath, a little bit due to the midterms and shit, so Now we're kind of seeing it lull a little bit, but it's going to ramp up a lot more. Especially from the far right. Like, they're the ones who are mainly ramping shit up the most. Like, I'm not really saying Democrats are going to be ramping anything up. They're just like, we're not them. They're going to ramp that up more the more they ramp their shit up. They're going to be like, see, we're not them. See, please, look, we're not them. Look at them doing their shit. We're not them, guys. I promise. It would be a spicy protest movement in summer of 2024. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm saying. I wouldn't be surprised, and I kind of feel like, I mean, maybe not in the summer of 2024, but, I mean, I don't know. We might see some at least kind of, like, pop off a little bit that kind of brings in, like, a conversation and a zeitgeist about something. And then after, you know, the election results and everything, you know, from there, depending on where that goes, I mean, that energy could go either way. Like, let's say Biden wasn't the one who won, but it was like, you know, God forbid DeSantis, but like Trump or something. Which, oh my fucking God, if it was Trump, oh my God, dude. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. Dude, that would just be retarded beyond belief. But either way, like, I mean, if it was, though, I feel like that energy would be on the fuck leashed. I don't think DeSantis could be Trump. I don't think so either, but I feel like it's still a little too early to call that right now. I'm gonna wait just a little bit before I totally solidify my opinion about that. I still really feel like in my gut Trump's gonna win, you know, the nominee, but I'm willing to hold out just a little bit. I'm willing to hold my breath for a second. I'll give it some time. You know, I will let at least one primary debate happen. I want to see those two debate each other. I want to see how they do on that. And I think I can make my true, you know, gumption from there. Like, so, I guess we'll have to wait until later this year. So, I guess you'll have to hear me be like, well, I don't know, I'll hold out a little bit. On that one, at least, you know, when it comes to that position. Well, yeah, they all suck ass.
A John Oliver segment on this whole thing.
2024. Well, don't the primaries specifically happen like a little sooner than that? Like at the very end of 2023? Like, don't they, like, I remember they usually, like, when it comes to, like, presidential elections, they usually, like, start primary debates at, like, the very end of the year and, you know, of the year before. Primaries happen early 2024. I think February. I could have swore I remember they've done, like, debates as early as, like, October, November and shit like that. Like, you know, from the year before. Like, I could have sworn I've done them as soon as that. Unless they just kind of schedule them differently every year or every cycle or something. I mean, it's the mainstream media that fucking organizes that shit. So, I mean, I always felt like there's always been times where they've done it, like, you know, at least, like, at least one or two primaries before, you know, the end of the year. And then they have, like, one or two more after the New Year and shit. You know, of the actual election year. And then the primary actual election cycle happens after, you know, and during that time they have, like, maybe one more debate, and then that's, you know, like, when the results are had. So, I don't know. Sandwich is on me. Sandwich is on me. Yeah, it is a little late. But I'll at least, you know, check out the last little bit of the story and then get myself some food myself.
And even John Oliver, who is, you know, He's not a leftist, but he's like lib left, right? But even he had to be pretty critical of Biden's handling of this situation because
no shit.
You know, he basically pointed out, like, you know, maybe on a few issues it's marginally better than Trump, but by and large, Biden has not at all delivered on his promises about how he was going to transform what's happening at this border. Yep. And most of the stuff that Trump was doing has stayed in place.
And they've made some. There have been some.
It's been almost. I would almost argue that it's tokenistic in nature, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like there was some
because
stuff.
It is.
Like what was it? Like they allowed some more people from like the Caribbean and some other places in Central America to be reunited with family members. You know, Like, they've opened it up maybe slightly, but Republicans are basically, like, the minute they like, because word spread, because, like, when Joe Biden was elected, a lot of people were waiting in Mexico, like, trying to seek asylum in the United States, and like, okay, great, awesome. Now I'm going to go try to claim asylum because
we now have, I mean, like, border facilities are almost at capacity. We still have people camped out near the border.
Just kind of waiting.
We still have pretty much I mean, like, with very little exception, there's not been much movement on these border issues. Like, they were talking about how there's this app now. Like, you're supposed to apply for asylum through a fucking smartphone app, which, first of all, like, a lot of people don't even... A lot of people who are trying to fucking, like, seek asylum...
I mean, like, just right off the bat, like, most of these people trying to cross the border ain't got no goddamn smartphone. And even if they do, like, I doubt they're gonna have, like, you know, the wherewithal to understand that, like, that resource is available to them. Not for their fault of their own, but, like, just because, like, I don't think, you know, there's, like, you know, posters or anything like that blasted around being like, hey, you have this available for you. Here, go to this app. Download it on your Google Play app. I
don't have smartphones. But even the ones that do find that the app is, like, a slow, buggy, miserable piece of shit that oftentimes tells them to report to facilities 1,500 miles away. And is basically functionally useless. And Biden literally has boasted about this app, like, we got an app now, Jack.
We got an app, check.
Oh, well, we got an app. It's gonna be great. Just go to the app.
Well, the reality is...
I would love to hear Biden describe what an app is.
Yes.
Oh my god, he would not be able to do it.
Yeah, the kids are still in cages. In fact, if you look at the video, I mean, I don't know, we never really covered it on this show for some reason. It just never came out. Maybe it happened during one of our off weeks or something. But the that fire that happened that killed a number of people that were in one of these detention facilities by the border.
Wait, whoa, wait, that happened? I never heard about that. That was just brushed under the rug, apparently. Because I usually am, like, somewhat active on news and stuff. I'll, like, kind of keep my ear a little bit, you know, when it comes to the news. But, like, I never even heard that. What the fuck? So, like, one of these detention facilities caught on fire, partially burned down, and, like, how many fucking people just, like, you know, burnt to a crisp?
That the guards could have easily opened the cages and let these people out to escape the fire, and they didn't. And so these people just died needlessly, and they were just horribly burned to death.
Well, the Republicans and Fox News and Newsmax...
Dude, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? I never knew. Like, I gotta, like, find some articles about that, you know, maybe check that up tomorrow or something, because what the fuck, I want to hear more about that, you know, story. That is fucking insane. Like, where did it happen, you know, and everything, like, Jesus.
Places, I mean, like, and even the most, like minor liberalization of any policies, and then there's just nonstop coverage of people just pouring across the border, and it's like, this is what Joe Biden wants. This is what Joe Biden wants. So,
I mean, like, for people who, like me or Vosh or whoever who argue that this guy, Joe Biden, is going to be the lesser of two evils, like, he hasn't really done much to bolster that fucking case for us. Like, it's kind of like...
Because there never was a case to be made over that. Like, I mean, he really honestly isn't. Like, I mean, sad but true. I mean, really, honestly, that's the truth. Like, I mean, if we're really comparing, like, I mean, outside of, like, very specific social issues, you know, like, when it comes to, like, trans issues and shit, like, yeah, sure. But you really see Biden's administration going out of their way to defend trans people right now? Because if that's the case, then how come all these fucking red states under his administration right now are fucking, you know, passing all these goddamn laws? You know, like, if he actually gave enough of a fuck, if he gave fuck one, he would, you know, be stepping in and actually overseeing the supremacy clause and overriding these fucking bullshit laws that they're trying to pass. But no, he ain't doing that shit. He's stabbing trans people in the back when it comes to that shit, because he, you know, sees it as a more political ad campaign to, you know, sell their ass down the river and shit instead. Like, I mean, so, what the fuck? I mean, you know, again, you know, just this whole idea of, like, oh, we're not the Republicans, like, that doesn't, you know, work anymore. At least, for, a lot of different, legit, like, principal lefty types and shit. Even for, like, people like, TJ and Vosh and shit, like, he's saying it's like, when it comes to a lesser of two evil argument, because they are advocates of it to a certain extent, it's like, I mean, even they are mad about it, because, like, you're making it hard to sell the case. Because, like, how really are you if there isn't really a fundamental fucking difference to say that you are? Because, guess what? There really ain't much there, Jack. Got a lot of fat and no malarkey. You got all malarkey and no fat, Jack. Like, where's this?
I just saw someone in the chat just say just now, like, I think I'm on Paul's side with voting being pointless now. Because that's how
I mean, wait, it took this particular article for someone to really feel that way already? And I felt that way with 2016 Bernie. At least on a national level. I mean, locally, I still at least think there's some element to give a shit about that.
Well, this has been.
I would say,
Like,
if this is the lesser of two evils, it's like that man says, I'm the better of two evils.
Right.
Hey, guys, I'm evil,
like
I'm the better evil.
I mean, it's like this is one of the centerpieces of Biden's campaign in terms of actual policy is like, wow, I'm going to change these horrible policies at the border.
But you know what it is?
And he's barely lifted like
voters,
a pinky to do that.
You know what happens with swing and centrist voters? Like, this will become a big issue, and they'll just they'll see video after video of these people crossing the border.
Thanks,
and
Lucy.
Look, guys, if Joe Biden's in charge and if Joe Biden has these liberal policies, the border's done. Everything you ever cared about, like, migrants are just going to swarm in. Every job is going to be taken. You're going to be fucked. They're going to fucking come and kill you. They're going to hurt you. They're going to take everything you own. And the only thing to stand between you and that is the Republican Party. Unless Joe Biden has this hard line on immigration. Oh, actually, Jack, I'm against immigration. I know I said I was for it.
But I'm against it now, Jack.
Which
no malarkey
the kind
on
of
that
insidious thing about Joe Biden's policies, too, is that Joe Biden is probably going to do it in a way that is less obvious. And that's kind of the more distressing part about it, because Trump was just very vocal, and it was obvious what he was doing. He was doing...
This is what I was saying earlier. Like, the main difference on the immigration policy is that Biden is basically being very quiet about it, and Trump would have been very fucking loud and vocal about it. He would have been bolstering this in, like, some weird speech. I am now sending 1,500 glorious, patriotic American soldiers to the border. He would have made a whole fucking thing about it. Like, I mean, Biden doing it, he just is doing it very quietly, and then it's like, an outlet or a little article like, from Fox News is basically the one covering it.
I mean, like, just a blatant violation of human rights. It was obvious to everybody who looked at it. Joe Biden's going to try to, just, like, put this compassionate sort of Band-Aid on, we got to protect the border, Jack. It's going to be okay.
The equal of two evils.
Equal of two evils.
I mean, look, I mean, it's just, it's fucking sad. I mean, and at this point, it's almost like the best case scenario that you can really argue at this point, if you're trying to do a lesser of two evils argument, is not even really the lesser of two evils, but just like the more inert of two evils. That's about as good as it gets at this point. You can't even say lesser anymore. Because at this point, it's basically like, the Republican Party is like, we are actively going to pursue policies that harm you. And the Democrat Party is like, yeah, we're not going to fucking actively do it, but we're not going to change it. You're not going to do anything to defend you. We're not going to do anything for the better.
It's the good old ratchet effect.
Yeah. I mean, basically, that really is what it is. Because the idea is that, like, it's like, we're not them, we're not going to make things, fundamentally better, but we're not going to, like, destroy everything and go after you cruelly like, the Republicans are. But, if things happen to, by the Republicans, change, from state to state, we're not going to literally do fuck one to stop that. So just hope that you happen to be in a Democratic majority. Should have voted blue no matter who, then we're going to condescend and, like, undermine you, and gaslight you into voting for us no matter what. Because you're at fault, for the fact that Republicans exist, not, the fact that, we need to have a goddamn backbone and fucking, like, sell you, for a buffalo and nickel, just so we can make a little bit more profit. It's like, oh my god, ugh. Man, American fucking electoral politics is gross. I hate it.
It's basically just like,
It's almost like people need to stop pouring their political advocacy into getting Democrats elected and start working on a fucking third party that's viable.
Yeah, and I mean, like, and no fuck.
You know, like a Labor Party or something. That would be good.
Nope. No Andrew Yang party, please.
Oh yeah, not a forward party, please. Yeah, not Andrew Yang. Oh my god, gross. Please put him back into the irrelevant box. The box of irrelevancy. That's like where Andrew Yang needs to go back into. Like he started there, he needs to go back in there. He had his 15 minutes of fame. He needs to go away now.
No working within the Democratic Party to change the Democratic Party. That we've seen now that all that does is allow the fucking Overton window to shift to the right.
Because
or literally just abandon those more radical voices and stab in the back and not actually give them the national support that they deserve. Like Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, Zoe Zephyr, Katie Porter, etc. Like, I mean, you don't see these names being bolstered by the broader national DNC conglomerate, like, not once.
Here's the thing. You hire, like, these people get embroiled in the Democrat, like, Bernie Sanders is a great fucking example. You look at Bernie Sanders' career, when the Iraq War, when everyone was calling for it, he was against it.
Yep.
When everyone was against gays in the military, he was for it. When everyone was against gay marriage, he was for it. And that was when he was an outsider. But the moment that he started to become more ingratiated into the Democrat Party, it's like all of this boldness and all this willingness to take other positions kind of evaporated, right?
Yep.
And, I'm sure that, like, people like AOC probably entered into office with all the best intentions, but, like, something about being entrenched in that system just...
Basically being that outside... Like, basically AOC, was like a hyper-accelerant version of, like, what Bernie was. Started as an outsider, begun as an outsider, and then is now, in the present, an insider.
Really
I mean, maybe AOC is not an absolute insider, but she is most certainly heavily influenced by it.
Divorces you from that idealism because you're basically kowtowed into believing like you got to do the pragmatic thing, and the pragmatic thing is be a fucking sellout.
Yep.
Because if you want to be effective, you got to be a sellout. But the truth is, you're never going to be effective being a sellout because all you're going to be doing is marching to the beat of the party's fucking drum and ever chasing the pipe dream that one day maybe you'll be controlling what that drum beat is.
Well, politics is a game. And once you start playing the game, it doesn't matter if you don't want to play the game. You have to play by the rules of the game. And that's basically what Bernie has said when he's been asked about it. It's like, well, this is really a huge departure. I mean, like, you ran as, like, like, an actual change candidate. Like, fundamentally reform the economic systems of America. Universal health care. Let's stop all this foreign fucking adventures. Imperialism, like they're like such a fundamental difference between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, but then like he just gets brought in the fold, and and it's like, look, at the point it was like, okay, if we don't endorse Joe Biden, it's Donald Trump, and at that point he has to pivot to, well, anyone but Trump, and same thing happened with Hillary. Well, I don't like Hillary, and I've criticized Hillary, and most
but anyone but Trump though,
just pretty rationally and substantively, but. I've got to play the game. That's how the game is played, and that's the deal you make when you go into politics. You have to play this fucking game.
Yep.
And you've seen
because again, like George Carlin pointed it out, and I was referring to it earlier. It's like, it's a whole big club, and you ain't in it. Like if you're able to play ball and be be within like the gracious elements of the in club and. At least, concede enough to it, they'll accept you. And, with that, neuters a lot of whatever idealism that you probably had going in.
The voters, like a lot.
Because, being in that in club is just too good. It's too juicy. It's too much, opportunity when it comes to being a part of the in club.
The left is playing the game as well. And the problem is they're playing it badly. Like just recently when Biden announced so much of the visible online left was like, oh, riding with Biden again. It's just like, do you not know how you extract concessions from a fucking political person? Like you don't do it by telling him you're going to support them no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, like, because they have no... I mean, like, you've basically removed any incentive. Like, if you ever watch a movie... You ever watched a movie where there's an army coming to invade and the heroes need to enlist some aid from some other army in order to prevail?
People to join
and then they go to that person and they try to rally them to their cause. It's never just like, yes, I instantaneously support you with no concessions whatsoever. No, there's always give and take. And it's like the left in this country...
Wow, it's like literally a thing called, diplomacy. Like, I mean, that's basically literally it's diplomacy. I mean, it's kind of really the fundamental problem. It's that, like, diplomacy is, like, not really, like, considered really that much. I mean, because diplomacy also considers, like, hey, if you want concessions or something out of me, I want something out of you. So to speak. Scratch my back, you scratch mine. Like, I mean, that's kind of the whole idea. I mean, it's just like... I mean, like, it's not really just hold, like, oh, well, yep, let me just, like, unanimously agree with this no matter what. I'll scratch your back and you never will, scratch mine because I agree to that. Like, no, I mean, like, the whole idea is, like, I mean, when it comes to diplomacy is at least having some level of being able to at least, like, challenge it or at least, some level get some sort of concession out of, like, the broader deal. Like, I mean, I guess, dare I say, the art of the deal? Yeah, I mean, because the whole idea is that, like, if you want to actually, like, be able, especially politically and, diplomatically, be able to, like, push, certain things, like when it comes to your certain general better interests, I mean, you have to actually, like, one, to have a spine to actually, push and fight for that type of shit. And for two, like, also, like, be able to, garner at least some sort of a concession and be able to have, an ability to have a concession on issues that, can be worked on a little bit later. I mean, that's kind of the whole broader point of, diplomacy.
Well, we're too scared of the people with the R next to their names, so no. We're just going to support you no matter what. You don't have to do anything for us. All you have to do is just not be them.
People are just so fucking hot to have a take immediately that they forget how to play the fucking politics game. Like, if you care about any of the issues that we're talking about, the border, the climate, the global south, fucking capitalism running amok, if you care about any of that shit, even if you ultimately plan to walk into the booth and vote for Biden no matter what, you should say that you're not. Say, no, I'm undecided, or I'm voting third party, or I'm going to vote down ballot. I'm going to vote for,
I mean, yeah,
Williamson. Or
think of what your key issue is.
Because honestly, I mean, at least with that in itself, I mean, it kind of gives an impression that, like, there is a really strong sense of challenge and, like, needing to, like, concede to, like, this other element that is, not confident and not willing to vote for you. Even if, at the end of the day, when it comes to actually voting, if they decide to vote, they do vote for you. Like, I mean, because, like, the whole point is that, like, I mean, you're supposed to try to, like, force some sort of a concession. And if you, like, because, I mean, like, like I said, at least when it comes to the primary season, yeah, I'm going to support Marianne Williamson. But, like, I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll just, if I consistently advocate that, I mean, and, I vote for Biden either way, like, the whole point is, just being, one of, many different voices that, will, try to attempt to challenge, that whole broader nominee when it comes to the Democratic Party. Because, well, they kind of need it.
Be like...
More so than ever.
I'm not going to vote for Biden unless he does this.
Yeah.
And if anyone asks you, say that to everybody. Make that the fucking meme of the day. Because just saying, like, I'm going to blindly support it no matter what because I'm too scared of Trump and DeSantis and shit. Like, yeah, I get your fear there because those guys are fucking regressive, horrible pieces of shit. But
and basically quasi-Nazis. I mean, it's a very understandable fear.
Hey, like, if you're not willing to fucking play, like, hardball with the people that are ostensibly kind of more on your side, which, by the way, increasingly is a fucking joke, then, you're not going to fucking extract any sort of fucking change or meaningful fucking... I mean, if, like, at least get the fucking promise. At least get the promise said and broken. Rather than fucking just, like, Nope, don't even have to make me the promise.
I mean, even then, I don't even really want the promise.
All you have to do is just not be that, and you just automatically get my support. It's so fucking empty.
And stop carrying the water for Democrats just based on single issues. Like, stop carrying the water for Democrats because they've taken the opposition on the anti-woke agenda shit. Start holding them to account for the promises that they've made and not delivered on. And be vocal about it. That is way more useful than just going like, well, riding with Biden. Vote blue no matter who.
I mean, I can tell you this right now. I don't believe for a fucking second that Marianne Williamson has a chance in hell. And I don't even really particularly support her all that much. But I'm still going to probably vote for her in the primaries.
Yeah.
Just because I want to show Biden that there is a fucking block of people that oppose him within his own.
And there really needs to be more of a fire in the ass of people who are like that, you know, are willing to do that. Because, I mean, the thing is, like, this whole idea of, like, oh, well, they don't have a chance. That shouldn't fucking matter, necessarily. Because, like, the whole idea is the principle of the, you know, fact. I mean, like, is Marianne Williamson going to win? Do I absolutely support her? I mean, 1, no, and 2, not entirely. But I do like her. I mean, to a certain extent. I mean, I at least respect her enough. I mean, so with that alone, and especially considering her policies, I'm going to support her. And, you know, and, like, despite that, though, like, I mean, it doesn't deter me, like, from voting for her, at least in the primary season. I mean, and that's kind of thing. Like, like, even, you know, especially when it comes to, like, oh, well, considering, you know, pragmatically what the results may be, you know, I should, you know, probably maybe, you know, vote for this person instead, because I, you know, broadly more agree with that person. Like, I mean, that's kind of the whole idea of it, to show that at least, there's a block of people that support this person, you know, that, you know, is more, you know, wanting these type of policies and ideas and shit, and have to at least, you know, put some sort of adherence towards that, and at least have to acknowledge it to some extent. Even if it is kind of a more smaller voice, outside of, like, you know, the 4 to 5% or some shit. If it was more like a 10 to 15%, that's a lot more of a recognition of, you know, a voice that needs to be heard versus, you know, like, you know, 3 to 4, 5, 6, some percent at most.
Fucking party. Who knows? There is a block of people that are just not going to go along with it. Because if that's 3%, Biden doesn't have to give a shit. But if it's 10%, 15%, 20%, he does have to give a shit.
Exactly.
At least a little bit. So
and
I don't know.
You're gonna get his lip service because, you know, I mean,
I'd rather have the lip service and be able to point to a promise broken than just be like, I just support him no matter what, because all that teaches is the lesson of, like, I will support you no matter what as long as
here's the
Republican is
concession,
carrier.
BJ. I'll support you, but, you know, the Democratic Party's platform has to actually push universal health care. Like, if Bernie's bent the knee for something like that, and like that was like. That was thrust forward.
I mean, that's really the failure.
Will that be an exchange of something, right?
That's really a failure of leadership. Because if Bernie was going to say, like, I support Joe Biden or whatever, it should have been like, I support Joe Biden contingent upon him pursuing at least one fucking leftist policy.
Which, honestly, I mean, either universal healthcare or, like, a staunch advocacy of, like, labor when it comes to, like, unions and wages and things like that. Like, I mean, if anything, at least, you know, just universal healthcare. I mean, like, Bernie, you know, being like, hey, before I dose you, Joe Biden, I need you to fundamentally make this promise with your next term, if not at least before that term, to make this, you know, encouragement to blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, he could have at least done that and be like, unless you at least, you know, start pushing for this, you know, I'm not going to endorse you. And, like, I mean, like, he could have done that, but no, he didn't. Like, I mean, there could have at least been, like, even if it's just merely a promise, he could have at least gotten, you know, some sort of a concession out of him. I mean, that's, you know, the kind of the fault when it comes to a lot of, like, you know, more radical progressive types and shit, you know, even with people like Bernie, is that they don't really got necessarily the backbone because they get too complicit with the system. And that's really just kind of fundamentally issue. Like, they can't really, you know, take the, you know, sweet, you know, treats, you know, that, you know, come with the in club, and have to, you know, take risks every now and then. But every time you do that, apparently you get stabbed in the back by a Tennessee no matter what anyway. So it's like, either go with your convictions or you know, just like take the treats, I guess.
I want you to know, my fucking support is contingent upon at least him doing this. Pick one fucking thing and stick to that. Universal health care is a great one.
Yeah.
If the Biden administration is not going to support at least a public option to fix Obamacare, then I will not support him. But if he does that, so it's a contingent sort of thing.
Yeah, I just
but
know
it's like, we're not willing to stand up for shit. For anything. And we expect things to get better? Like, how can you possibly expect anything to improve even a little bit? If the fucking, if what you're willing to settle for is just like, oh, the status quo is fine. At least they're not making it actively worse.
Or at least, you know, we need to make tweaks around the edges. Like, I mean, that's kind of mainly the fundamental issue with it. Like, I mean, in a way, like, the energy is, like, there to an extent. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. But, like, you know, it's like the energy is there, but it's like, I mean, to me, too much, you know, of that is built on, you know, like, on wanting to try to, like, kind of, like, tweak things more so than actually, like, kind of fundamentally change things. And because so many people, you know, feel like what we have is just what we can work with, and that's it. And it's like, no, I mean, that's not the case. I mean, there are options, and it's like that energy of wanting to go there is there. But, like, you know, it's just like this whole idea of, like, you know, we can only work with what we got, and there's basically no voice, you know, to say otherwise is really kind of fundamentally a major problem to this. And it kind of ties into, like, very much everything that was, you know, basically, you know, all in all being discussed on the stream and shit. Like, when it comes to, like, loneliness, socioeconomic conditions, labor, you know, I mean, even if some of these aren't really as discussed, you know, in comparison to others, at least for this one, but, like, all in all, I mean, they all tie in to this idea that, like, no one's willing to, like, basically, like, step up, so to speak, you know, at least on a national leadership level, you know, with enough charisma, enough gumption to really radically, you know, put themselves out there. I mean, there's like a few, like, state-by-state level voices, but they're not in a position to be on a national level yet. And we don't really got that time. That's kind of the problem. What's up, puppy? Aw. Curl yourself up in a cute little ball. Aw. Don't get too comfortable, though. But anyway, gonna make myself a little bit of food, all that fun stuff, and call it good because, you know, we've been going on for a little bit and all that fun shit. So I'll catch up with the rest of the notes and all that fun shit. So peace out. I'll see you.